Chapter 5. The Velabrum and the Ghetto. S. Teodoro sta. Anastasia Circus Maximus S. Giorgio in Velabro Arch of Septimius Severus Arch of Janus Cloaca Maximus sta. Maria in Cosmodon Temple of Vesta Temple of Fortuna Virilis House of Renzi Pontrato Pont Sublicio S. Nicolo in Carcer Theatre of Marcellus Bordico of Octavia Peschiria Jewish Synagogue Palazzo, Sensei Fontana Tardaruga Palazzo, Mate Palazzo Kitani sta. Caterina de Fanari sta. Maria Campitelli Palazzo, Margana Convent of the Tor de Specca. The second turn on the right of the Roman Forum is the Via dei Finali, formerly the Vicus Tuscus, so called from the Etruscan colony established there after the drying up of the marsh which occupied that site in the earliest periods of Roman history. During the Empire, this street, leading from the Forum to the Circus Maximus, was one of the most important. Martial speaks of its silk mercers. From an inscription on a tomb, we know that the fashionable tailors were to be found there, and the perfumers' shops were of such abundance as to give to part of the street the name of Vicus Theorarius. At its entrance was the statue of the Etruscan god, Vertumnus, the patron of the quarter. This was the street by which the processions of the Circensian Games passed from the Forum to the Circus Maximus. In one of the Verrine orations, an accusation brought by Cicero against the patrician Verres was that from avaricious motives he had paved even this street used for processions of the circus in such a manner that he would not venture to use it himself. All this valley was once a stagnant marsh, left by inundations of the Tiber. For in early times the river often overflowed the whole valley between the Palatine and the Capitoline hills, and even reached as far as the foot of the Quirinal, where the Goat's Pool, at which Romulus disappeared, is supposed to have formed part of the same swamp. Ovid, in describing the processions of the games, speaks of the willows and rushes which once covered this ground, and the marshy places which one could not pass over except with bare feet. Quavilabra solent in circumducere pampas, nil praeter salix crassac cana fuit, seep suburbanas radians conviva per undas cantat, et ad notas ebria verba jacet, nondum conveniens diversus ist figuris nomen ob averso separat amni deos, hic quoque Lucas erat junsis et erendine densis, et pede velato non adjunda pallis, stagna recesserunt, et aquas sua ripa caiusit, sicac nunc tellus. Mos tamen alem anit. Fast Roman 6, 405. We even know the price which was paid for being ferried across the Velabrum. It was a quadrans, 3 times as much as one pays now for the boat at the Ripetta. The creation of the Cloaca Maxima had probably done much towards draining, but some fragments of the marsh remained to a late period. According to Varro, the name of the Velabrum was derived from Veher, because of the boats which were employed to convey passengers from one hill to the other. Others derive the name from Vela, also in reference to the mode of transit, or, according to another idea, in reference to the awnings which were stretched across the street to shelter the processions, though the name was in existence long before any processions were thought of. It was the waters of the Velabrum which bore the cradle of Romulus and Remus from the Tiber, and deposited it under the famous fig tree of the Palatine. On the left of the Via dei Finali, shut in by a railing, generally closed, but which will be opened on appealing to the sacristan next door, is the round church of S. Teodoro. The origin of this building is unknown. It used to be called the Temple of Romulus, on the very slight foundation that the famous bronze wolf, mentioned by Dionysius as existing in the Temple of Romulus, was found near this spot. Dyer supposes that it may have been the Temple of Cybele. This, however, was upon, and not under, the Palatine. Be they what they may, the remains were dedicated as a Christian church by Adrian I in the 8th century, and some well-preserved mosaics in the tribune are of that time. It is curious to note in Rome how many a modern superstition has its root in an ancient one, and how tenaciously customs still cling to the old localities. On the Capitoline Hill, the bronze she-wolf was once worshipped as the wooden bambino is now. It stood in the Temple of Romulus, and there the ancient Romans used to carry children to be cured of their diseases by touching it. On the supposed site of the temple now stands the church dedicated to S. Teodoro, or Santo Toto, as he is called in Rome. Though names must have changed and the temple has vanished, and church after church has here decayed and been rebuilt, the old superstition remains, and the common people at certain periods still bring their sick children to Santo Toto that he may heal them with his touch. Stories Roba di Roma. Further on the left, still under the shadow of the Palatine Hill, is the large church of Sta. Anastasia, containing, beneath the altar, a beautiful statue of the martyred saint reclining on a faggot. Notwithstanding her beautiful Greek name, and her fame as one of the great saints of the Greek calendar, Sta, Anastasia is represented as a noble Roman lady who perished during the persecution of Diocletian. She was persecuted by her husband and family for openly professing the Christian faith, but being sustained by the eloquent exhortations of Saint Chrysogonus, she passed triumphantly, receiving in due time the crown of martyrdom, being condemned to the flames. Chrysogonus was put to death with the sword, and his body thrown into the sea. According to the best authorities, these two saints did not suffer in Rome, but in Illyria. Yet in Rome we are assured that Anastasia, after her martyrdom, was buried by her friend Apollina in the garden of her house under the Palatine Hill and close to the Circus Maximus. There stood the church, dedicated in the 4th century, and there it now stands. It was one of the principal churches in Rome in the time of Saint Jerome, who, according to ancient tradition, celebrated Mass at one of the altars, which is still regarded with peculiar veneration. Mrs. Jameson's Sacred and Legendary Art. It was the custom for the medieval popes to celebrate their second Mass of Christmas night in this church, for which reason Sta. Anastasia is still especially commemorated in that Mass. To the left of the high altar is the tomb of the learned Cardinal Mai by the sculptor Benzoni, who owed everything to the kind interest with which this cardinal regarded him from childhood. The epitaph is remarkable. It is thus translated by Cardinal Weissman. I, whom my life in wakeful studies wore, Bergamo's son, named Angelo, here lie. The imperial robe and crimson hat I bore Rome gave. Thou giv'st me, Christ, empyreal sky. Awaiting thee, long toil I could endure, so with thee be my rest now, sweet, secure. Through this church, also, we may enter some of the subterraneous chambers of the palace of the Caesars. The valley near this, between the Palatine and the Aventine, was the site of the Circus Maximus, of which the last vestiges were destroyed in the time of Paul V. Its ground plan can, however, be identified, with the assistance of the small circus of Maxentius on the Via Appia, which still partially exists. It was intended for chariot races and horse races, and is said to have been first instituted by Tarquinius Priscus after his conquest of the Latin town of Appiali. It was a vast oblong, ending in a semicircle, and surrounded by 3 rows of seats termed collectively cavea. In the center of the area was the low wall called the spina, at each end of which were the medae or goals. Between the medae were columns supporting the ova, egg-shaped balls, and delphini or dolphins, each 7 in number, one of which was put up for each circuit made in the race. At the extremity of the circus were the stalls for the horses and chariots called carceres. This, the square end of the circus, was termed oppidum from its external resemblance to a town with walls and towers. In the Circus Maximus, which was used for hunting wild beasts, Julius Caesar made a canal, called Euripus, 10 feet wide between the seats and the racecourse to protect the spectators. The ludi circenses were first established by Romulus to attract his Sabine neighbors, in order that he might supply his city with wives. The games were generally at the expense of the aediles, and their cost was so great that Caesar was obliged to sell his Tiburtine villa to defray those given during his aedileship. Perhaps the most magnificent games known were those in the reign of Carinus Imp. AD 283, when the circus was transformed into an artificial forest in which hundreds of wild beasts and birds were slaughtered. At one time, this circus was capable of containing 385,000 persons. At the western extremity of the Circus Maximus stood the temple of Ceres, Liber, and Libera, said to have been vowed by the dictator Albus Postumius at the Battle of the Lake Regillus, dedicated by the consul SB Cassius, BC 492. Quan lapir de Cassius eliut immole de ses propers mains a elevidite patrician, il fit dondu pacul de sun, fils en avate quesun pacul command esclava simerum temple de Ceres, que spurius Cassius avate consecre, et par un feros irony, mido bas de la statue fate avec CT argent, et quil deity idoladis, don de la famia Cassia. El irony atate dotant plus amir. Que elon vendate opers du temple de Ceres, su qui aviant offense au tribun. Si temple, mis particulièrement sous la surveillance des édiles, et où ils aviant leurs archives, était le temple de la démocratie romaine. Le farouche patrician le choisit pour lui faire adresser par son fils mort au service de la démocratie un derosoir homage. Ampere hist. Rom, Roman 2, 416. We must now retrace our steps for a short distance and descend into a hollow on the left, which we have passed between the churches of S, Teodoro and Sta. Anastasia. Here an interesting group of buildings still stands to mark the site of the famous ox market, Forum Boreum. In its center, a brazen bull, brought from Aegina, once commemorated the story of the oxen of Geryon, which Hercules left to pasture on this marshy site, and which were stolen hence by Cacus, and is said by Ovid to have given a name to the locality. Pontibus et magno juncta est celeberrima circo area, qui posito de bove nomen habet. Fast Roman 6, 478. The fact of this place being used as a market for oxen is mentioned by Livy. The Forum Boreum is associated with several deeds of cruelty. After the Battle of Cannae, a male and female Greek and a male and female Gaul were buried alive here. And here the first fight of gladiators took place, being introduced by M and D. Brutus at the funeral of their father in BC 264. Here the Vestal virgins buried the sacred utensils of their worship at the spot called Doliola when they fled from Rome after the Battle of the Allia. Amongst the buildings which once existed in the Forum Boreum, but of which no trace remains, were the temple of the Sabine deity Matuta and the temple of Fortune, both ascribed to Servius Tullius. Hac ibi lus ferunt Matuti sacra parenti, Skeptiforas servi templa dedis manus. Ovid Fast, Roman 6, 479. Lux idem, fortuna, tua est, octorc locusc, sed superinjectis quis letet id toges, servius est, hoc constat enim. Fast, Roman 6, 569. The Temple of Fortune was rebuilt by Lucullus, and Dion Cassius mentions that the axle of Julius Caesar's car broke down in front of it on occasion of one of his triumphs. Another temple in this neighborhood was that of Pudicitia Patricia, into which the noble ladies refused to admit Virginia because she had espoused a plebeian consul, see Chapter X. Here, also, was the temple of Hercules Victor, erected by Pompey. The two earliest triumphal arches were built in this forum, being in honor of L. Stertinius, erected BC 196 after his victories in Spain. The building which first attracts attention among those now standing is the Arch of Janus, the Sabine god. It has 4 equal sides and arches, turned to the 4 points of the compass, and 48 niches, probably intended for the reception of small statues. Bas-reliefs on the inverted blocks employed in the lower part of this edifice show that they must have been removed from earlier buildings. This was probably used as a portico for shelter or business for those who trafficked in the forum. There were many similar porticos in ancient Rome. On the left of the Arch of Janus is a narrow alley, spanned by low brick arches, which leads first to the beautiful clear spring of the Aqua Argentina, which, according to some authorities, is the place where Castor and Pollux watered their horses after the battle of the Lake Regillus. Then on rode those strange horsemen, with slow and lordly pace, and none who saw their bearing durst ask their name or race. On rode they to the forum, while laurel boughs and flowers from housetops and from windows fell on their crests in showers. When they drew nigh to Vesta, they vaulted down Amine, and washed their horses in the well that springs by Vesta's fane, and straight again they mounted and rode to Vesta's door. Then, like a blast, away they passed, and no man saw them more. Macaulay lays. The alley is closed by an arch of the celebrated Cloaca Maxima, the famous drain formed by Tarquinius Priscus, 5th king of Rome, to dry the marshy land of the Velabrum. Infima urbis loca circa forum, aliasc interjectas collibus convuls, quia ex planis locis hod facile eveheben aquas, closis a fastigio in Tibrum ductis sicet. Livy, lib. IC. The cloaca extended from the forum to the Tiber, and is still, after 400 years, used during the latter part of its course, for the purpose for which it was originally intended, though Pliny was filled with wonder that, in his time, it had already withstood the earthquakes, inundations, and accidents of 700 years. Strabo tells that the tunnel of the cloaca was of sufficient height to admit a wagon laden with hay, but this probably supposes the water at its lowest. Agrippa, who cleaned out the cloaca, navigated its whole length in a boat. The mouth of the cloaca, composed of 3 concentric courses of blocks of peperino, without cement, is visible on the river a little to the right of the temple of Vesta. C.S. Luant encore, Unerik Kameyuno dur de mare quand on road aux approaches de la nuit dans secoin desert de Rome ufat placé la scène des premiers moments de son premier roi. En y retriuve, appresent mia quautemps de tight live. Qualque chose de l'impression quesilu devate produire il y 25 cycles. À l'époque où, selon la ville tradition, le berceau de Romulus esserita dans les bouts du Véliber, au pied du Palatin. Prise de l'entre Lupercal. Il faut essayer carter un peu de cet endroit, qui était au pied du versant occidental du Palatin, et faire quelques pas adroit pour aller chercher les traces du Véliber, là où les rues, et les habitations modernes, ni les ont pas entièrement effacées. En avanquant vers la cloaca maxima, on rencontre un enfoncement ou une ville église, el mermo de dans humide et moisi, rappel par son nom, San Giorgio en Velabro, que le Véliber était là. On voit sourder encore lesso qui l'alimentiant sous une voûte sombre et froide, tapissé de mouses, de scalopenders et de grandes herbes, frissonnant dans la nuit. Alentour, tout a un aspect triste et abandonné comme le furent au bord du marais, souvent l'antique racet, les enfants dont on croit presque auyer, dans le crépuscule les vagissements. L'imagination n'a pas de peine à s'y représenter les arbres, et les plantes aquatiques qui croissent sur le bord de cet enfoncement, que voilà. Et à travers l'escals la louve de la légende s'y glissait, à cette heure pour venir boire à cette eau. C.S. Lu sont assez plus fréquentes, et assez silencia pour quand si les figures comme ils étaient alors quil ni avait ici, comme dit tight live, vricet fois, quedes solitudes deserts vastitunc solitudines errant. Ampere, hist. Rom. I 271. The church with the picturesque campanile near the Arch of Janus is S. Giorgio in Velabro, founded in the 4th century as the Basilica Sempronia, but repeatedly rebuilt. The architrave above its portico was that where Renzi affixed his famous inscription, announcing the return to the good estate. In breve tempo gli Romani torneranno al loro antico buono stato. The church is seldom open, except on its festival, Jan. 20, and during its station in Lent. The interior is in the basilica form, the long nave being lined by 16 columns, of various sizes, and with strangely different capitals, showing that they have been plundered from ancient temples. The carving on some of the capitals is sharp and delicate. There is a rather handsome ancient baldacchino, with an old Greek picture let into its front, over the high altar. Beneath is preserved a fragment of the banner of St. George. Some injured frescoes in the tribune replace mosaics which once existed here, and which were attributed to Giotto. In the center is the Savior, between the Virgin and St. Peter. On one side, St. George with the martyr's palm and the warrior's banner on the other, St. Sebastian, with an arrow. Several fragments of carving and inscriptions are built into the side walls. The pictures are poor and ugly which relate to the saint of the church, St. George, the patron of England and Germany, the Knight of Cappadocia, who delivered the Princess Cleodelinda from the dragon. Among good specimens of 13th century architecture is the portico of S. Giorgio, with Ionic columns and horizontal architrave, on which is a Gothic inscription, in quaint Leonine verse, informing us that the cardinal or prior, Stephen, added this detail, probably the campanile also, to the ancient church about the middle of the 13th century, as is supposed, though no date is given here. And in the midst of an age so alien to classic influences, a work in which classic feeling thus predominates is remarkable. Hemann's Sacred Art. Partly hidden by the portico of this church is the beautiful miniature arch of Septimius Severus, erected to the emperor, his wife Julia Pia, and his sons Caracalla and Geta, by the silversmiths Argentarii, who had their shops in the Forum Boreum on this very spot, cujus los qui invehent. The part of the dedication relating to Geta, as in the larger arch of Septimius, was obliterated after his murder, and the words Fortissimo Felicissimo Principi engraved in its place. The architecture and sculpture, part of which represents a sacrifice by the imperial family, prove the decadence of art at this period. Proceeding in a direct line from the Arch of Janus, we reach the Church of Sta. Maria in Cosmedon, on the site of a temple of Ceres, dedicated by the consul Spurius Cassius, BC 493, and afterwards rededicated to Ceres and Proserpine, probably by Augustus, who had been initiated into the Eleusinian mysteries in Greece. The church was built in the basilica form in 782 by Adrian I, when the name Cosmedon, from the Greek kappa omicron sigma mu omicron sigma, is supposed to have been given. From the ornaments with which he adorned it, it was intended for the use of the Greek exiles expelled from the East by the iconoclasts under Constantine Copronymus, and derived the epithet of Sta. Maria in Scuola Greca, from a scola attached to it for their benefit. Another relic of the Greek colony which existed here is to be found in the name of the adjoining street, Via della Greca. In the Middle Ages, the whole bank of the river near this was called Ripa Greca. The interior of this church is of great interest. The nave is divided from the aisles by 12 ancient marble columns, of which 2 have especially curious antique capitals and are evidently remains of the temple which once existed here. The choir is raised, as at S. Clement. The pavement is of splendid opus Alexandrinum, 1120. The ambones are perfect. There is a curious crypt. The altar covers an ancient basin of red granite and is shaded by a Gothic canopy, supported by 4 Egyptian granite pillars. Behind it is a fine episcopal throne, with lions said to have been used by St. Augustine, an ancient Greek picture of the Virgin, and a graceful tabernacle of marble inlaid with mosaic by Diodato Cosmati. In the sacristy is a very curious mosaic, one of the few relics preserved from the old St. Peter's, AD 705. There is another in S. Marco at Florence. Crescembeni, the founder and historian of the Arcadian Academy, d. 1728, is buried in this church, of which he was a canon. On St. Valentine's Day, the skull of St. Valentine, crowned with roses, is exhibited here. In the portico is the strange and huge mask of stone, which gives the name of Bacca della Verita to the neighboring piazza. It was believed that if a witness, whose truthfulness was doubtful, were desired to place his hand in the mouth of this mask, he would be unable to withdraw it if he were guilty of perjury. Set bauche verite est une curieuse relique du Moyen Age. Elle servait aux jugements de Dieu. Figurez-vous une mule de moulin qui ressemble, non pas un visage humain, mais au visage de la lune, en y distinct des yeux, unes et une bouche ouverte où elle accusait medate la main pour perdre serment. Set bouche mordet les mentors, au moins la tradition elle assure. Jai introduit ma dexter and descent quelle ghetto etate unludidalices, et gni passate mordo. About Rome contemporaine. On the other side of the portico is the tomb of Cardinal Alphinus, ab. 1150. The church was rebuilt under Calixtus Roman II. About AD 1128, by Alphinus, Roman chancellor, whose marble sepulchre stands in the atrium, with his epitaph along a cornice, giving him that most comprehensive title, an honest man, ver probus. Some more than half-faded paintings, a Madonna and Child, angels, and 2 mitred heads on the wall behind the canopy, give importance to this chancellor's tomb. Though now disfigured exteriorly by a modern facade in the worst style, interiorly by a wagon vault roof and heavy pilasters, this church is still one of the medieval gems of Rome and retains many olden details. The classic colonnades, probably left in their original place since the time of Adrian I, and the fine campanile, one of the loftiest in Rome. Also the sculptured doorway, the rich intarsio pavement, the high altar, the marble and mosaic inlaid ambones, the marble episcopal throne, with supporting lions and a mosaic decoration above, and see all of the 12th century. But we have to regret the destruction of the ancient choir screens, and, still more inexcusable, the whitewashing of wall surfaces so as entirely to conceal the medieval paintings which adorned them, conformably to that once almost universal practice of polychrome decoration in churches, prescribed even by law under Charlemagne. Ciampini, see his valuable history of this basilica, mentions the iron rods for curtains between the columns of the atrium, and those, still in their place in the porch, with rings for suspending. Also a small chapel with paintings, at one end of the atrium, designed for those penitents who were not allowed to worship within the sacred building as such, an evidence of disciplinary observance retained till the 12th century. Over the portal are some tiny bas-reliefs, so placed along the inner side of the lintel that many might pass underneath without seeing them. In the center, a hand blessing with the Greek action between two sheep, laterally, the 4 evangelistic emblems and 2 doves, each pecking out of a vase, and one perched upon a dragon, more like a lizard, to signify the victory of the purified soul over mundane temptations. Hemans Christian art. Close to this church stood the palace of Pope Gelasius Roman II, 1118. Opposite the church is a beautiful fountain, erected by one of the Medici, and beyond it the graceful round temple now called the Temple of Vesta, supposed by Canina to have been that of Mater Matuta, and by others to have been that of Hercules founded by Pompey. It is known to have existed in the time of Vespasian. It is very small, the circumference of the peristyle being only 156 feet, and that of the cella 26 feet the height of the surrounding Corinthian columns. Originally 20 in number, 32 feet, this temple was first dedicated as a church under the name of S. Stefano del Caraz. It is now called Sta. Maria del Sol. This is not the Temple of Vesta, which was situated near the Church of Sta. Maria Liberatrix in the Forum, of which Horace wrote, Vitimus flavum Tibrum, retortes liter Etrusco violenter undis, ire dejectum monumenta regum templac vesti. Carm, I2. The modern overhanging roof of the temple has been much objected to, as it replaces an entablature like that on the Temple of the Sibyl at Tivoli. But artists admire the exquisite play of light and shade caused by its rugged tiles, and, finding it a perfect subject, wish for no change. Se opers de la bouche de vérité, devant le petit temple de Vesta, quella justice romaine execute un mutrier sur cent. Quan J arrivi sur la place, on ni guillotinate person, my 6 cuisinières, don't un aussi belle quejunan, dancient la tarantel au son d'un tambour de basque. Malheureusement els devinerant ma qualité d'étranger, et els si mirent à palquer contre la mesure. About. Close to this overhanging a little hollow way is the temple of Fortuna Virilis, built originally by Servius Tullius, but rebuilt during the Republic, and, if the existing building is really Republican, the most ancient temple remaining in Rome. It is surrounded by Ionic columns, one side being enclosed in other buildings, 28 feet high, clothed with hard stucco, and supporting an entablature adorned with figures of children, oxen, candelabra, and sea. The Roman matrons had a great regard for this goddess, who was supposed to have the power of concealing their personal imperfections from the eyes of men. At the close of the 10th century, this temple was consecrated to the Virgin, but has since been bestowed upon St. Mary of Egypt. Hard by is a picturesque end of building, laden with rich but incongruous sculpture, at one time called the House of Pilate, but now known as the House of Rienzi. It derives its present name from a long inscription over a doorway, which tallies with the bombastic epithets assumed by the last of the tribunes in his pompous letter of Aug. 1347, when, in his semi-madness, he summoned kings and emperors to appear before his judgment seat. The inscription closes, Primus de primis magnus Nicolaus ob immis, erexit patrum decus ob renover suorum, stat patris crescens matrisque Theodora nomen. Hoc culmen clarum caro de pignor gessit, Davidi tribuit qui pater exhibuit. It is believed, from the inscription, that the house was fortified by Nicholas, son of Crescentius and Theodora, who gave it to David, his son. That the Crescentius alluded to was son of the famous patrician who headed the populace against Otho Roman III. And that, 3 centuries later, the house may have belonged to Cola di Rienzi, a name which is, in fact, only popular language for Nicola Crescenzo. It is, however, known that Rienzi was not born in this house, but in a narrow street behind S. Tommaso, in the Rione alla Rigola, where his father Lorenzo kept an inn, and his mother, Madalna, gained her daily bread as a washerwoman and water carrier. So were the Crescenzi fallen. Here is the entrance to a suspension bridge, which joins the remaining arches of the Pont Rado and leads to the Trastevere. On this site was the Pons Aemilius, begun, BC 180, by M. Aemilius Lepidus and Marcus Fulvius Nobilior, and finished by P. Scipio Africanus and L. Mummius, the censors, in BC 142. Hence the body of the Emperor Heliogabalus was thrown into the Tiber. The bridge has been 3 times rebuilt by different popes, but but two of its arches were finally carried away in an inundation of 1598 and have never since been replaced. The existing remains, which only date from the time of Julius Roman III, are highly picturesque. Quand on a établi un pont en fil de fer, en lui a donné pour base les piles du pontrado, il avait au Moyen-Âge sur les fondements du pons palatinus, qui fut élevé sous la censure de Scipien l'Africain. Scipien l'Africain et un pont en fil de fer, voilà de cs contrasts quand n'y trouve que Rome. Ampere, Emp, Roman II, 209. From this bridge is the best view of the Isola Tiberina and its bridges, and hence, also, the Temple of Vesta is seen to great advantage. Just below is the mouth of the Cloaca Maxima. Quand du Pontrado on consider le triple cintre de l'ouverture par laquelle la Cloaca Maxima s'y déchargiat dans le Tiber, on a devant les yeux un monument qui rappelle beaucoup de grandeur et beaucoup de pression. Ce monument extraordinaire est une page importante de l'histoire romaine. Il est à la fois la suprême expression de la puissance des rois étrusques et le signe avant-coureur de leur chute. L'on croit voir l'arc triomphal de la royauté par où devait entre la République. Ampere, Hist, Rom Roman II, 233. In the bed of the river a little lower down may be seen, at low water, some massive fragments of masonry. Here stood the Pons Sublicius, the oldest bridge in Rome, built by Ancus Martius, BC 639, on which Horatius Cockles and his two companions kept the bridge against the Etruscan army of Lars Porsena till. Back darted Spurius Lardius, Herminius darted back and, as they passed, beneath their feet they felt the timbers crack. But when they turned their faces, and on the farther shore saw brave Horatius stand alone, they would have crossed once more. But with a crash like thunder fell every loosened beam, and like a dam, the mighty wreck lay right athwart the stream, and a long shout of triumph rose from the walls of Rome, as to the highest turret tops was splashed the yellow foam. Macaulay's lays. The name Sublicius came from the wooden beams of its construction, which enabled the Romans to cut it away. The bridge was rebuilt by Tiberius and again by Antoninus Pius, each time of beams, but upon stone piers, of which the present remains are fragments, the rest having been destroyed by an inundation in the time of Adrian I. On the Trastevere bank, between these two bridges, half hidden in shrubs and ivy, but worth examination in a boat, are two gigantic heads of lions, to which in ancient times chains were fastened and drawn across the river to prevent hostile vessels from passing. Near this we enter the Via S. Giovanni di Collato, decorated with numerous heads of John the Baptist in the dish, let into the walls over the doors of the houses. The Confraternita della Misericordia di S. Giovanni di Collato, founded in 1488, devote themselves to criminals condemned to death. They visit them in prison, accompany them to execution, receive their bodies, and offer masses for their souls in their little chapel. Vasari gives the highest praise to two pictures of Francesco Salviati in the church of S. Giove. Di Collato, before which all Rome stood still in admiration, representing the appearance of the angel to Zacharias and the meeting of the Virgin and Elizabeth. On the left is the Hospital of Sta. Gala, commemorating the pious foundation of a Roman matron in the time of John I, 523-526, who attained such celebrity that she is still commemorated in the Roman Mass by the prayer. Almighty and merciful God, who didst adorn the blessed Gala with the virtue of a wonderful love towards thy poor, grant us, through her merits and prayers, to practice works of love, and to obtain thy mercy, through the Lord, and see Amen. On, or very near this site, stood the Porta Carmentalis, which, with the temple beside it, commemorated Carmenta, the supposed mother of Evander, a Sabine prophetess, who is made by Ovid to predict the future grandeur of Rome. Carmenta was especially invoked by women in childbirth. The Porta Carmentalis was reached from the Forum by the Vicus Jugarius. It was by this route that the Fabii went forth to meet their doom in the valley of the Crimea. The Porta had two gates, one for those who entered, the other for those who left it, so that in each case the passenger passed through the Janus, as it was called, upon his right. After the massacre of the Fabii, the road by which they left the city was avoided, and the Janus Carmentalis on the right was closed and called the Porta Celerata. Carmentis porti dextro via proxima Jono est ire per hanc noli, quisquis ease, omen habit. Ovid Fast, Roman 2, 201. Just beyond the Porta Carmentalis was the district called Tarentum, where there was a subterranean Ara Ditis Patris et Proserpini. We now reach, left, the church of S. Nicolo in Carcere. It has a mean front, with an inscription in honor of one of the Aldobrandini family, and is only interesting as occupying the site of the three temples of Juno Matuta, Piety, and Hope, which are believed to mark the site of the Forum Olatorium. The vaults beneath the church contain the massive substructions of these temples and fragments of their columns. The central temple is believed to be that of Piety, built by M. Acilius Glabrio, the Duumvir, in BC 165. Though Pliny says that this temple was on the site afterwards occupied by the theatre of Marcellus, in fulfillment of a vow made by his father, a consul of the same name, on the day of his defeating the forces of Antiochus the Great, king of Syria, at Thermopylae. Others endeavor to identify it with the temple built on the site of the decembral prisons, to keep up the recollection of the famous story, called the Caritas Romana, of a woman condemned to die of hunger in prison being nourished by the milk of her own daughter. Pliny and Valerius Maximus tell the story as of a mother. Festus only speaks of a father, yet art and poetry have always followed the latter legend. A cell is shown, by torchlight, as the scene of this touching incident. There is a dungeon in whose dim drear light what do I gaze on? Nothing. Look again. Two forms are slowly shadowed on my sight, two insulated phantoms of the brain. It is not so. I see them full and plain, an old man and a female young and fair, fresh as a nursing mother, in whose vein the blood is nectar. But what doth she there, with her unmantled neck and bosom white and bare? But here youth offers to old age the food, the milk of his own gift. It is her sire, to whom she renders back the debt of blood born with her birth. No, he shall not expire while in those warm and lovely veins the fire of health and holy feeling can provide great nature's Nile, whose deep stream rises higher than Egypt's river. From that gentle side drink, and live, old man. Heaven's realm holds no such tide. The starry fable of the Milky Way has not thy story's purity. It is a constellation of a sweeter ray, and sacred nature triumphs more in this reverse of her decree than in the abyss where sparkle distant worlds. O, holiest nurse, no drop of that clear stream its way shall miss to thy sire's heart, replenishing its source with life, as our freed souls rejoin the universe. Child Herald. A memorial of this story of a prison is preserved in the name of the Church S. Nicolo in Carcere. It was probably owing to this legend that, in front of the Temple of Piety, was placed the columna lactaria, where infants were exposed, in the hope that someone would take pity upon and nurse them out of charity. A wide opening out of the street near this, with a pretty fountain, is called the Piazza Montanara, and is one of the places where the country people collect and wait for hire. Le dimanche est le jour où les paysans arrivent à Rome. Si qui churchen l'emploi de leurs bras vienent, si lauer ox marchans de campagni, se adire ox fermiers. Si qui sont laués et qui travaillent hors, des mers vienent faire leurs affaires, et renouveler leurs provisions. Ils entrent en ville au petit jour après avoir marché une bonne partie de la nuit. Chaque famille amène un ain, qui porte le baggage. Hommes, femmes, et enfants, pausent leur devant you, essablissent dans un coin de la place Farnese, ou de la place Montanara. Les boutiques voisines restent ouvertes jusqu'à midi, par un privilège spatial. On va en vient en acte, on s'accrepit dans les coins pour compter les pieces de cuivre. Cependant les ains s'y reposent sur leurs quadrupèdes au bord des fontaines. Les femmes, verdues d'un corset en cuirasse, d'un tablier rouge, et d'une vesturier, encadrent leur figure halée dans une draperie de linge très blanc. Elles sont toutes à peindre sans exception. Quand si en est pas pour la beauté de leurs traits, c'est pour l'élégance naïve de leurs attitudes. Les hommes ont le long manteau bleu de ciel, et le chapeau pointu, là-dessus leurs habits de travail font merveille, quoique roussis par le temps et couleur de perdrix. Le costume en est pas uniforme, on voit plus d'un manteau amadou rapiécé de bleu vif ou de rouge garance. Le chapeau de paille abonde en été. La chaussure est très capricieux. Solier, bottet sandal foulant successivement le pavé. Les déchasses trouvent ici prise de grands et profondes boutiques où elles vendent des marchandises d'occasion. Il y a des soliers de tout, curat de tout age dans cs tracers de la chaussure. on why trouverate des Cawthorns de l'an 500 de la République, en Churchant Bayenne. Je viens de voir un pauvre diable qui essaie une paire de bottes à revire. Els vont à ses jambes, comme une plume à l'oreille d'un porc, et c'est plaisir de voir la grimace quil fait chaque fois quil pose la paille de terre. Mais la marchen la fortifie par de bons paroles, ni crains rien, lui dit-il, tu souffriras pendant 5 ou 6 jours, et puis tu en penseras plus. Un autre marchen débite des clous à la liver, le challenge les enfants lui merm dans ses semelles, il y a des banks ad hoc. La longue des murs, 5 ou 6 chaises de pale servant de boutique à autant de barbiers en plein vent. Il en kaut un support abattre une barbe de huit jours. Le patient, barbouillet de savon, regarde le ciel d'un ol résigné. Le barbier lui tire le nez, lui met les doigues stands la bouche, et s'interrompt pour égayer sur le rasoir sur un cure de chez au dossier de la chaise, ou pour a corner une galette noire qui pend au mur. Cependant à l'opération est fait en un tour de main, le reste s'y leave at sa place est prise. Il pourrait aller s'y laver à la fontaine, mais il trouve plus simple de s'escar du revers de sa manche. Les écrivains publics alternent avec les barbiers. On leur apporte les letters qu'on recuse, ils les laissent et font la réponse totale 3 sous. Dès qu'on paysan s'approche la table pour dicter quelque chose, 5 ou 6 curieux y réunissent officieusement autour de lui pour mieux entendre. Il y a une certaine bonhomie dans cette indiscrétion. Chacun place son mot, chacun donne un conseil, tu devrais dire cesse, non, displudot cela. Laissez le parler, crie un troisième, il sait mieux que vous si quil veut faire crier. Quelques voitures chargées de galettes, d'orge et de mais circulant au milieu de la foule. Un marchand de limonade, armé d'une pince de bois, écrase les citrons dans les verres. Elham saber boit à la fontaine en faisant un aqueduc des bords de son chapeau. Le gourmet acte des viands d'occasion devant un petit étalage, ou les rebuts de cuisine si vendant à la poignée. Pour un sou, le débutant remplit de boeuf haché et dos de côtelettes un morceau de vieux journal, une pincée de sel ajouté sur le tout per agréablement la denrée. L'acheteur marchand, non sur le prix, qui est invariable mais sur la quantité, il prend autos quelques bribes de viande, et on le laisse faire, car rien ni si conclut arôme sans marchander. Les ermites et les moines passent de groupe en quertant pour les hommes du purgatoire. Est avis que ces pauvres ouvriers font leur purgatoire en si monde, et quil vaudrait mieux leur donner de l'argent que de leur en demander, ils donnent portant, et sans si faire tirer à l'arrêt. Quelquefois un beau parleur s'amuse à raconter une histoire, en fait circle autour de lui, et à mesure que l'auditoire augmente il élève la voix. J'ai vu de ces contours qui avient la physionomie bien fine et bien heureuse, mais je sais rien de charmant comme à l'attention de leur public. Les painters du quinzième cycle ont dû prendre à la place Montanara les disciples quils groupient autour du Christ. About Rome contemporaine. An opening on the left discloses the vast substructions of the theatre of Marcellus. This huge edifice seems to have been projected by Julius Caesar, but he probably made little progress in it. It was actually erected by Augustus and dedicated c. 13 BC. In memory of the young nephew whom he married to his daughter Julia and intended as his successor, but who was cut off by an early death. The theatre was capable of containing 20,000 spectators and consisted of 3 tiers of arches, but the upper range has disappeared and the lower is very imperfect. Still, it is a grand remnant and rises magnificently above the paltry houses which surround it. The perfect proportions of its Doric and Ionic columns served as models to Palladio. Le mur extérieur du portique demi-circulaire, qui enveloppait les gradins offer encore un autre admiration du étages d'arceaux et de colonnes doriques et ioniques d'une beauté presque grecque. L'étage supérieur, qui devait erder Corinthian, a disparu. Les fornices, ou voûtes du rez-de-chaussée, sont habités encore aujourd'hui comme elles l'étaient dans l'Antiquité, mais plus honorement, par de pauvres gens qui vendent des ferrales. Au-dessous des belles colonnes de l'enceinte extérieure, on a construit des maisons modernes dans lesquelles sont pratiqués des fenêtres, et ces fenêtres du théâtre de Marcellus, on voit des pots à fleurs, ni plus ni moins qu'une mansarde de la rue Saint-Denis. Des chemises séchant sur l'entablement. Des cheminées surmontant la ruine romaine, et un grand tube si dessin à l'extrémité. Dans les jeux célèbres à l'occasion de la dédicace du théâtre de Marcellus, en vit pour la première fois, intégré à privacy tigram mansufactum. Dans si tegre le pupil romain pouvait contempler son image. Ampere, Emp. I 256. In the Middle Ages, this theatre was the fortress of the great family of Pierleoni, the rivals of the Frangipani, who occupied the Colosseum. Their name is commemorated by the neighboring street, Via Porta Leone. The constant warfare in which they were engaged with their neighbors did much to destroy the building, whose interior became reduced to a mass of ruins, forming a hill, upon which Baldassare Peruzzi, 1526, built the Palazzo Savelli, of which the entrance, flanked by the two armorial bears of the family, may be seen in the street, Via Savelli, which leads to the Pont Quattro Capi. Au septem cycle, les Savelli exercant encore une jurisdiction féodale. Leur tribunal, aussi régulièrement constitué qu'appellant, es appelé Court Savella. Ils aviant le droit de racher tous les uns criminels à la peine de mort. Droit de grâce, droit régalien reconnu par la monarchie absolue des papes. Les femmes de cette illustre famille n'y sortient point de leurs palais sinon dans un carrosse bien fermé. Les Orsini et les colonnes y vantiant que pendant les cycles, aucun traité de paix en avait été conclu entre les princes créations, dans lesquels ils enussent été nominativement compris. About. The palace has now passed to the family of Orsini Gravina, who descended from a senator of AD 1200. The princes of Orsini and Colonna, in their quality as attendants on the throne, Principi Assistenti al Soglio, take precedence of all other Roman nobles. Nicolavius will remember the theatre of Marcellus, in which the Savelli family built a palace. My house is half of it. It has stood empty for a considerable time because the drive into the courtyard, the interior of the ancient theatre, rises like the slope of a mountain upon the heaps of rubbish. Although the road has been cut in a zigzag, it is still a breakneck affair. There is another entrance from the Piazza Montanara, whence a flight of 73 steps leads up to the same story I have mentioned, the entrance hall of which is on a level with the top of the carriageway through the courtyard. The apartments in which we shall live are those over the colonnade of Ionic pillars forming the third story of the ancient theatre, and some, on a level with them, which have been built out like wings on the rubbish of the ruins. These enclose a little quadrangular garden, which is indeed very small, only about 80 or 90 feet long, and scarcely so broad but so delightful. It contains 3 fountains and abundance of flowers. There are orange trees on the wall between the windows, and jessamine under them. We mean to plant a vine besides. From this story, you ascend 40 steps or more higher, where I mean to have my own study, and there are most cheerful little rooms, from which you have a prospect over the whole country beyond the Tiber, Monte Mario, and St. Peter's, and can see over St. Pietro in Montorio, indeed almost as far as the Aventine. It would, I think, be possible besides to erect a loggia upon the roof, for which I shall save money from other things, that we may have a view over the Capitol, Forum, Palatine, Colosseum, and all the inhabited parts of the city. Niebuhr's Letters. Following the wall of the theatre, down a filthy street, we arrive at the picturesque group of ruins of the Porticus Octaviae, erected by Augustus in honor of his sister, the unhappy wife of Antony, close to the theatre to which he had given the name of her son. The exact form of the building is known from the Pianta Capitolina, that it was a parallelogram, surrounded by a double arcade of 270 columns, and enclosing the temples of Jupiter and Juno, built by the Greek architects Batrachus and Saurus. With regard to these temples, Pliny narrates a fact which reminds one of the story of the Madonna of Sta. Maria Nuova. The porters having carelessly carried the statues of the gods to the wrong temples, it was imagined that they had done so from divine inspiration, and the people would not venture to remove them, so that the statues always remained where they had been placed, though their surroundings were utterly unsuitable. The portico of Octavia built by Augustus occupied the site of an earlier portico, the Porticus Metelli, built by A. Caecilius Metellus after his triumph over Andriscus in Macedonia in BC 146. Temples of Jupiter, Stator, and Juno existed also in this portico, one of them being the earliest temple built of marble in Rome. Before these temples, Metellus placed the famous group of 25 bronze statues, which he had brought from Greece, executed by Lysippus for Alexander the Great, and representing that conqueror himself and 24 horsemen of his troop who had fallen at the Granicus. The existing fragment of the portico is the original entrance to the whole. The building had suffered from fire in the reign of Titus and was restored by Septimius Severus, and of this time is the large brick arch on one side of the ruin. It was in this hall of Octavia that Titus and Vespasian celebrated their triumph over Israel with festive pomp and splendor. Among the Jewish spectators stood the historian Flavius Josephus, who was one of the followers and flatterers of Titus, and to this base Jewish courtier we owe a description of the triumph. Gregorovius, Wanderjar in Italian. Within the portico is the church of S. Angelo in Peschiera. Here it was that Cola Renzi summoned, at midnight May 20, 1347, all good citizens to hold a meeting for the re-establishment of the good estate. Here he kept the vigil of the Holy Ghost, and hence he went forth, bareheaded, in complete armor, accompanied by the papal legate, and attended by a vast multitude, to the Capitol, where he called upon the populace to ratify the good estate. It is said that one of the causes which most incited the indignation of Renzi against the assumption and pride of the Roman families was the fact of their painting their arms on the ancient Roman buildings, and thus in a manner appropriating them to their own glory. Remains of coats of arms thus painted may be seen on the front wall of the portico of Octavia. It was also on this very wall that Renzi painted his famous allegorical picture. In this painting, kings and men of the people were seen burning in a furnace, with a woman half consumed, who personified Rome, and on the right was a church, whence issued a white-robed angel, bearing in one hand a naked sword, while with the other he plucked the woman from the flames. On the church tower were SS. Peter and Paul, crying to the angel, Aquilo, Aquilo, succori et albergatris nostra, and beyond this were represented falcons, typical of the Roman barons, falling from heaven into the flames, and a white dove bearing a wreath of olive, which it gave to a little bird Renzi, which was chased by the falcons. Beneath was inscribed, I see the time of great justice, do thou await that time. Then turn we to her latest tribune's name, from her 10,000 tyrants turn to thee, redeemer of dark centuries of shame, the friend of Petrarch Hope of Italy Renzi. Last of Romans. While the tree of freedom's withered trunk puts forth a leaf, even for thy tomb a garland let it be the forum's champion, and the people's chief her newborn Numa thou with reign, alas, too brief. Child Herald. Through the brick arch of the portico we enter upon the ancient Peschiera, with the marble fish slabs of imperial times still remaining in use. It is a striking scene, the dark, many-storied houses almost meeting overhead and framing a narrow strip of deep blue sky. Below, the bright groups of figures and rich coloring of hanging cloths and drapery. C'est une des ruines les plus remarquables de Rome, et une de celles qui offrent ces contrastes piquants entre le passé et le présent, amusement perpétuel de l'imagination dans la ville des contrastes. Le portique d'Octavie est aujourd'hui le marché aux poissons. Les colonnes et le fronton s'élevant au milieu de l'endroit le plus sale de Rome, leur effet nn est pas moins pittoresque, il est puterder davantage. Le lieu est fait pour une aquarelle, et quand un beau soleil éclaire les débris antiques, les vieux murs sombres de la rue étroite où la poisson s'y vend sur des tables de marbre blanc, et à travers laquelle des nats sont tendus, on a à côté du monument romain, le spectacle d'un marché du Moyen Age, et un peu le souvenir d'un bazar d'Orient. Amperamp. I-179. Who that has ever been to Rome does not remember Roman streets of an evening, when the day's work is done? They are all alive in a serene and homelike fashion. The old town tells its story. Low arches cluster with life a life humble and stately, though rags hang from the citizens and the windows. You realize it as you pass them. Their temples are in ruins, their rule is over, their colonies have revolted long centuries ago. Their gates and their columns have fallen like the trees of a forest, cut down by an invading civilization. Miss Thackeray. Here we are in the center of the Jews' quarter, the famous ghetto. The name ghetto is derived from the Hebrew word chat, broken, destroyed, shaven, cut down, cast off, abandoned. See the Hebrew in Isaiah Roman 14. 12, Roman 15. 2, Jur, Roman 48, 25-27, Zech, Zai 10-14, and c. The first Jewish slaves were brought to Rome by Pompey the Great after he had taken Jerusalem and forcibly entered the Holy of Holies. But for centuries after this, they lived in Rome in wealth and honor, their princes Herod and Agrippa being received with royal distinction, and finding a home in the palace of the Caesars, in which Berenice, or Veronica, the daughter of Agrippa, presided as the acknowledged mistress of Titus, who would willingly have made her empress of Rome. The chief Jewish settlement in imperial times was nearly on the site of their present abode, but they were not compelled to live here and also had a large colony in the Trastevere. And when St. Peter was at Rome, if the church tradition be true, he dwelt, with Aquila and Priscilla, on the slopes of the Aventine. Julius, Augustus, and Tiberius Caesar treated the Jews with kindness, but under Caligula they already met with ill treatment and contempt, that emperor being especially irritated against them as the only nation which refused to yield him divine honors, and because they had successfully resisted the placing of his statue in the Holy of Holies at Jerusalem. On the destruction of Jerusalem by Titus, thousands of Jewish slaves were brought to Rome and were employed on the building of the Colosseum. At the same time, Vespasian, while allowing the Hebrews in Rome the free exercise of their religion, obliged them to pay the tax of half a shekel, formerly paid into the temple treasury, to Jupiter Capitolinus, and this custom is still kept up in the annual tribute paid by the Jews in the Camera Capitolina. Under Domitian, the Jews were banished from the city to the valley of Egeria, where they lived in a state of poverty and outlawry, which is described by Juvenal, and occupied themselves with soothsaying, love charms, magic potions, and mysterious cures. During the reigns of the earlier popes, the Jews at Rome enjoyed a great amount of liberty, and the anti-pope Anacletus Roman II. Ab 1138 was even the grandson of a baptized Jew, whose family bore a leading part in Rome as one of the great patrician houses. The clemency with which the Jews were regarded was, however, partly due to their skill as physicians, and long after their persecutions had begun, as late as Martin v. 1417-31, the physician of the Vatican was a Jew. The first really bitter enemy of the Jews was Eugenius Roman IV. Gabriel Condalmier, 1431-39, who forbade Christians to trade, to eat, or to dwell with them, and prohibited them from walking in the streets, from building new synagogues, or from occupying any public post. Paul Roman II. 1468, increased their humiliation by compelling them to run races during the carnival, as the horses run now, amidst the hoots of the populace. This custom continued for 200 years. Sprenger's Roma Nuova of 1667 mentions that the asses ran first, then the Jews naked, with only a band round their loins, then the buffaloes, then the Barbary horses. It was Clement Roman IX. Rospigliosi, in 1668, who first permitted the Jews to pay a sum equivalent to 1,500 francs annually instead of racing. On the first Saturday in Carnival, it was the custom for the heads of the Jews in Rome to appear as a deputation before the conservators in the capital. Throwing themselves upon their knees, they offered a nosegay and 20 scudi, with the request that this might be employed to ornament the balcony in which the Roman Senate sate in the Piazza del Popolo. In like manner, they went to the senator, and, after the ancient custom, implored permission to remain in Rome. The senator placed his foot on their foreheads, ordered them to stand up, and replied in the accustomed formula that Jews were not adopted in Rome, but allowed from compassion to remain there. This humiliation has now disappeared, but the Jews still go to the capital on the first Saturday of Carnival to offer their homage and tribute for the palii of the horses, which they have to provide, in memory that now the horses amuse the people in their stead. Gregorovius, Wanderjar. The Jews were first shut up within the walls of the ghetto by the fanatical Dominican Pope, Paul Roman IV. Gio, Pietro Carafa, 1555-59, and commanded never to appear outside it unless the men were in yellow hats or the women in yellow veils. For, says the bull Cum Nimis, it is most absurd and unsuitable that the Jews, whose own crime has plunged them into everlasting slavery, under the plea that Christian magnanimity allows them, should presume to dwell and mix with Christians, not bearing any mark of distinction, and should have Christian servants, yea, even buy houses. The ghetto, or Vicus Judiorum, as it was at first called, was shut in by walls which reached from the Ponte Quattro Capi to the Piazza del Pianto, or Place of Weeping, whose name bears witness to the grief of the people on the 26th July, 1556, when they were first forced into their prison house. Those Jews who were shut up in the ghetto were placed in possession of the dwellings of others. The houses in that quarter were the property of Romans, and some of them were inhabited by families of consideration, such as the Boccapaguli. When these removed, they remained the proprietors and the Jews only tenants. But as they were to live forever in these streets, it was necessary that the Jews should have a perpetual lease to defend them against a twofold danger negligence on the part of the owner to announce to his Jewish tenant when his possession expired, or bankruptcy if the owner raised his rent. Thus originated a law which established that the Romans should remain in possession of the dwellings let to the Jews, but that the latter should hold the houses in fee farm. That is, the expiration of the contract cannot be announced to a Jewish tenant, and so long as he pays the lawful rent, the rent can never be raised. The Jew at the same time may alter or enlarge his house as he chooses. This still existing privilege is called the jus gazzaga. By virtue of it, a Jew is in hereditary possession of the lease and can sell it to his relations or others, and to the present day it is a costly fortune to be in possession of a jus gazzaga or a hereditary lease. Highly extolled is the Jewish maiden who brings her bridegroom such a dowry. Through this salutary law, the Jew became possessed of a home, which to some extent he may call his own. Gregorovius. The Jews were kindly treated by Sixtus V on the plea that they were the family from whom Christ came, and he allowed them to practice many kinds of trades, and to have intercourse with Christians, and to build houses, libraries, and synagogues, but his mild laws were all repealed by Clement Roman VIII. Aldobrandini, 1592-1605, and under Clement Zi and Innocent Roman XIII. All trade was forbidden them, except that in old clothes, rags, and iron, stracci ferracci. To these Benedict Roman XIV. Lambertini added trade and drapery, with which they are still largely occupied, under Gregory Roman XIII. Buoncompagni, 1572-85. The Jews were forced to hear a sermon every week in the church, first of S. Benedetto alla Regola, then in S. Angelo in Peschiera, and every Sabbath police agents were sent into the ghetto to drive men, women, and children into the church with scourges, and to lash them while there if they appeared to be inattentive. Now was come about Holy Cross Day, and now must my Lord preach his first sermon to the Jews, as it was of old cared for in the merciful bowels of the church, that, so to speak, a crumb at least from her conspicuous table here in Rome should be, though but once yearly, cast to the famishing dogs, undertrampled and bespit upon beneath the feet of the guests. And a moving sight in truth this, of so many of the besotted, blind, restive, and ready to perish Hebrews. Now maternally brought nay, for he saith, compel them to come in, hailed, as it were, by the head and hair, and against their obstinate hearts to partake of the heavenly grace. Diary by the Bishop's Secretary, 1600. Though what the Jews really said, on thus being driven to church, was rather to this effect. 9. Grown all together now, he, it's a work, ah, woe is me, it began when a herd of us, picked and placed, were spurred through the Corso, stripped to the waist, Jew brutes with sweat and blood well spent to usher in worthily Christian Lent. 10. It grew, when the hangman entered our bounds yelled, pricked us out to his church like hounds. It got to a pitch, when the hand indeed which gutted my purse would throttle my creed, and it overflows when, to even the odd men I help to their sins, help me to their God. R.B. Browning, Holy Cross Day. This custom of compelling Jews to listen to Christian sermons was renewed by Leo Roman XII, and was only abolished in the early years of Pius Roman IX. The walls of the ghetto also remained, and its gates were closed at night until the reign of the present Pope, who removed the limits of the ghetto and revoked all the oppressive laws against the Jews. The humane feeling with which he regarded this hitherto oppressed race is said to have been first evinced when, on the occasion of his placing a liberal alms in the hand of a beggar, one of his attendants interposed, saying, "It is a Jew." And the Pope replied, "What does that matter? It is a man." The present population of the ghetto is estimated at 3,800, a number out of all proportion, considering the small size of the ghetto, which covers less space than the fifth part of any small town of 3,000 inhabitants. The Jews are under the chief congregation of the Inquisition, and their special magistrate for all civil and criminal processes is the cardinal vicar. The tribunal which governs them consists of the cardinal vicar, the prelato vicegerent, the prelato luogotenent civil, and the criminal lieutenant. In police matters, the president of the region of S. Angelo and Campitelli exercises the local police magistracy. The Jewish community has itself the right of regulating its internal order by the so-called fattori del ghetto, chosen every half year. The common tribute of the ghetto to the state, and to various religious bodies, amounts to about 13,000 francs. Opposite the gate of the ghetto near the Pont Quattro Capi, a converted Jew erected a church, which is still to be seen, with a painting of the crucifixion on its outside wall, upon which every Jew must look as he comes out of the ghetto, and underneath an inscription in large letters of Hebrew and Latin from Isaiah, LXV. 2. All day long I have stretched out my hands to a disobedient and gainsaying people. The lower streets of the ghetto, especially the Fiumara, which is nearest to the banks of the Tiber, are annually overflowed during the spring rains and melting of the mountain snows, which is productive of great misery and distress. Yet in spite of this, and of the teeming population crowded into its narrow alleys, the mortality was less here during the cholera than in any other part of Rome, and malaria is unknown here, a freedom from disease which may perhaps be attributed to the Jewish custom of whitewashing their dwellings at every festival. There is no Jewish hospital, and if the Jews go to an ordinary hospital, they must submit to a crucifix being hung over their beds. It is remarkable that the very center of the Jewish settlement should be the portico of Octavia, in which Vespasian and Titus celebrated their triumph after the fall of Jerusalem. Here and there in the narrow alleys, the seven-branched candlestick may be seen carved on the house walls, a yet living symbol of the Jewish religion. Everything may be obtained in the ghetto: precious stones, lace, furniture of all kinds, rich embroidery from Algiers and Constantinople, striped stuffs from Spain, but all is concealed and under cover. Cosa circate, the Jew shopkeepers hiss at you as you thread their narrow alleys and try to entice you into a bargain with them. The same article is often passed on by a mutual arrangement from shop to shop and meets you wherever you go. On Friday evening, all shops are shut, and bread is baked for the Sabbath, all merchandise is removed, and the men go to the synagogue and wish each other a good Sabbath on their return. In the Piazza della Scuola are 5 schools under one roof: the Scuola del Tempio, Catalana, Castigliana, Siciliana, and the Scuola Nuova, which show that the Roman ghetto is divided into 5 districts or parishes, each of which represents a particular race, according to the prevailing nationality of the Jews, whose fathers have been either Roman Jewish from ancient times or have been brought hither from Spain and Sicily. The Temple district is said above all others to assert its descent from the Jews of Titus. In the same piazza is the chief synagogue, richly adorned with sculpture and gilding. On the external frieze are represented in stucco the 7-branched candlestick, David's harp, and Miriam's timbrel. The interior is highly picturesque and quaint, and is hung with curious tapestries on festas. The frieze which surrounds it represents the Temple of Solomon with all its sacred vessels. A round window in the north wall, divided into 12 panes of colored glass, is symbolical of the 12 tribes of Israel and a type of the Urim and Thummim. To the west is the round choir, a wooden desk for singers and precentors. Opposite, in the eastern wall, is the Holy of Holies, with projecting staves, as if for the carrying of the ark, resting on Corinthian columns. It is covered by a curtain, on which texts and various devices of roses and tasteful arabesques in the style of Solomon's temple are embroidered in gold. The 7-branched candlestick crowns the whole. In this Holy of Holies lies the sealed Pentateuch, a large parchment roll. This is borne in procession through the hall and exhibited from the desk towards all the points of the compass, whereat the Jews raise their arms and utter a cry. On entering the ghetto, we see Israel before its tents, in full restless labor and activity. The people sit in their doorways or outside in the streets, which receive hardly more light than the damp and gloomy chambers, and grub amid their old trumpery or patch and sew diligently. It is inexpressible what a chaos of shreds and patches, called cenci in Italian, is here accumulated. The whole world seems to be lying about in countless rags and scraps, as Jewish plunder. The fragments lie in heaps before the doors. They are of every kind and color: gold fringes, scraps of silk brocade, bits of velvet, red patches, blue patches, orange, yellow, black and white, torn, old, slashed and tattered pieces, large and small. I never saw such varied rubbish. The Jews might mend up all creation with it, and patch the whole world as gaily as harlequin's coat. There they sit and grub in their sea of rags, as though seeking for treasures, at least for a lost gold brocade. For they are as good antiquarians as any of those in Rome, who grovel amongst the ruins to bring to light the stump of a column, a fragment of a relief, an ancient inscription, a coin, or such matters. Each Hebrew Winkelmann in the ghetto lays out his rags for sale with a certain pride, as does the dealer in marble fragments. The latter boasts a piece of giallo antico. The Jew can match it with an excellent fragment of yellow silk. Porphyry here is represented by a piece of dark red damask, verd antico by a handsome patch of ancient green velvet. And there is neither jasper nor alabaster, black marble, or white, or party-colored, which the ghetto antiquarian is not able to match. The history of every fashion from Herod the Great to the invention of paletots, and of every mode of the highest as well as of the lower classes, may be collected from these fragments, some of which are really historical, and may once have adorned the persons of Romulus, Scipio Africanus, Hannibal, Cornelia, Augustus, Charlemagne, Pericles, Cleopatra, Barbarossa, Gregory Roman VII, Columbus, and so forth. Here sit the daughters of Zion on these heaps, and sow all that is capable of being sown. Great is their boasted skill in all work of mending, darning, and fine drawing, and it is said that even the most formidable rent in any old drapery or garment whatsoever becomes invisible under the hands of these arachnes. It is chiefly in the Fiumara, the street lying lowest and nearest to the river, and in the street corners, one of which is called Argumil, i.e. of unleavened bread, that this business is carried on. I have often seen with a feeling of pain the pale, stooping, starving figures, laboriously plying the needlemen as well as women, girls, and children. Misery stares forth from the tangled hair, and complains silently in the yellow-brown faces, and no beauty of feature recalls the countenance of Rachel, Lee, or Miriam. Only sometimes a glance from a deep-sunk, piercing black eye that looks up from its needle and rags, and seems to say from the daughter of Zion, all her beauty is departed. She that was great among the nations, and princess among the provinces, how is she become tributary? She weepeth sore in the night, and her tears are on her cheeks. Among all her lovers she hath none to comfort her. All her friends have dealt treacherously with her, they are become her enemies. Judah is gone into captivity because of affliction and because of great servitude. She dwelleth among the heathen, she findeth no rest. All her persecutors overtook her between the straits. How hath the Lord covered the daughter of Zion with a cloud in his anger? Gregorovius, Wanderjar. The narrow street, which is a continuation of the Peschiria, emerges upon the small square called Piazza della Giudecca. In the houses on the left may be seen some columns and part of an architrave, being the only visible remains of the theatre of Balbus, erected by C. Cornelius Balbus, a general who triumphed in the time of Augustus, with the spoils taken from the Garamantes, a people of Africa. It was opened in the same year as the theatre of Marcellus, and though very much smaller, was capable of containing as many as 11,600 spectators. To the right, still partly on the site of the ancient theatre, and extending along one side of the Piazza del Scuole, is the vast Palazzo Cenci, the ancient residence of the famous Cenci family, now represented by Count Cenci Bolognetti, and the scene of many of the terrible crimes and tragedies which stain its annals. The Cenci Palace is of great extent, and though in part modernized, there yet remains a vast and gloomy pile of feudal architecture in the same state as during the dreadful scenes which it once witnessed. The palace is situated in an obscure corner of Rome, near the quarter of the Jews, and from the upper windows you see the immense ruins of Mount Palatine, half hidden under the profuse undergrowth of trees. There is a court in one part of the palace supported by columns and adorned with antique friezes of fine workmanship, and built up, after the Italian fashion, with balcony over balcony of open work. One of the gates of the palace, formed of immense stones, and leading through a passage dark and lofty, and opening into gloomy subterranean chambers, struck me particularly. Shelley's Preface to the Cenci. Opposite the further entrance of the palace is the tiny church of S. Tommaso del Cenci, founded 1113 by Cencio, Bishop of Sabina, granted by Julius Roman II to Rocco Cenci, and rebuilt in 1575 by the wicked Count Cenci. In 1585, Francesco Cenci was the head of the family, a man of passions so ungovernable and heart so depraved that he hesitated at no species of crime. His first wife was a Princess Santa Croce, whom he is believed to have poisoned in order to marry the beautiful Lucrezia Petroni. His domestic cruelties to his children, especially to his three elder sons, Giacomo, Cristoforo, and Rocco, were so terrible that they petitioned the reigning Pope Clement Roman VIII to interfere in their behalf, but he abruptly dismissed them as rebels against the paternal authority. One daughter, Margherita, alone escaped from her miserable home, being given in marriage by the Pope to a Signor Gabrielli. The escape of this daughter made Francesco the more embittered against the remainder of his family. His youngest child, Beatrice, he immured in a solitary chamber, to which no one but himself was admitted, and where he constantly starved and beat her severely. When he received the news that his sons Cristoforo and Rocco were assassinated in the neighborhood of Rome by an unknown hand, he expressed the utmost joy, declaring that no money of his should purchase masses for the repose of their souls, and that he could have no peace until his wife and every child he had were in their graves. Lucrezia, believing that the monster whom she had espoused was possessed, in spite of his cruelty, by a criminal passion for his own daughter, attempted secretly to save her, by presenting a memorial to the Pope imploring him to give her in marriage to a Signor Guerra, who had long been attached to her. But this petition was intercepted by Francesco, who then carried off Lucrezia and his two youngest children, Beatrice and Bernardo, to Petrella, a vast and desolate castle in the Apennines. Guerra and Giacomo, the eldest remaining brother of Beatrice, hired a band of banditti in the Sabine Hills who were to attack the party on the way, and to carry off Francesco for a ransom, liberating the women, but the rescue arrived too late. When they reached Petrella, Beatrice was incarcerated in a subterranean dungeon, where she was persuaded that her lover Guerra had been murdered, and was treated with such awful cruelty by her father, that, for a time, she was deprived of her reason. One day a servant, Marzio, whose betrothed had previously been seduced and murdered by Francesco, roused by the shrieks of Beatrice, burst into the room, and rushing upon his master dealt a terrible thrust with a dagger on his neck, exclaiming, "I murder thee, assassin of thy own blood." But Cenci arose uninjured, to the horror of Marzio, who imagined that only a demon could avert such a blow, and who was ignorant that he wore under his vestments, even in bed, a coat of mail which covered his entire body. At length Beatrice contrived to communicate with her brother Giacomo, who united with Guerra in hiring the services of Marzio and of Olimpio, another servant, who was inspired with an equal thirst for vengeance upon Count Cenci. All felt that the death of Francesco was the only hope for his unhappy family. The assassins communicated with Lucrezia, who administered an opiate to her husband, and then stole from him some keys which enabled her after midnight to liberate Bernardo and Beatrice. The latter she found in a state of stupefaction and vainly endeavored to rouse her, signifying that the moment of escape had arrived. Beatrice showed no symptom of surprise at the announcement or at the visit of her stepmother at that strange hour. She asked not how they had opened her door or how her liberty had been acquired. When they were all assembled in the hall, Lucrezia told them the project and asked their aid. Bernardo at first hesitated, but Lucrezia roused him by every argument she could urge and obtained his consent. Beatrice made no reply. Francesco Cenci was murdered in his sleep. Marzio placed a large nail or iron bolt on his right eye, which Olimpio, with one blow of a hammer, drove straight into the brain. The deed thus accomplished, Marzio and Olimpio wrapped the dead body in a sheet and carried it to a small pavilion built at the end of a terrace walk, overlooking an orchard. From this height they cast it down on an old gnarled elder tree, in order that when the body should be found the next morning, it might appear that whilst walking on the terrace, the foot of the Count had slipped, and that he had fallen head foremost on one of the stunted branches of the tree, which, piercing through his eye to the brain, had caused his death. Returning to the hall, they received from Lucrezia a purse of gold. Marzio, carrying with him a valuable cloak trimmed with gold lace, turned towards Beatrice, who still stood leaning against the table, and saying, "I shall keep this as a memorial of you," departed with Olimpio. The report of Francesco's death was not spread through the castle until the next morning. Lucrezia then rushed through the house uttering cries. In a day or two the funeral took place, and immediately after the family returned to Rome. Giacomo took possession of the Cenci Palace, and Beatrice daily improved in health of body and mind. Soon, however, the suspicious circumstances of Count Cenci's death excited attention. The body was exhumed and examined, and the inhabitants of Petrella placed under arrest, when a washerwoman deposed to having received bloody sheets from one of the inhabitants of the castle she thought from Beatrice the day after the murder. On hearing this, the fear that he would turn against them induced Signor Guerra to hire assassins to pursue Olimpio, whom they dispatched at Terni. But Marzio was arrested and confessed the circumstances of the murder, though when confronted with Beatrice, he proclaimed her innocence of it and declared her incapable of crime. Guerra made good his escape, but the whole Cenci family were thrown into prison and put to the torture. Giacomo, Bernardo, and Lucrezia, unable to endure the sufferings of the rack, confessed at once. Such, however, was not the case with the young and beautiful Beatrice. Full of spirit and courage, neither the persuasions nor threats of Mascati the judge could extort from her the smallest confession. She endured the torture of the cord with all the firmness which the purity of her heart inspired. The judge failed to extort from her lips a single word which could throw a shade over her innocence, and at length, believing it useless to pursue the torture further, he suspended the proceedings and reported them to the Pope. But Clement Roman VIII, suspecting that the unwillingness of Mascati to believe Beatrice guilty was induced by her extreme beauty, only replied by consigning the prosecution to another judge, and Beatrice was left in the hands of Luciani, a man whose heart was a stranger to every feeling of humanity. Upon her renewed protestations of innocence, he ordered the torture of the Vigilia. The torture of the Vigilia was as follows. Upon a high joint stool, the seat about a span large, and instead of being flat, cut in the form of pointed diamonds, the victim was seated. The legs were fastened together and without support, the hands bound behind the back, and with a running knot attached to a cord descending from the ceiling. The body was loosely attached to the back of the chair, cut also into angular points. A wretch stood near, pushing the victim from side to side, and now and then, by pulling the rope from the ceiling, gave the arms most painful jerks. In this horrible position the sufferer remained 40 hours, the assistants being changed every 5th hour. At the expiration of this time, Beatrice was carried into the prison more dead than alive. The judge was annoyed at the account he received of the fortitude of Beatrice, and, in a rage, he exclaimed, "Never shall it be said that a weak girl can escape from my hands, while not one of those condemned have been able to resist my power." On the 3rd day the examination was renewed, and Beatrice was condemned to the tortura capillorum. At a given signal, the satellites of the tribunal carried Beatrice under a rope suspended from the ceiling, and twisting into a cord her long and beautiful hair, they attached it, with diabolical art, to the rope, so that the whole body could by this means be raised from the ground. The frightful preparations over, and her protestations of innocence again disregarded, she was elevated from the ground by the hair of her head. At the same time was added another torture, consisting of a mesh of small cords twined about the fingers, twisting them nearly out of joint and dragging the hand almost from the bone of the arm. The wretched girl screamed with agony, while the judge stood by, commanding the suspended rope to be tightened, and raising the body by the hair from the ground gave it a sudden jerk, exhorting her to confess. She cried out in a convulsion for water, rolling her eyes in agony, and exclaiming, "I am innocent." The torture being repeated with still greater cruelty, and the fortitude of the young girl remaining unshaken, the judge, believing it impossible that a young female could resist such torments, concluded, with the superstition of the times, that she carried about with her some witchcraft. He ordered her to be examined, and finding no cause of suspicion, was about to have her hair cut off, when it was suggested the torment of the tortura capillorum could not then be renewed. Her hair was again fastened to the rope, and for a whole hour she was subjected to such a succession of cruelties as the heart shrinks from narrating. But not a word escaped from her lips that could compromise her innocence. In the meantime, Lucrezia, Giacomo, and Bernardo were taken into the hall Herculeo, and in their presence a repetition of the torture was ordered to so awful an extent that she fainted and lay senseless. A new cruelty was devised, the taxilla. Her feet were bared, and to the soles was applied a block of heated wood, prepared in such a way as to retain the scorching heat. Then did the unhappy girl utter piercing shrieks, and remain some minutes apparently dead. These accumulated tortures were repeated, until her relations, who were handcuffed lest they should render her any assistance, began to implore her with heartrending tears and entreaties to yield. To this the judge mingled threats and the application of further torments, and enforced them with such rigor, that the victim shrieked in agony, and exclaimed, "Oh, cease this martyrdom, and I will confess anything." The tortures were at once suspended and restoratives applied, while her family on their knees implored Beatrice to adhere to her promise, urging that the unnatural cruelties of her father would be a just defense for the crime imputed to her, and that by agreeing to their deposition, she might give them a hope of common liberation. The unhappy girl replied, "Be it as you wish." "I am content to die if I can preserve you." And to each interrogatory of the judge she replied, "E vero," until asked whether she did not urge the assassins to kill her father, and on their refusal proposed to commit the crime herself, when she involuntarily exclaimed, "Impossible, impossible. A tiger could not do it, how much less a daughter." Threatened anew with the torture, she answered not, but raising her eyes to heaven and moving her lips in prayer, she said, "O my God, thou knowest if this be true." Thus did the judge force from Beatrice an assent to a deed at which her very nature revolted. Luciani hastened to the Pope with the news that Beatrice had confessed. Clement Roman VIII was seized with one of those fits of anger to which he was subject, and exclaimed, "Let them all be immediately bound to the tails of wild horses, and dragged through the streets until life is extinct." The horror evinced by all classes at this sentence induced him to grant a respite of 25 days, at the end of which a trial took place, and the advocate Farinacci boldly pleaded the defense of the prisoners. But while their fate was hanging in the balance, the Marchesa Santa Croce was murdered by her own son, which caused Clement to order the immediate execution of the whole Cenci family, and the entreaties of their friends only induced him to spare the life of Bernardo, with the horrible proviso that he was to remain upon the scaffold and witness the execution of his relations. During the fearful and protracted transit to the scaffold, it was the custom of the satellites of the Inquisition, at regular intervals, to tear from the body pieces of flesh with heated pincers, but in this instance the Pope dispensed with this torture, but ordered that Giacomo should be beaten to death and then quartered. As the procession passed the piazza of the Palazzo Cenci, Giacomo, who had appeared resigned, became dreadfully agitated and uttered heartrending cries of, "My children, my children." The people shouted, "Dogs, give him his children." The procession was proceeding, when the multitude assumed such a threatening aspect that two of the Compagnia dei Confortati thought themselves authorized to pause, the unhappy man imploring them in accents of despair to suffer him once more to behold his children. The crowd became pacified on seeing Giacomo descend from the cart and conducted to the vestibule of his palace, where they brought to him his children and his wife. The latter fainted on the last step. The scene that followed was the most affecting and painful that the imagination can picture. His 3 children clung around his legs, uttering cries that rent the hearts of all present. The unhappy man embraced them, telling them that in Bernardo they would find a father. Then, fixing his eyes on his unconscious wife, he said, "Let us go." Rescending the cart, the procession stopped before the prison of the Court Sevella. Here Beatrice and Lucrezia appeared before the gates, conducted by the Confortati. They knelt down and prayed for some time before the crucifix, and then walked on foot behind the carriage. Lucrezia wore a robe of black, and a long black veil covered her head and shoulders. Beatrice in a dark robe and veil, a handkerchief of cloth of silver on her head, and slippers of white velvet, ornamented with crimson sandals and rosettes, followed. Twice during the passage, an attempt was made to rescue Beatrice, but each failed, and she reached the chapel, where all the condemned were to receive the blessing of the sacrament before execution. The first brought out to ascend the scaffold was Bernardo, who, according to the conditions of his reprieve, was to witness the death of his relatives. The poor boy, before he had reached the summit, fell down in a swoon and was obliged to be supported to his seat of torture. Preceded by the standard and the brethren of the Misericordia, The executioner next entered the chapel to convey Lucrezia. Binding her hands behind her back and removing the veil that covered her head and shoulders, he led her to the foot of the scaffold. Here she stopped, prayed devoutly, kissed the crucifix, and taking off her shoes, mounted the ladder barefoot. From confusion and terror, she with difficulty ascended, crying out, "O my God! O holy brethren, pray for my soul, O God, pardon me." The principal executioner beckoned to her to place herself on the block. The unhappy woman, from her unwieldy figure being unable to do so, some violence was used, the executioner raised his axe, and with one stroke severed the head from the body. Catching it by the hair, he exposed it, still quivering, to the gaze of the populace. Then wrapping it in the veil, he laid it on a bier in the corner of the scaffold, the body falling into a coffin placed underneath. The violence used towards the sufferer had so excited the multitude that a universal uproar commenced. 40 young men rushed forward to the chapel to rescue Beatrice, but were again defeated after a short struggle. Meanwhile, Beatrice, kneeling in the chapel absorbed in prayer, heeded not the uproar that surrounded her. She rose, as the standard appeared to precede her to the block, and with eagerness demanded, "Is my mother then really dead?" Answered in the affirmative, she prayed with fervor. Then raising her voice, she said, "Lord, thou hast called me, and I obey the summons willingly, as I hope for mercy." Approaching her brother, she bade him farewell, and with a smile of love said, "Grieve not for me. We shall be happy in heaven, I have forgiven thee." Giacomo fainted. His sister, turning round, said, "Let us proceed." The executioner appeared with a cord, but seemed afraid to fasten it round her body. She saw this, and with a sad smile said, "Bind this body, but hasten to release the soul, which pants for immortality." Scarcely had the victim arrived at the foot of the scaffold, when the square, filled with that vast multitude before so uproarious, suddenly assumed the silence of a desert. Each one bent forward to hear her speak, with every eye riveted on her, and lips apart. It seemed as if their very existence depended on any words she might utter. Beatrice ascended the stairs with a slow but firm step. In a moment she placed herself on the block, which had caused so much fear to Lucrezia. She did not allow the executioner to remove the veil, but laid it herself upon the table. In this dreadful situation she remained a few minutes, a universal cry of horror staying the arm of the executioner. But soon the head of his victim was held up separated from the trunk, which was violently agitated for a few seconds. The miserable Bernardo Cenci, forced to witness the fate of his sister, again swooned away, nor could he be restored to his senses for more than half an hour. Meanwhile, the scaffold was made ready for the dreadful punishment destined for Giacomo. Having performed some religious ceremonies, he appeared dressed in a cloak and cap. Turning towards the people, he said in a clear voice, "Although in the agonies of torture I accused my sister and brother of sharing in the crime for which I suffer, I accused them falsely. Now that I am about to render an account of my actions to God, I solemnly assert their entire innocence. Farewell, my friends. Oh, pray to God for me." Saying these words, he knelt down. The executioner bound his legs to the block and bandaged his eyes. To particularize the details of this execution would be too dreadful. Suffice it to say, he was beaten, beheaded, and quartered in the sight of that vast multitude, and by the side of a brother who was sprinkled with his blood. All was now over. Near the statue of St. Paul, according to custom, were placed 3 biers, each with 4 lighted torches. In these were laid the bodies of the victims. A crown of flowers had been placed around the head of Beatrice, who seemed as though in sleep, so calm, so peaceful was that placid face, while a smile such as she wore in life still hovered on her lips. Many a tear was shed over that bier, many a flower was scattered around her, whose fate all mourned, whose innocence none questioned. On that night the bodies were interred. The corpse of Beatrice, clad in the dress she wore on the scaffold, was borne, covered with garlands of flowers, to the church of San Pietro in Montorio, and buried at the foot of the high altar, before Raphael's celebrated picture of the Transfiguration. Retracing our steps to the Piazza della Giudecca and turning left down a narrow alley, which is always busy with Jewish traffic, we reach the Piazza del Tartarug, so called from the tortoises which form part of the adornments of its lovely little fountain designed by Giacomo della Porta, the 4 figures of boys being by Taddeo Landini. At this point we leave the ghetto. Forming one side of the Piazza del Tartarug is the Palazzo Costagudi, celebrated for its 6 splendid ceilings by great artists viz. Albani, Hercules wounding the centaur Nessus. Domnicino, Apollo in his car, time discovering truth and sea, much injured. Guercino, Rinaldo and Armida in a chariot drawn by dragons. Cav, Darpino, Juno nursing Hercules, Venus and Cupids. Lanfranco, justice and peace. Romanelli, Arion saved by the dolphin. In a corner of the piazza is a well-known lace shop, much frequented by English ladies, but great powers of bargaining are called for. Almost immediately behind this is one of the most picturesque medieval courtyards in the city. On the same line, at the end of the street, is the Palazzo Matte, built by Carlo Maderno, 1615, for Duke Asdrubal Matte on the site of the Circus of Flaminius. The small courtyard of this palace is well worth examining, and is one of the handsomest in Rome, being quite encrusted, as well as the staircase, with ancient bas-reliefs, busts, and other sculptures. It contained a gallery of pictures, the greater part of which have been dispersed. The rooms have frescoes by Pomerancio, Lanfranco, Pietro da Cortona, Domnicino, and Albani. Behind this, facing the Via del Bottega Oscure, is the vast Palazzo Caetani, now inhabited by the learned Don Michelangelo Caetani, Duke of Sermonida and Prince of Tino, whose family is one of the most distinguished in the medieval history of Rome, and which gave Boniface Roman VIII to the church. Lo Principe de Nuovi Pharisai. Dante, Inferno, Roman 27. It claims descent from Anatolius, created Count of Gaeta by Pope Gregory Roman II, in 730. Close to the Palazzo Matte is the Church of Sta. Caterina de' Fanari, built by Giacomo della Porta, in 1563, adjoining a convent of Augustinian nuns. The streets in this quarter are interesting as bearing witness in their names to the existence of the Circus Flaminius, the especial circus of the plebs, which once occupied all the ground near this. The Via del Bottega Oscure commemorates the dark shops which in medieval times occupied the lower part of the circus, as they do now that of the theatre of Marcellus. The Via dei Fanari, the rope makers who took advantage for their work of the light and open space which the interior of the deserted circus afforded. The remains of the circus existed to the 16th century. Near this, turning right, is the Piazza di Campitelli, which contains the church of S. Maria in Campitelli, built by Rinaldi for Alexander Roman VII. In 1659, upon the site of an oratory erected by Sta. Galla in the time of John I. 523-6, in honor of an image of the Virgin, which one day miraculously appeared imploring her charity, in company with the 12 poor women to whom she was daily in the habit of giving alms. The Oratory of Sta. Galla was called Sta, Maria in Portico, from the neighboring Portico of Octavia, a name which is sometimes applied to the present church. The miraculous mendicant image is now enshrined in gold and lapis lazuli over the high altar. Other relics supposed to be preserved here are the bodies of Sta. Syrica, Sta, Victoria and Sta, Vincenza and half that of Sta. Barbara. The second chapel on the right has a picture of the descent of the Holy Ghost by Luca Giordano. In the first chapel on the left is the tomb of Prince Altieri, inscribed Umbra, and that of his wife, Donna Laura di Carpegna, inscribed Nile. They rest on lions of Rosso Antico. In the right transept is the tomb, by Petrich, of Cardinal Pacca, who lived in the Palazzo Pacca on the opposite side of the square and was the faithful friend of Pius Roman VII. In his exile. The bas-relief on the tomb, of Saint Peter delivered by the angel, is in allusion to the deliverance from the French captivity. The name Campitelli is probably derived from Campistelli, because in this neighborhood, CCH, Roman 14, was the columna bellica, from which when war was declared a dart was thrown into a plot of ground, representing the hostile territory, perhaps the very site of this church. In the street behind this, leading into the Via di Araceli, are the remains of the ancient Palazzo Margana, with a very richly sculptured gateway of c. 1350. Opening from hence upon the left is the Via Tor de Specchi, whose name commemorates the legend of Virgil as a necromancer, and of his magic tower lined with mirrors, in which all the secrets of the city were reflected and brought to light. Here is the famous convent of the Tor de Specchi, founded by Sta. Francesca Romana, and opened to the public during the octave of the anniversary of her death, following the 9th of March. At this time the pavements are strewn with box, the halls and galleries are bright with fresh flowers, and Swiss guards are posted at the different turnings to facilitate the circulation of visitors. It is a beautiful specimen of a Roman convent. The first hall is painted with ancient frescoes representing scenes in the life of the saint. Here, on a table, is the large bowl in which Francesca prepared ointment for the poor. Other relics are her veil, shoes, and passing a number of open cloisters, cheerful with flowers and orange trees. We reach the chapel, where sermons or rather lectures are delivered at the anniversary upon the story of Francesca's life, and where her embalmed body may be seen beneath the altar. A staircase seldom seen, but especially used by Francesca, is only ascended by the nuns upon their knees. It leads to her cell and a small chapel, black with age, and preserved as when she used them. The picturesque dress of the oblate sisters, who are everywhere visible, adds to the interest of the scene. It is no gloomy abode, the convent of the Tor di Specchi, even in the eyes of those who cannot understand the happiness of a nun. It is such a place as one loves to see children in, where religion is combined with everything that pleases the eye and recreates the mind. The beautiful chapel, the garden with its magnificent orange trees, the open galleries with their fanciful decorations and scenic recesses, where a holy picture or figure takes you by surprise and meets you at every turn. The light, airy rooms, where religious prints and ornaments, with flowers, birds, and ingenious toys, testify that innocent enjoyments are encouraged and smiled upon. While from every window may be caught a glimpse of the eternal city, a spire, a ruined wall, something that speaks of Rome and its thousand charms. It was on the 21st of March, the festival of Saint Benedict, that Francesca herself entered the convent, not as the foundress, but as a humble suppliant for admission. At the foot of the stairs, having taken off her customary black gown, her veil, and her shoes, and placed a cord around her neck, she knelt down, kissed the ground, and, shedding an abundance of tears, made her general confession aloud in the presence of all the oblates. She described herself as a miserable sinner, a grievous offender against God, and asked permission to dwell amongst them as the meanest of their servants, and to learn from them to amend her life and enter upon a holier course. The spiritual daughters of Francesca hastened to raise and embrace her, and clothing her with their habit, they led the way to the chapel, where they all returned thanks to God. While she remained there in prayer, Agnese de Lellis, the superioress, assembled the sisters in the chapter room and declared to them that now their true mother and foundress had come amongst them, it would be absurd for her to remain in her present office, that Francesca was their guide, their head, and that into her hands she should instantly resign her authority. They all applauded her decision, and gathering around the saint, announced to her their wishes. As was to be expected, Francesca strenuously refused to accede to this proposal and pleaded her inability for the duties of a superioress. The oblates had recourse to Don Giovanni, the confessor of Francesca, who began by entreating and finally commanded her acceptance of the charge. His order she never resisted, and accordingly, on the 25th of March, she was duly elected to that office. Lady Georgina Fullerton's Life of Francesca Romana. Francesca Romana is represented in the dress of a Benedictine nun, a black robe and a white hood or veil, and her proper attribute is an angel who holds in his hand the book of the office of the Virgin, open at the words, Tenusti manum dexteram meme, et involuntate tua didixisti me, et cum gloria succipisti me, P.S. LXCI 23:24, which attribute is derived from an incident thus narrated in the acts of her canonization. Though unwearied in her devotions, yet if, during her prayers, she was called away by her husband on any domestic duty, she would close her book, saying that a wife and a mother, when called upon, must quit her God at the altar and find him in her household affairs. Now it happened once that, in reciting the office of Our Lady, she was called away 4 times just as she was beginning the same verse, and, returning the 5th time, she found that verse written upon the page in letters of golden light by the hand of her guardian angel. Jameson's Sacred Art, p. 151. Almost opposite the convent is the Via del Monte Tarpio, a narrow alley leading up to the foot of the Tarpeian Rock, beneath the Palazzo Caffarelli, and one of the points at which the rock is best seen. This spot is believed to have been the site of the house of Spurius Maelius, who tried to ingratiate himself with the people by buying up corn and distributing it in a year of scarcity, BC 440, but who was in consequence put to death by the patricians. His house was razed to the ground, and its site, being always kept vacant, went by the name of Equimalium. Chapter 6. The Palatine. The story of the Hilordi Farnesianida, via Novaroma, quadrata the houses of the early King's Temple of Jupiter Stator Palace, of Augustus Palace, of Vespasian Crypto Porticus Temple, of Jupiter Victor the Lupercal, and the hut of Faustulus Palace, of Tiberius Palace, of Caligula Clivis Victoriae Ruins, of the Kingly Period Altar, of the Genius Loci House, of Hortensia Septizonium, of Severus Palace of Domitian. The Palatine formed a trapezium of solid rock, two sides of which were about 300 yards in length, the others about 400. The area of its summit, to compare it with a familiar object, was nearly equal to the space between Pall Mall and Piccadilly in London. The history of the Palatine is the history of the city of Rome. Here was the Roma Quadrata, the Oppidum, or fortress of the Pelasgi, of which the only remaining trace is the name Roma, signifying force. This is the fortress where the shepherd king Evander is represented by Virgil as welcoming Aeneas. The Pelasgic fortress was enclosed by Romulus within the limits of this new city, which, after the Etruscan fashion, he traced round the foot of the hill with a plough drawn by a bull and a heifer, the furrow being carefully made to fall inwards, and the heifer yoked to the near side, to signify that strength and courage were required without, obedience and fertility within the city. The locality thus enclosed was reserved for the temples of the gods and the residence of the ruling class, the class of patricians or burghers, as Niebuhr has taught us to entitle them, which predominated over the dependent commons, and only suffered them to crouch for security under the walls of Romulus. The Palatine was never occupied by the plebs. In the last age of the Republic, long after the removal of this partition, or of the civil distinction between the great classes of the state, here was still the chosen site of the mansions of the highest nobility. In the time of the early kings, the city of Rome was represented by the Palatine only. It was at first divided into two parts, one inhabited and the other called Velia, and left for the grazing of cattle. It had two gates, the Porta Romana to the north, and the Porta Mugoniaso called from the lowing of the cattle to the south, on the side of the Velia. Augustus was born on the Palatine, and dwelt there in common with other patrician citizens in his youth. After he became emperor, he still lived there, but simply, and in the house of Hortensius, till, on its destruction by fire, the people of Rome insisted upon building him a palace more worthy of their ruler. This building was the foundation stone of the Palace of the Caesars, which in time overran the whole hill, and, under Nero, two of the neighboring hills besides, and whose ruins are daily being disinterred and recognized, though much confusion still remains regarding their respective sites. In AD 663, part of the palace remained sufficiently perfect to be inhabited by the Emperor Constans, and its plan is believed to have been entire for a century after, but it never really recovered its sack by Genseric in AD 455, in which it was completely gutted, even of the commonest furniture. And as years passed on, it became embedded in the soil, which has so marvelously enshrouded all the ancient buildings of Rome, so that till within the last 10 years, only a few broken, nameless walls were visible above ground. Cypress and ivy, weed and wallflower grown matted and massed together, hillocks heaped on what were chambers, arch-crushed, columns strewn in fragments, choked-up vaults and frescoes steeped in subterranean damps, where the owl peeped, deeming at midnight temples, baths, or halls, pronounce who can. For all that learning reaped from her research has been that these are walls, behold the imperial mount. 'Tis thus the mighty falls. Byron, Childe Harold. How different is this description to that of Claudian de Sexto Consulat, Honore. The Palatine, proud Rome's imperial seat, an awful pile, stands venerably great. Thither the kingdoms and the nations come, in supplicating crowds to learn their doom, to Delphi lest th, inquiring worlds repair, nor does a greater god inhabit there. This sure the pompous mansion was designed to please the mighty rulers of mankind. Inferior temples rise on either hand, and on the borders of the palace stand, while o'er the rest her head she proudly rears, and lodged amidst her guardian gods appears. Addison's translation. After the middle of the 16th century, a great part of the Palatine became the property of the Farnese family, latterly represented by the Neapolitan Bourbons, who sold the Ordi Farnesiani, in 1861, to the Emperor Napoleon Roman III, for £10,000. Up to that time, This part of the Palatine was a vast kitchen garden, broken here and there by picturesque groups of ilex trees and fragments of moldering wall. In one corner was a casino of the Farnese, still standing, adorned in fresco by some of the pupils of Raphael. This and all the later buildings in the Ordi are marked with the Farnese fleur-de-lis, and on the principal staircase of the garden is some really grand distemper ornament of their time. Since 1861, extensive excavations have been carried on here under the superintendence of Signor Rosa, which have resulted in the discovery of the palaces of some of the earlier emperors and the substructions of several temples. After the Revolution of 1870, the French portion of the Palatine was sold by the ex-emperor Napoleon to the Roman municipal government. In visiting the Palace of the Caesars, it will naturally be asked how it is known that the different buildings are what they are described to be. In a great measure, this has been ascertained from the descriptions of Tacitus and other historians, but the greatest assistance of all has been obtained from the Tristra of Ovid, who, while in exile, consoles himself by recalling the different buildings of his native city, which he mentions in describing the route taken by his book, which he had persuaded a friend to convey to the imperial library. He supposes the book to enter the Palatine by the Clivus Victoriae behind the Temple of Vesta, and follows its course, remarking the different objects it passed on the right or the left. If we enter the palace by the Farnese gateway, on the right of the Campo Vaccino, opposite SS Cosmo e Damiano, we had better only ascend the first division of the staircase and then turn to the left. Passing along the lower ridge of the Palatine, afterwards occupied by many of the great patrician houses, whose sites we shall return to and examine in detail, we reach that corner of the garden which is nearest to the Arch of Titus. Here a paved road of large blocks of lava has lately been laid bare, and is identified beyond a doubt as part of the Via Nova, which led from the Porta Mugonia of the Palatine along the base of the hill to the Velabrum. In the reign of Augustus, it appears to have been made to communicate also with the Forum. Qua nova Romano nunc, viajuncta foro est. Ovid Fast, Roman 6, 396. At this point the road was called Summa Via Nova. Near this spot must have been the site of the house where Octavius lived with his wife Afra, the niece of Julius Caesar, daughter of his eldest sister Julia, and where their son, Octavius, afterwards the Emperor Augustus, was born. This house afterwards passed into the possession of C. Laetorius, a patrician, but after the death of Augustus, part of it was turned into a chapel and consecrated to him. It was situated at the top of a staircase supra scalas annularias, which probably led to the Forum, and is spoken of as ad capita bubula, perhaps from bulls' heads, with which it may have been decorated. Here we find ourselves, owing to the excavations, in a deep hollow between the two divisions of the hill. On the left is the Velia, upon which, near the Porta Mugonia, the Sabine king Ancus Martius had his palace. When Ancus died, he was succeeded by an Etruscan stranger, Lucius Tarquinius, who took the name of Tarquinius Priscus. This king also lived upon the Velia, with Tanaquil his queen, and here he was murdered in a popular rising, caused by the sons of his predecessor. Here his brave wife Tanaquil closed the doors, concealed the death of the king, harangued the people from the windows, and so gained time till Servius Tullius was prepared to take the dead king's place and avenge his murder. Keeping to the valley, on our right are now some huge blocks of tufa, of great interest as part of the ancient Roma quadrata, anterior to Romulus. Beyond this, also on the right, are foundations of the temple of Jupiter Stator, built by Romulus, who vowed that he would found a temple to Jupiter under that name, if he would arrest the flight of his Roman followers in their conflict with the superior forces of the Sabines. In Depetens dextrum, porta est, 8, ista pallati, hic stator, hoc primum candida Roma loco est. Ovid Trist Roman 3, Li. Tempus idem stator edis habet, quam Romulus allum anti-Palatini condidit ora jugi. Ovid Fast Roman 6, 793. The Temple of Jupiter Stator has an especial interest from its connection with the story of Cicero and Catiline. Cicéron rassemble la scène dans le temple de Jupiter Stator. Le choix du lieu s'explique facilement. Si temple était prise de la principale entrée du Palatin sur la Velia, dominant, en cas de mute, le forum, Quae Cicerin et les principaux senators habitants du Palatin, en avient, pas traverser comme est-il out fallusi render à la curie. De lors Jupiter stater, qui avait arerte les sabines à la porte de Romulus, arreterate cs nouveau enemis qui vouliant saruine. La Cicerin prononce la première Catilinaire. Si discours dut erder en grande partie improvisé, car les événements aussi improvisient. Cicerin ni savate si Catilina osrate si praecenter devant la scénette, en la voyant entra, il concut son famu exord. Jusqu'à quand, Catilina, abuserus tu de noter patience. Malgré la garde volontaire de chevaliers qui avaient accompagné, Cicerin et qui s'y tenait à la porte du temple, Catilina y entret salua tranquillement à l'assemblée, nul ni lui rendit son salut, à son approche en esse carta et les places resturent vides adour de lui. Il accauda les faudriantes apostrophes de Cicerin, qui après élevoir câble des preuves de son crime, si bornate à lui dire, source de Rome. Va-t-en. Catilina si leva et d'un air modeste pria la scénette de n'y pas croire le consul avant quiun, inquirt out été fate. Roman tu en est pas vraisemblable, adjaudatil, avec une hauteur tout aristocratique, quan patrician, lequel, aussi bien que ses enquêteurs, a rendu quelques services à la République, ni puis exister que par sa ruine, et quan ait besoin d'un étranger d'arpenum pour la sauver. Tant d'orguelet d'impudence révolterent à l'Assemblée, en cria Catilina, tu es un ennemi de la patrie un meurtrier. Il sortit, réunit encore ses amis, leur recommanda de s'y débarrasser de Cicerin, prit avec lui un aigle d'argent qui avait appartenu à une légion de Marius, et a minuit quitta Rome et partit par la voie Aurelia pour aller rejoindre son armée. Ampere, Hist. Rome, Roman 4. Nearly opposite the foundations of Jupiter Stator, on the left, are some remains considered to be those of the Porta Palatae. The valley is now blocked by a vast mass of building which entirely closes it. This is the Palace of Augustus, built in the valley between the Velia and the other eminence of the Palatine, which Rosa, contrary to other opinions, identifies with the Germil. The division of the Palatine thus named was reckoned as one of the 7 hills of ancient Rome. Its name was thought to be derived from Germani, owing to Romulus and Remus being found in its vicinity. The Palace of Augustus was begun soon after the Battle of Actium and gradually increased in size till the whole valley was blocked up by it, and its roofs became level with the hillsides. Part of the ground which it covered had previously been occupied by the Villa of Catiline. Here Suetonius says that Augustus occupied the same bedroom for 40 years. Before the entrance of the palace, it was ordained by the Senate, B.C. 26, that 2 bay trees should be planted, in remembrance of the citizens he had preserved, while an oak wreath was placed above the gate in commemoration of his victories. Singula dum mirror, video fulgentibus armis conspicuos posts, tec digna dio and javis hic dixi domus est. Quod et esse puderm, augurium menti querna corona dabet, cujus ut excepi dominum, non follimer, inquam, et magni rerum est hanc javis esse domum, cur tamen apposita velator janualaro, singit et Augustas arbor apoca fors. Ovid Trist, I-33. State Palatini Loris, predixtac quercustet domus, eternos tres habet una dios. Fast Roman 4, 953. It was before the gate of this palace that Augustus upon one day in every year sate as a beggar, receiving alms from the passers-by, in obedience to a vision that he should thus appease Nemesis. Upon the top of this building of Augustus, Vespasian built his palace in A.D. 70, not only using the walls of the older palace as a support for his own, but filling the chambers of the earlier building entirely up with earth, so that they became a solid, massive foundation. The ruins which we visit are thus for the most part those of the palace of Vespasian, but from one of its halls we can descend into rooms underneath excavated from the palace of Augustus. The 3 projecting rostra, which we now see in front of the palace, are restorations by Signor Rosa. The palace on the Palatine was not the place where the emperors generally lived. They resided at their villas and came into the town to the palace of the Caesars for the transaction of public business. Thus this palace was, as it were, the St. James's of Rome. The fatigue and annoyance of a public arrival every morning, amid the crowd of clients who always waited upon the imperial footsteps, was naturally very great. And to obviate this, the emperors made use of a subterranean passage which ran round the whole building, and by which they were enabled to arrive unobserved, and not to present themselves in public till their appearance upon the rostra in front of the building to receive the morning salutations of their people. If we ascend a winding path to the right, to the garden which now covers the greater part of the hill Germil, we shall find a staircase which descends on the left to join this passage, following which, we will ascend, with the emperor, into his palace. The passage, called Cryptoporticus, is still quite perfect, and retains a great part of its mosaic pavements and much of its inlaid ceilings, from which the gilt mosaic has been picked out, but the pattern is still traceable. The passage was lighted from above. It was by this route that St. Lawrence was led up for trial in the basilica of the palace. Turning to the left, we again emerge upon the upper level. The emperor here reached the palace, but as he did not yet wish to appear in public, he turned to the left by the private passage called fosses, which still remains, running behind the main halls of the building. Here he was received by the different members of the imperial family, much as Napoleon Roman III was received by Princesses Mathilda, Clotilda, and the Murats in a private apartment at the Tuileries before entering the ballroom. Hence, passing across the end of the basilica, the emperor reached the portico in front of the palace, looking down upon the hollow space where were the temple of Jupiter Stator and the other buildings connected with the early history of the Roman state. Here the whole court received him and escorted him to the central rostra, where he had his public reception from the people assembled below, and whence perhaps he addressed to them a few words of morning salutation in return. The attendants meanwhile defiled on either side to the lower terraced elevation, which still remains. This ceremony being gone through, the emperor returned as he came to the basilica for the transaction of business. The name basilica means king's house. It was the ancient law court. It usually had a portico, was oblong in form, and ended in an apse for ornament. The Christians adopted it for their places of worship because it was the largest type of building then known. They also adopted the names of the different parts of the pagan basilica, as the confessional from the confession, the bar of justice at which the criminal was placed, the tribune, from the tribunal of the judge, and see a chapel and sacristy added on either side produced the form of the cross. The basilica here is of great width. A leg of the emperor's chair actually remains in situ upon the tribunal, and part of the richly wrought bar of the confession still exists. This was the bar at which St. Lawrence and many other Christian martyrs were judged. The basilica in the Palace of the Caesars was also the scene of the trial of Valerius Asiaticus in the time of Claudius, see chapter Roman II. When the Empress Messalina, who was seated near the emperor upon the tribunal, was so overcome by the touching eloquence of the innocent man that she was obliged to leave the hall to conceal her emotion, but characteristically whispered as she went out, that the accused must nevertheless on no account be suffered to escape with his life, that she might take possession of his Pincian garden, which was as Naboth's vineyard in her eyes. An account is extant which describes how it was necessary to increase the width of the seat upon the tribunal at this period, in consequence of a change in the fashion of dress among the Roman ladies. This basilica, though perhaps not then itself in existence, will always have peculiar interest as showing the form and character of that earlier basilica in the Palace of the Caesars, in which St. Paul was tried before Nero. But it is quite possible that it may be the same actual basilica itself, and that the palace of Nero, which overran the whole of the hill, may have had its basilica on this site, where it was preserved by Vespasian in his later and more contracted palace. The appeals from the provinces in civil causes were heard, not by the emperor himself, but by his delegates, who were persons of consular rank. Augustus had appointed one such delegate to hear appeals from each province respectively. But criminal appeals appear generally to have been heard by the emperor in person, assisted by his council of assessors. Tiberius and Claudius had usually sat for this purpose in the forum, but Nero, after the example of Augustus, heard these causes in the imperial palace, whose ruins still crown the Palatine. Here, at one end of a splendid hall, lined with the precious marbles of Egypt and of Libya, we must imagine Caesar seated in the midst of his assessors. These counselors, 20 in number, were men of the highest rank and greatest influence. Among them were the 2 consuls and selected representatives of each of the other great magistracies of Rome. The remainder consisted of senators chosen by lot. Over this distinguished bench of judges presided the representatives of the most powerful monarchy which has ever existed, the absolute ruler of the whole civilized world. Before the tribunal of the blood-stained adulterer Nero, Paul was brought in fetters, under the custody of his military guard. The prosecutors and their witnesses were called forward to support their accusation. For although the subject matter for decision was contained in the written depositions forwarded from Judea by Festus, yet the Roman law required the personal presence of the accusers and the witnesses whenever it could be obtained. We already know the charges brought against the apostle. He was accused of disturbing the Jews in the exercise of their worship, which was secured to them by law, of desecrating their temple, and above all, of violating the public peace of the empire by perpetual agitation as the ringleader of a new and factious sect. This charge was the most serious in the view of a Roman statesman, for the crime alleged amounted to majestas or treason against the commonwealth and was punishable with death. These accusations were supported by the emissaries of the Sanhedrim and probably by the testimony of witnesses from Judea, Ephesus, Corinth, and the other scenes of Paul's activity. When the parties on both sides had been heard and the witnesses all examined, the judgment of the court was taken. Each of the assessors gave his opinion in writing to the emperor, who never discussed the judgment with his assessors, as had been the practice of better emperors, but after reading their opinion, gave sentence according to his own pleasure, without reference to the judgment of the majority. On this occasion, it might have been expected that he would have pronounced the condemnation of the accused, for the influence of Poppaea had now reached its culminating point, and she was a Jewish proselyte. We can scarcely doubt that the emissaries from Palestine would have demanded her aid for the destruction of a traitor to the Jewish faith, nor would any scruples have prevented her listening to their request, backed as it probably was, according to Roman usage, by a bribe. However this may be, the trial resulted in the acquittal of St. Paul. He was pronounced guiltless of the charges brought against him, his fetters were struck off, and he was liberated from his long captivity. Caniber and Hausen. Beyond the basilica is the tablinum, the great hall of the palace, which served as a kind of commemorative domestic museum, where family statues and pictures were preserved. This vast room was lighted from above, on the plan which may still be seen at Sta. Maria degli Angeli, which was in fact a great hall of a Roman house. The roof of this hall was one vast arch, unsupported except by the side walls. We have record of a period when these walls were supposed insufficient for the great weight, and had to be strengthened, in interesting confirmation of which we can still see how the second wall was added and united to the first. Appropriately opening from the family picture gallery of the tablinum was the Lirarium, a private chapel for the worship of such members of the family Livia and many others as were deified after death. An altar, on the original site, has been erected here by Signor Rosa, from bits which have been found. Hitherto the chambers which we have visited were open to the public. Beyond this, none but his immediate family and attendants could follow the emperor. We now enter the peristyle, a courtyard which was open to the sky, but surrounded with arcades ornamented with statues, where we may imagine that the empresses amused themselves with their birds and flowers. Hence, by a narrow staircase, we can descend into what is perhaps the most interesting portion of the whole, the one unearthed fragment of the actual palace of Augustus, which still retains remains of gilding and fresco and an artistic group in stucco. An original window remains, and it will be recollected on looking at it, that when this was built it was not subterranean, but merely in the hollow of the valley, afterwards filled up. In these actual rooms may have lived Livia, who in turn inhabited 3 houses on the Palatine, first that of her first husband Nero Drusus, whom Augustus compelled her to divorce, then the imperial house of Augustus, and lastly that of Tiberius, the son by her first husband, whom she was the means of raising to the throne. We now reach the triclinium or dining room, surrounded by a skirting of pavonazzetto with a cornice of giallo. Tacitus describes a scene in the imperial triclinium in which the Emperor Tiberius is represented as reclining at dinner, having on one side his aged mother, the Empress Livia, and on the other his niece Agrippina, widow of Germanicus and granddaughter of the great Augustus. It was while the imperial family were seated at a banquet in the triclinium, in the time of Nero, that his young step-brother Britannicus, son of Claudius and Messalina, swallowed the cup of poison, which the emperor had caused Locusta to prepare and sank back dead upon his couch. His wretched sisters Antonia and Octavia, also seated at the ghastly feast, not daring to give expression to their grief and horror, and Nero merely desiring the attendants to carry the boy out, and saying that it was a fit to which he was subject. Here it was that Marcia the concubine presented the cup of drugged wine to the wicked Commodus, on his return from a wild beast hunt, and produced the heavy slumber during which he was strangled by the wrestler Narcissus. In this very room also his successor Pertinax, who had spent his short reign of 3 months in trying to reform the state, resuscitate the finances, and to heal as far as possible the wounds inflicted by the hand of tyranny, received the news that the guard, impatient of unwanted discipline, had risen against him, and going forth to meet his assassins, fell, covered with wounds, just in front of the palace. Vitruvius says that every well-arranged Roman house has a dining room opening into a nymphaeum, and accordingly here, on the right, is a nymphaeum, with a beautiful fountain surrounded by miniature niches, once filled with bronzes and statues. Water was conveyed hither by the Neronian aqueduct. The pavement of this room was of oriental alabaster, of which fragments remain. Beyond the triclinium is a disgusting memorial of Roman imperial life. In the vomitorium, with its basin, whither the feasters retired to tickle their throats with feathers, and come back with renewed appetite to the banquet. We now reach the portico, which closed the principal apartments of the palace on the southwest. Some of its Corinthian pillars have been re-erected on the sites where they were found. From hence, we can look down upon some grand walls of Republican times, formed of huge tufa blocks. Passing a space of ground called, without much authority, Bibliotheca, we reach a small theater on the edge of the hill, interesting as described by Pliny, and because the Emperor Vespasian, who is known to have been especially fond of reciting his own compositions, probably did so here. Hence, we may look down upon the valley between the Palatine and Aventine, where the rape of the Sabines took place, and upon the site of the Circus Maximus. From hence, we may imagine that the later emperors surveyed the hunts and games in that circus, when they did not care to descend into the amphitheater itself. Beyond this, on the right, is partially restored the grand staircase leading to the platform once occupied by the temple of Jupiter Victor, vowed by Fabius Maximus during the Samnite War, in the assurance that he would gain the victory. On the steps is a sacrificial altar, which retains its grooves for the blood of the victims, with an inscription stating that it was erected by Cneius Domitius C. Calvinus, Pontifex, who was a general under Julius Caesar and consul BC 53 and B.C. 40. Now, for some distance, there are no remains, because this space was always kept clear. For here, constantly renewed, stood the hut of Faustulus and the sacred fig tree. The old Roman legend ran as follows. Procas, king of Alba, left 2 sons. Numitor, the elder, being weak and spiritless, suffered Amulius to wrest the government from him and reduce him to his father's private estates. In the enjoyment of these he lived rich, and, as he desired nothing more, secure. But the usurper dreaded the claims that might be set up by heirs of a different character. He had Numitor's son murdered and appointed his daughter, Silvia, one of the Vestal virgins. Amulius had no children, or at least only one daughter, so that the race of Anchises and Aphrodite seemed on the point of expiring, when the love of a god prolonged it, in spite of the ordinances of man, and gave it a luster worthy of its origin. Silvia had gone into the sacred grove, to draw water from the spring for the service of the temple. The sun quenched its rays, the sight of a wolf made her fly into a cave. There Mars overpowered the timid virgin, and then consoled her with the promise of noble children, as Poseidon consoled Tyro, the daughter of Salmoneus. But he did not protect her from the tyrant, nor could the protestations of her innocence save her. Vesta herself seemed to demand the condemnation of the unfortunate priestess, for at the moment when she was delivered of twins, the image of the goddess hid its eyes, her altar trembled, and her fire died away. Amulius ordered that the mother and her babes should be drowned in the river. In the Anio, Silvia exchanged her earthly life for that of a goddess. The river carried the bowl or cradle, in which the children were lying, into the Tiber, which had overflowed its banks far and wide, even to the foot of the woody hills. At the root of a wild fig tree, the Ficus ruminalis, which was preserved and held sacred for many centuries, at the foot of the Palatine, the cradle overturned. A she-wolf came to drink of the stream. She heard the whimpering of the children, carried them into her den hard by, made a bed for them, licked and suckled them. When they wanted other food than milk, a woodpecker, the bird sacred to Mars, brought it to them. Other birds consecrated to auguries hovered over them to drive away insects. This marvelous spectacle was seen by Faustulus, the shepherd of the royal flocks. The she-wolf drew back and gave up the children to human nature. Acca Laurentia, his wife, became their foster mother. They grew up along with her 12 sons on the Palatine Hill, in straw huts which they built for themselves. That of Romulus was preserved by continual repairs as a sacred relic down to the time of Nero. They were the stoutest of the shepherd lads, fought bravely against wild beasts and robbers, maintaining their right against every one by their might, and turning might into right. Their booty they shared with their comrades. The followers of Romulus were called Quinctilae, those of Remus Fabii. The seeds of discord were soon sown amongst them. Their wantonness engaged them in disputes with the shepherds of the wealthy Numitor, who fed their flocks on Mount Aventine. So that here, as in the story of Evander and Cacus, we find the quarrel between the Palatine and the Aventine in the tales of the remotest times. Remus was taken by the stratagem of these shepherds and dragged to Alba as a robber. A secret foreboding, the remembrance of his grandsons, awakened by the story of the two brothers, kept Numitor from pronouncing a hasty sentence. The culprit's foster father hastened with Romulus to the city and told the old man and the youths of their kindred. They resolved to avenge their own wrong and that of their house. With their faithful comrades, whom the dangers of Remus had brought to the city, they slew the king, and the people of Alba again became subject to Numitor. But love for the home which fate had assigned them drew the youths back to the banks of the Tiber, to found a city there, and the shepherds, their old companions, were their first citizens. This is the old tale, as it was written by Fabius and sung in ancient lays down to the time of Dionysius. Niebuhr's Hist. Of Rome. In the cliff of the Palatine, below the fig tree, was shown for many centuries the cavern Lupercal, sacred from the earliest times to the pelasgic god Pan. Hinc lucum ingentem, quem Romulus acer asylum richelit, et gelida monstrat sub rup Lupercal, parasio dictum panos de monti Lyci. Virgil in, Roman 8, 342. La Louve, Nurus de Romulus, apputerter ete imaginae en racen des rapports mythologiques qui existant intra la loup et pandefensor des troupeaux. Si quil via de suer, sequeles ferts lupercales garderant la character, dudian elhenor duquel els aviant ete primitivement instades, et el empreint d'une origin palasgique. Cs ferts au temps de Ciceron aviant encore, un character pastoral en mémoire de el Arcadi, duan les croyate venues. Les lupercs qui representant les satyrs, compagnons de Pan, faciant la tour de l'antique sager des Pélasges sur le Palatine. Cs homs nous alliant frappant avec les lanières de peau de bouc, el animal lascif par excellence, les femmes pour les render féconds, des ferts analogues si célébrant en Arcadie sous le nom de Lucaia, les ferts des loops, dont le mot lupercales est une traduction. Ampere, Hist. Rome, I 143. In the hut of Romulus were preserved several objects venerated as relics of him. On conservate le baton augural avec lequel Romulus avait dessiné sur le ciel, suivant le rite Etrusque. L'espace où s'était manifesté le grand auspice des douze vauders dans l'escals, Rome crut voir la promesse des douze cycles, quen effet le destin devait lui accorder. Tous les augurs si servirent par la suite de si baton sacré, qui fut trouvé intact après l'incendie du monument, dans lequel il était conservé. Miracle païen dont l'équivalent pourrait s'y rencontre, dans plus d'une légende de la Rome création. On montrait le cornouiller né du bois de la lance qua Romulus, avec la vigueur surhumaine d'un demi-dia, avait jeté de l'Aventin sur le Palatine, où elle s'était enfoncée dans la terre et avait produit un grand arbre. On montrait sur le Palatine le berceau et la cabine de Romulus. Plutarch avusi berceau, le santo precepio des anciens Romains, qui était attaché avec des liens daring, et sur lequel on avait tressé des caractères mystérieux. La cabine était un seul idigen planches et couvert de roseaux, que elle reconstruisait piusement chaque fois qu'on incendie la détruisait, car elle brûla diverses reprises, si que la nature des matériaux dont elle était forme fait croire facilement. J'ai vu dans les environs de Rome un cabaret rustique dont la toiture était exactement pareille à celle de la cabine de Romulus. Ampere, Hist. Rome, I-342. Turning along the terrace, which overhangs the velabrum, we reach the ruins of the palace of Tiberius, in which he resided during the earlier part of his reign, when he was under the influence of his aged and imperious mother Livia. Here he had to mourn for Drusus, his only son, who fell a victim, AD 23, to poison administered to him by his wife Livilla and her lover, the favorite Sejanus. Here also, in AD 29, died Livia, widow of Augustus, at the age of 86. A memorable example of successful artifice, having attained in succession, by craft if not by crime, every object she could desire in the career of female ambition. The row of arches remaining are those of the soldiers' quarters. In the fourth arch is a curious graphite of a ship. In another, the three pavements in use at different times may be seen in situ, one above another. On the terrace above these arches has recently been discovered a large piscina, or fish pond, and the painted chambers of a building, which is supposed to have been the house of Drusus, elder brother of Tiberius and Antonia. Several of the rooms in this building are richly decorated in fresco. One has a picture of a street with figures of females going to a sacrifice, and of ladies at their toilette, another of Mercury, Io, and Argus, and a third of Galatea and Polyphemus. From the names of the characters in these pictures represented being affixed to them in Greek, we may naturally conclude that they are the work of Greek artists. The northeastern corner of the area is entirely occupied by the vast ruins of the Palace of Caligula, built against the side of the hill above the Clivus Victorio, which still remains, and consisting of ranges of small rooms, communicating with open galleries, edged by marble balustrades, of which a portion exists. In these rooms, the half-mad Caius Caligula rushed about, sometimes dressed as a charioteer, sometimes as a warrior, and delighted in astonishing his courtiers by his extraordinary pranks, or shocking them by trying to enforce a belief in his own divinity. Sedan si pale que, tormente par l'insomnie et par l'agitation de son âme furieuse, il passera une partie de la nuit sous d'immenses portiques, attendant et appellant le jour. C'est là aussi qu'il aura l'incroyable idée de placer un dieu infâme. Caligula si fit bâtir sur le palatin du temples. Il avait d'abord voulu avoir une demeure sur le mont Capitolin, mais, ayant réfléchi que Jupiter avait précédé au Capitole, il en prit de l'humeur et retourna sur le palatin. Dans les folies de Caligula en voici manifester, cette pensée. J'y suis dia. Pensée qui en était peut-être pas très extraordinaire chez un jeune homme de 25 ans devenu tout à coup maître du monde. Il paraît en effet croire à sa divinité, prenant le nom et les attributs de divers dia, et changeant de nature divine en changeant de perruque. Non content de s'élever un temple à lui-même, Caligula inventa erder son propre praetor et es adorer. Le despotisme oriental avait connu cette adoration étrange de soi. Sur les monuments de l'Égypte on voit Ramses Roy présenter son offrande à Ramses dia, mais Caligula fit si que en avait fait aucun ferion. Il si donna pour collègue, dans si culte de sa propre personne, son cheval, quil ni nama pas, mais quil songe un moment de nommer consul. Ampere Emp Roman II, 8. Here, one day at a public banquet, when the consuls were reclining by his side, Caligula burst suddenly into a fit of laughter, and when they courteously inquired the cause of his mirth, astounded them by coolly replying that he was thinking how by one word he could cause both their heads to roll on the floor. He amused himself with similar banter even with his wife Caesonia, for whom he seems to have had a stronger feeling than for any of his former consorts. While fondling her neck, he is reported to have said, "Fair as it is, how easily I could sever it." Marival, ch. 48. After the murder of Caligula, Jan. 24, 794, by the tribune Chaerea, in the vaulted passage which led from the palace to the theatre, a singular chance which occurred in this part of the palace led to the elevation of Claudius to the throne. In the confusion which ensued upon the death of Caius, several of the Praetorian guards had flung themselves furiously into the palace and began to plunder its glittering chambers. None dared to offer them any opposition. The slaves or freedmen fled and concealed themselves. One of the inmates, half hidden behind a curtain in an obscure corner, was dragged forth with brutal violence. And great was the intruders' surprise when they recognized him as Claudius, the long-despised and neglected uncle of the murdered emperor. He sank at their feet almost senseless with terror. But the soldiers in their wildest mood still respected the blood of the Caesars, and instead of slaying or maltreating the suppliant, the brother of Germanicus, they hailed him, more in jest perhaps than earnest, with the title of imperator and carried him off to their camp. Marival, ch. Roman 49. In this same palace, Claudius was feasting when he was told that his hitherto idolized wife Messalina was dead. Without being told whether she died by her own hand or another's and asked no questions, merely desiring a servant to pour him out some more wine, and went on eating his supper. Here also Claudius, who so dearly loved eating, devoured his last and fatal supper of poisoned mushrooms, which his next loving wife and niece, Agrippina, prepared for him, to make way for her son Nero upon the throne. The Clivus Victoriae commemorates by its name the Temple of Victory, said to have been founded by the Sabine Aborigines before the time of Romulus, and to be the earliest temple at Rome of which there is any mention except that of Saturnus. This temple was rebuilt by the consul L. Postumius. Chief of a group of small temples, the famous Temple of Cybele, Mother of the Gods, stood at this corner of the Palatine. 13 years before it was built, the sacred stone, the form under which the Idaean mother was worshipped, had been brought from Pessinus in Phrygia, because, according to the Sibylline books, frequent showers of stones which had occurred could only be expiated by its being transported to Rome. It was given up to the Romans by their ally Attalus, king of Pergamus, and P. Cornelius Scipio. The young brother of Africanus, accounted the worthiest and most virtuous of the Romans, was sent to receive it. As the vessel bearing the holy stone came up the Tiber, it grounded at the foot of the Aventine, when the aruspices declared that only chaste hands would be able to move it. Then the Vestal Claudia drew the vessel up the river by a rope. Ainsi Saint Bridget, Saidois mort a Rome, pruva sa purite and touchant le bois de l'autel, qui reverdit saudain. Un statufut irrigea Claudia, dans le vestibule du temple de Cybele. Bien quellaut ete, desate on, sur le pargne dans du incendis du temple, nous en avons plus set statue, mais nous avons au capitole un bas relief ou l'événement miraculeux est représente. C'est un autel dédié par une affranchie de la gens Claudia. Il a été trouvé au pied de l'événement, prise du Luquan désignate comme celui où avait été opéré le miracle. Ampere, Hist. Rom, Roman 3, 142. In her temple, which was round and surmounted by a cupola, Cybele was represented by a statue with its face to the east. The building was adorned with a painting of Corybantes, and plays were acted in front of it. Quam edidisunt tectiliae, et Cybele's pictostat Corybante domus. Martial Ep. I-71-9. This temple, after its second destruction by fire, was entirely rebuilt by Augustus in AD 2. Cybele est certainement la grandisse, la grande mère, c'est-à-dire la personnification de la fécondité et de la vie universelle. Bizarre idol qui présente le spectacle hydux de mamelles disposées, par pairs la langue d'un corps comme enveloppé dans une gaine, et du sortant des taro, et des abeilles images des forces créatrices, et des puissances ordinatrices de la nature. On honorate set dis de lac par des orgies furieuses, par un mélange de débauche effrénée et de rites cruels, ses prédateurs efféminés dansient, au son des flutes lydians et de ses crotals. Veritables castagnets, semblables à celles que fate racener aujourd'hui la paysanne romaine, en dansant la faugue saltarelle. On voit au musée du Capitole l'effigie bas-relief d'un archigale, d'un chef de ces prédateurs insensés, et prise de lui les attributs de la dissociatique, les flutes, les crotals et la mystérieuse corbel. Cet archigale avec son air de femme, sa robe qui conviendrait à une femme, nous retrace à l'espèce de démence religieuse à laquelle est associant les délires pervers de Heliogabale. Ampere, Emp. Roman 2, 310. We have the authority of Martial that in the immediate neighborhood of the temple of Cybele stood the temple of Apollo, though Signor Rosa places it on the other side of the hill in the gardens of S. Buenaventura. Its remains have yet to be discovered. Nothing could exceed the magnificence of this temple, according to the accounts of ancient authors. Propertius, who was present at its dedication, has devoted a short elegy to the description of it, and Ovid describes it as a splendid structure of white marble. Tum medium claro surgibat marmor templum, et patria phobo carius ortiga. oro solis erat supra fastigia curris, et valvi libici nobal dentis opus. Altera dejectos parnassi verdis gallos, altera moerebet funera tantalidos, deigned inter matrum deus ips, interque sororum Pythius in longa carmina vest sonnet. Propertius Roman 2, L 31. Inde timor peri, gradibus sublimia celsus ducer, ad intansi candida templa Dei. Ovid Trist Roman 3, L 1. From the epithet aurea porticus, it seems probable that the cornice of the portico which surrounded it was gilt. The columns were of African marble, or giallo antico, and must have been 52 in number, as between them were the statues of the 50 Danaids, and that of their father, brandishing a naked sword. Queris curvinium tibi tardier? Aurea phobi porticus a magno caesar aperta fuit, toda erat in specim ponis digesta columnis, inter quas Danae fomina turbicinis. Propert Roman 2, L 31. Signa peregrinis, ubi sunt alterna columnis belides, et stricto barbarus and sepater. Ovid Trist Roman 3, 161. Here also was a statue of Apollo sounding the lyre, apparently a likeness of Augustus, whose beauty when a youth, to judge from his bust in the Vatican, might well entitle him to counterfeit the god. Around the altar were the images of 4 oxen, the work of Myron, so beautifully sculptured that they seemed alive. In the middle of the portico rose the temple, apparently of white marble. Over the pediment was the chariot of the sun. The gates were of ivory, one of them sculptured with the story of the giants hurled down from the heights of Parnassus, the other representing the destruction of the Neobids. Inside the temple was the statue of Apollo in a tunica talaris, or long garment, between his mother Latona and his sister Diana, the work of Scopas, Cephisodorus, and Timotheus. Under the base of Apollo's statue, Augustus caused to be buried the Sibylline books which he had selected and placed in gilt chests. Attached to the temple was a library called Bibliotheca Graeca et Latina, apparently, however, only one structure, containing the literature of both tongues. Only the choicest works were admitted to the honor of a place in it, as we may infer from Horace. Tanger vitet scripta, palatinus quicunc recepit Apollo. Ep. I 316. The library appears to have contained a bronze statue of Apollo, 50 feet high, whence we must conclude that the roof of the hall exceeded that height. In this library, or more probably, perhaps, in an adjoining apartment, poets, orators, and philosophers recited their productions. The listless demeanor of the audience on such occasions seems, from the description of the younger Pliny, to have been, in general, not over-encouraging. Attendance seems to have been considered as a friendly duty. Dyer's City of Rome. The Temple of Apollo was built by Augustus to commemorate the Battle of Actium. He appropriated to it part of the land covered with houses which he had purchased upon the Palatine. Another part he gave to the Vestals, the third he used for his own palace. Phobus habet partum, vestipars altera cessit, quod superist illis tertius ips tenet. Stet domus, eternos tres habet una dios. Ovid Fast, Roman 4, 951. Thus Apollo and Vesta became as it were the household gods of Augustus. Vestac Ciceros inter sacrata Penades, et cum Caesarea tu, Phoebe domestis, Vesta. Ovid Medem, Roman 15, 864. Other temples on the Palatine were that of Juno Suspita. Principio mensis frigui contermina matri suspita, delubris dissiter octa navis. Ovid Fast, Roman 2, 55. Of Minerva. Sext, Palatini cultor facund Minervae, ingenio fruris qui propior Dei. Martial v. Ep. 5. A temple of moonlight mentioned by Varro, Roman 4, 10, and a shrine of Vesta. Vestac Ciceros inter sacrata Penades. Ovid Met. I. From the Torretta del Palatino, which is near the house of Caligula, there is a magnificent view over the 7 hills of Rome, the Palatine Aventine, Capitoline, Celian, Quirinal, Viminal, and Esquiline. From this point also it is very interesting to remember that these were not the heights considered as the 7 hills in the ancient history of Rome, when the sacrifices of the Septimontium were offered upon the Palatine, Velia, and Germil, the 3 divisions of the Palatine of which one can no longer be traced. Upon the Fagutal, Oppius, and Cispius, the secondary heights of the Esquiline, and upon the Subura, which perhaps comprehended the Viminal. Hence also we see the ground we have traversed on the Palatine spread before us like a map. If we descend the staircase in the Palace of Caligula, we may trace as far as the Porta Romana the piers of the Bridge of Caligula, which, half in vanity, half in madness, he threw across the valley, that he might, as he said, the more easily hold intercourse with his friend and comrade Jupiter upon the Capitol. One of the piers which he used for his bridge, beyond the limits of the palace, was formed by the temple of Augustus built by Tiberius. This bridge, with all other works of Caligula, was of very short duration, being destroyed immediately after his death by Claudius. Returning by the Clivus Victoriae, we shall find ourselves again on the eastern slope of the hill from which we started, the site once occupied by so many of the great patrician families. Here, at one time lived Caius Gracchus, who, to gratify the populace, gave up his house on the side of the Palatine and made his home in the gloomy Subura. Here also lived his coadjutor in the consulship, Fulvius Flaccus, who shared his fate, and whose house was razed to the ground by the people after his murder. At this corner of the hill also was the house of Q. Lutatius Catulus, poet and historian, who was consul BC 102, and together with Marius was conqueror of the Cimbri in a great battle near Vercelli. In memory of this, he founded a temple of the Fortuna Augustiae, and decorated the portico of his house with Cimbrian trophies. Varro mentions that his house had also a domed roof. Here also the consul Octavius, murdered on the Janiculum by the partisans of Marius, had a house, which was rebuilt with great magnificence by Aemilius Scaurus, who adorned it with columns of marble 38 feet high. These two last-named houses were bought by the wealthy Clodius, who gave 14,800,000 sesterces, or about 130,000 L. For that of Scaurus, and throwing down the Porticus Catuli, included its site, and the house of E. Scaurus, in his own magnificent dwelling. Clodius was a member of the great house of the Claudii, and was the favored lover of Pompeia, wife of Julius Caesar, by whose connivance, disguised as a female musician, he attempted to be present at the orgies of the Bona Dei, which were celebrated in the house of the Pontifex Maximus close to the Temple of Vesta, and from which men were so carefully excluded that even a male mouse, says Juvenal, dared not show himself there. The position of his own dwelling, and that of the Pontifex, close to the foot of the Clivus Victoriae, afforded every facility for this adventure, but it was discovered by his losing himself in the passages of the Regia. A terrible scandal was the result. Caesar divorced Pompeia, and the Senate referred the matter to the pontifices, who declared that Clodius was guilty of sacrilege. Clodius attempted to prove an alibi, but Cicero's evidence showed that he was with him in Rome only 3 hours before he pretended to have been at Interamna. Bribery and intimidation secured his acquittal by a majority of 31 to 25, but from this time, a deadly enmity ensued between him and Cicero. The house of Clodius naturally leads us to that of Cicero, which was also situated at this corner of the Palatine, whence he could see his clients in the Forum and go to and fro to his duties there. This house had been built for M. Livius Drusus, who, when his architect proposed a plan to prevent its being overlooked, answered, "Rather build it so that all my fellow citizens may behold everything that I do." In his acts Drusus seemed to imitate the Gracchi, but he sought popularity for its own sake, and after being the object of a series of conspiracies was finally murdered in the presence of his mother Cornelia, in his own hall, where the image of his father was sprinkled with his blood. When dying, he turned to those around him and asked, with characteristic arrogance, based perhaps upon conscious honesty of purpose, "When will the Commonwealth have a citizen like me again?" After the death of Drusus, the house was inhabited by L. Licinius Crassus the orator, who lived here in great elegance and luxury. His house was called from its beauty the Venus of the Palatine, and was remarkable for its size, the taste of its furniture, and the beauty of its grounds. It was adorned with pillars of Hymettian marble, with expensive vases, and triclinia inlaid with brass. His gardens were provided with fish ponds, and some noble lotus trees shaded his walks. Ahenobarbus, his colleague in the censorship, found fault with such corruption of manners, estimated his house at 100 million, or, according to Valerius Maximus, 6 million sesterces, and complained of his crying for the loss of a lamprey as if it had been a daughter. It was a tame lamprey which used to come at the call of Crassus and feed out of his hand. Crassus retorted by a public speech against his colleague, and by his great powers of ridicule, turned him into derision, jested upon his name, and to the accusation of weeping for a lamprey, replied that it was more than Ahenobarbus had done for the loss of any of his 3 wives. Cicero purchased the house of Crassus a year or 2 after his consulate for a sum equal to about 30,000 L, and removed thither from the Carinii with his wife Terentia. His house was close to that of Clodius, but a little lower down the hill, which enabled him to threaten to increase the height so as to shut out his neighbor's view of the city. Upon his accession to the tribuneship, Clodius procured the disgrace of Cicero, and after his flight to Greece, obtained a decree of banishment against him. He then pillaged and destroyed his house upon the Palatine, as well as his villas at Tusculum and Formia, and obliged Terentia to take refuge with the Vestals, whose superior was fortunately her sister. But in the following year, a change of consuls and revulsion of the popular favor led to the recall of Cicero, who found part of his house appropriated by Clodius, who had erected a shrine to Libertas, with a statue which was that of a Greek courtesan carried off from the tomb, on the site of the remainder, which he had razed to the ground. Clodius had also destroyed the portico of Catullus. In fact, he appears to have been desirous of appropriating all this side of the Palatine. He wanted to buy the house of the Aedile Seius. Seius having declared that so long as he lived, Clodius should not have it, Clodius caused him to be poisoned, and then bought his house under a feigned name. He was thus enabled to erect a portico 300 feet in length in place of that of Catullus. The latter, however, was afterwards restored at the public expense. Cicero obtained public grants for the restoration of his house and of his Tusculan and Formian villas, but very far from enough to cover the losses he had suffered. The aristocratic part of the Senate appears to have envied and grudged the novus homo to whose abilities they looked for protection. He was advised not to rebuild his house on the Palatine, but to sell the ground. It was not in Cicero's temper to take such a course, but he was hampered ever after with debts. Clodius, who had been defeated but not beaten, still continued his persecutions. He organized a gang of street boys to call out under Cicero's windows, "Bread, bread." His bands interrupted the dramatic performances on the Palatine at the Megalesian Games by rushing upon the stage. On another occasion, Clodius, at the head of his myrmidons, besieged the Senate in the Temple of Concord. He attacked Cicero in the streets to the danger of his life, and when he had begun to rebuild his house, drove away the masons, overthrew what part had been re-erected of Catullus' portico, and cast burning torches into the house of Quintus Cicero, which he had hired next to his brothers on the Palatine, and consumed a great part of it. Dyer's City of Rome, 152. The indemnity which Cicero received from the state in order to rebuild his house on the Palatine amounted to about 16,000 L. The house of Quintus Cicero was rebuilt close to his brothers at the same time by Cyrus, the fashionable architect of the day. Among other noble householders on this part of the Palatine was Mark Antony, whose house was afterwards given by Augustus to Agrippa and Messala, soon after which it was burnt down. A small museum in this part of the garden contains some of the smaller objects which have been found in the excavations and specimens of the different marbles and alabasters. There is nothing of any great importance. The fragments of statues and some busts which have been found, including Flavia Domitilla, wife of Vespasian, and Julia, daughter of Titus, have been sent to Paris, but casts have been left here. We have now made the round of the French division of the Palatine. It has been decided that some remains which exist in the garden of the Villa Mills, now a convent of Visitandi nuns, are those of the house of Hortensius, an orator, who was second only to Cicero in eloquence, and who, in the early part at least of their lives, was his chief opponent. Cicero himself describes the extraordinary gifts of his rival as well as the integrity with which he fulfilled the duties of a quaestor. In the latter portion of his public career, Hortensius was frequently engaged on the same side with Cicero, and then always recognized his superiority by allowing him to speak last. Hortensius died BC 50, to the great grief of his ancient rival. The splendid villas of Hortensius were celebrated. He was accustomed to water his trees with wine at regular intervals, and had huge fish ponds at Bali, into which the saltwater fish came to be fed from his hand, and he became so fond of them that he wept for the death of a favorite Murena. But the house on the Palatine was exceedingly simple and had no decorations but plain columns of Alban stone. This was the chosen residence of Augustus, until, upon its destruction by fire, the citizens insisted upon raising the more sumptuous residence in the hollow of the Palatine by public subscription. The subterranean chambers which have been discovered have some interesting remains of stucco ornament. The villa, which is now turned into a convent, possessed some frescoes painted by Giulio Romano from designs of Raphael, but these have been destroyed or removed in deference to the modesty of the present inhabitants. The neighboring church and garden of S. Sebastiano occupy the site of the gardens of Adonis. See Chapter Roman 4. A large, and by far the most picturesque portion of the Palace of the Caesars, the only part which was not embedded in soil 10 years ago, is now accessible either from the end of the lane of S. Buenaventura or from a gate on the left of the Via dei Finali just before reaching Sta. Anastasia. The excavations in the last-named quarter were begun by the Emperor of Russia, who purchased the site, but afterwards presented it to the city. Behind Sta. Maria Liberatrix, in some farm buildings, are remains which probably belong to the Regia of Julius Caesar. Beyond this, against the escarpment of the Palatine, a part of the walls of Romulus has been discovered, built in large oblong blocks. Here also are fragments of bases of towers of Republican times. Behind S. Teodoro are remains of an early concrete wall, behind which the tufa rock is visible. The wall is only built where the tufa is of a soft character. La system de construction, est la merme que dans les villes de Trury, et dans la murale baidi à Rome par les rois Etrusques. Cependant l'appareil est moins régulier. Les murs d'une petite ville du Latium fondée par un aventurier n'y pouviant erter aussi sugnaise que les murs des villes de l'Étrurie, pays tout autrement civilisés. La petite cité de Romulus, bornée au Palatine, en avait pas l'importance de la Rome des Tarquins, qui couvrait les Hewitt Collins. Du reste, la construction est étrusque et devait l'erter. Romulus en avait dans sa ville, habité par des paters et des bandits, person qui fut capable d'en bâtir l'enceinte. Les Etrusques, grands bâtisseurs, étaient de l'autre côté du fleuve. Quelques-uns même l'avaient probablement passé déjà habitant le mont Celius. Romulus dut s'adresser à eux, et faire cite ouvrage par des architectes et des maçons Etrusques. Si fut aussi selon le rite de l'Étrurie, pays sacerdotal, que Romulus, suivant en cela l'usage établi dans les cités latines, fit concessor l'enceinte de la ville nouvelle. Il agit en cette circonstance comme agit un paysan romain, quand il appelle un prêtre pour bénir l'emplacement de la maison qu'il veut bâtir. Les dates de la cérémonie par laquelle fut inaugurée la première enceinte de Rome nous ont été transmises par Plutarque, et, avec un grand datal par Tacite, qui sans doubt avait sous les livres des pontifes. Nous connaissons avec exactitude le contour que traque la charu sacrée. Nous pouvons le suivre encore aujourd'hui. Romulus atella un taureau blanc et une vache blanche et une charu dont le soche était daring. L'usage de l'aréna précédé à Rome, comme part out, l'usage du fur. Il partit du lieu consacré par l'antique hôtel de Hercule, au-dessous de l'angle occidental du Palatine et de la première Rome des Palestres, et, si dirigent vers la Sudeste, traque sun silin le long de la base de la colline. Ceux qui suivant Romulus, rejectant les mots de terre en dedans du silin, image du valum futur. Si silin était l'ager de Servius Tullius en Pedi. À l'extrémité de la vallée qui sépare le Palatine de l'Aventin, où devait erder le grand cirque, et où est aujourd'hui la rue des Cerches. Il prit à gauche, et, contournant la colline, continua, en cruisant tauger sun silin, à tracer sans le savoir la route que devait suivre un jour les triomphs, puis revint au point d'où il était parti. La charu, l'instrument du labor, le symbole de la vie agricole des enfants de Saturne avait dessiné le contour de la cité guerrière de Romulus. De même, quand on avait détruit une ville, on faisait passer la charu sur le sol qu'elle avait occupé. Par là, si sol devenait sacré, et il n'était pas plus permis de l'habiter qu'il ni l'était de franchir le silin quand crusait à dehors des villes lors de leur fondation, comme elle fit Romulus et comme elle firent taugers depuis les fondateurs d'une colonie, car toute colonie était une Rome. Ampere hist. Rome, I 283. Close under this, the northern side of the walls of Romulus, ran the Via Nova, down which Marcus Caedicius was returning to the city in the gloaming, when, at this spot, between the sacred grove and the temple of Vesta, he heard a supernatural voice, bidding him to warn the Senate of the approach of the Gauls. After the Gauls had invaded Rome and departed again, an altar and sanctuary recorded the miracle on this site. At the corner near Sta Anastasia are remains of a private house of early times built against the cliff. Near this were the steps called the Stairs of Cacus, leading up to the hut of Faustulus. On the other side, the Gradus Pulchri Lidoris, the Capillamdita Alpha Capitauita of Plutarch, led to the river. Here a remarkable altar of Republican times has been discovered and remains in situ. It is inscribed Se Dio se divi saxi sextives, C.T. Calvinus, Tiarda Senati Sententia Restitvit. Some suppose this to be the actual altar mentioned above as erected to the genius loci, in consequence of the mysterious warning of the Gallic invasion. The father of the tribune, C.S. Calvinus, mentioned in the inscription, was consul with C. Cassius Longinus, B.C. 124, and is described by Cicero as an elegant orator of a sickly constitution. Beyond this, a number of chambers have been discovered under the steep bank of the Palatine and retain a quantity of graffiti scratched upon their walls. The most interesting of these, found in the fourth chamber, has been removed to the Museum of the Collegio Romano. It is generally believed to have been executed during the reign of Septimius Severus, and to have been done in an idle moment by one of the soldiers occupying these rooms, supposed to have been used as guard chambers under that emperor. If so, it is perhaps the earliest existing pictorial allusion to the manner of our Savior's death. It is a caricature evidently executed in ridicule of a Christian fellow soldier. The figure on the cross has an ass's head, and by the worshipping figure is inscribed in Greek characters, Alexamenos worships his god. The lowest orders of the populace were as intelligently hostile to it as were the philosophers. Witness that remarkable caricature of the adoration of our crucified Lord, which was discovered some 10 years ago beneath the ruins of the Palatine Palace. It is a rough sketch, traced, in all probability, by the hand of some pagan slave in one of the earliest years of the 3rd century of our era. A human figure with an ass's head is represented as fixed to a cross, while another figure in a tunic stands on one side. This figure is addressing himself to the crucified monster, and is making a gesture which was the customary pagan expression of adoration. Underneath, there runs a rude inscription, Alexamenos adores his god. Here we are face to face with a touching episode of the life of the Roman Church in the days of Severus or of Caracalla. As under Nero, so, a century and a half later, there were worshippers of Christ in the household of Caesar. But the paganism of the later date was more intelligently and bitterly hostile to the Church than the paganism which had shed the blood of the apostles. The Gnostic invective which attributed to the Jews the worship of an ass was applied by pagans indiscriminately to Jews and Christians. Tacitus attributes the custom to a legend respecting services rendered by wild asses to the Israelites in the desert. And so, I suppose, observes Tertullian, it was thence presumed that we, as bordering upon the Jewish religion, were taught to worship such a figure. Such a story, once current, was easily adapted to the purposes of a pagan caricaturist. Whether from ignorance of the forms of Christian worship, or in order to make his parody of it more generally intelligible to its pagan admirers, the draftsman has ascribed to Alexamenos the gestures of a heathen devotee. But the real object of his parody is too plain to be mistaken. Jesus Christ, we may be sure, had other confessors and worshippers in the imperial palace as well as Alexamenos. The moral pressure of the advancing church was felt throughout all ranks of pagan society. Ridicule was invoked to do the work of argument, and the moral persecution which crowned all true Christian devotion was often only the prelude to a sterner test of that loyalty to a crucified Lord, which was as insensible to the misrepresentations as Christian faith was superior to the logic of heathendom. Liddon, Bampton Lectures of 1866, Lect. Roman 7. p. 593. These chambers acquire a great additional interest from the belief, which many entertain, that they are those once occupied by the Praetorian Guard, in which St. Paul was confined. The close of the Epistle to the Ephesians contains a remarkable example of the forcible imagery of St. Paul. Considered simply in itself, the description of the Christian's armor is one of the most striking passages in the sacred volume. But if we view it in connection with the circumstances with which the apostle was surrounded, we find a new and living emphasis in his enumeration of all the parts of the heavenly panoply, the belt of sincerity and truth, with which the loins are girded for the spiritual war, the breastplate of that righteousness, the inseparable links whereof are faith and love, the strong sandals, with which the feet of Christ's soldiers are made ready. Not for such errands of death and despair as those on which the Praetorian soldiers were daily sent, but for the universal message of the gospel of peace, the large shield of confident trust, wherewith the whole man is protected, and whereon the fiery arrows of the wicked one fall harmless and dead, the close-fitting helmet, with which the hope of salvation invests the head of the believer, and, finally, the sword of the Spirit, the word of God, which, when wielded by the great captain of our salvation, turned the tempter in the wilderness to flight, while in the hands of his chosen apostle, with whose memory the sword seems inseparably associated, it became the means of establishing Christianity on the earth. All this imagery becomes doubly forcible if we remember that when St. Paul wrote the words he was chained to a soldier, and in the close neighborhood of military sights and sounds. The appearance of the Praetorian guards was daily familiar to him, as his chains, on the other hand, so he tells us in the succeeding epistle, became well known throughout the whole praetorium. Phil. I. 13. A difference of opinion has existed as to the precise meaning of the word in this passage. Some have identified it, as in the authorized version, with the house of Caesar on the Palatine. More commonly, it has been supposed to mean that permanent camp of the Praetorian guards, which Tiberius established on the north of the city, outside the walls. As regards the former opinion, it is true that the word came to be used, almost as we use the word palace, for royal residences generally, or for any residences of princely splendor. Yet we never find the word employed for the imperial house at Rome, and we believe the truer view to be that which has been recently advocated, namely, that it denotes here, not the palace itself, but the quarters of that part of the imperial guards, which was in immediate attendance upon the emperor. The emperor was praetor or commander-in-chief of the troops, and it was natural that his immediate guard should be in praetorium near him. It might, indeed, be argued that this military establishment on the Palatine would cease to be necessary when the praetorian camp was established. But the purpose of that establishment was to concentrate near the city those cohorts, which had previously been dispersed in other parts of Italy. A local bodyguard near the palace would not cease to be necessary, and Josephus, in his account of the imprisonment of Agrippa, speaks of a camp in connection with the royal house. Such we conceive to have been the barrack immediately alluded to by St. Paul, though the connection of these smaller quarters with the general camp was such that he would naturally become known to all the rest of the guards, as well as those who might for the time be connected with the imperial household. St. Paul tells us, in the Epistle to the Philippians, that throughout the Praetorian quarter he was well known as a prisoner for the cause of Christ, and he sends special salutations to the Philippian church from the Christians of the imperial household. These notices bring before us very vividly the moral contrasts by which the apostle was surrounded. The soldier to whom he was chained today might have been in Nero's bodyguard yesterday. His comrade who next relieved guard might have been one of the executioners of Octavia, and might have carried her head to Poppaea a few weeks before. History has few stronger contrasts than when it shows us Paul preaching Christ under the walls of Nero's palace. Thenceforward there were but two religions in the Roman world, the worship of the emperor and the worship of the Savior. The old superstitions had long been worn out. They had lost all hold on educated minds. Over against the altars of Nero and Poppaea, the voice of a prisoner was daily heard, and daily woke in groveling souls the consciousness of their divine destiny. Men listened, and knew that self-sacrifice was better than ease, humiliation more exalted than pride, to suffer nobler than to reign. They felt that the only religion which satisfied the needs of man was the religion of sorrow, the religion of self-devotion, the religion of the cross. Caniber and Hausen. Hence, we may ascend through some gardens beneath the Villa Mills, to the terrace which surmounts the grand ruins at the end of the palace of the Caesars, supposed to be remains of the palace of Nero, but as no inscriptions have been discovered, no part of it can be identified. These are by far the most picturesque portions of the ruins, and few compositions can be finer than those formed by the huge masses of stately brick arches, laden with a wealth of laurustinus, cytisus, and other flowering shrubs, standing out against the soft hues and delicate blue and pink shadows of the distant Campagna. Beneath the terrace is a fine range of lofty chambers, with a broken statue at the end, through which there is a striking view. One of these ruined halls has been converted into a kind of museum of architectural fragments found in this part of the palace, many of them of great beauty. This was the portion of the palace which longest remained entire, and which was inhabited by Heraclius in the 7th century. Some consider that these ruins were incorporated into the Septizonium of Severus, so called from its 7 stories of building, erected AD 198, and finally destroyed by Sixtus V, who carried off its materials for the building of St. Peter's. It was erected by Severus at the southern corner of the palace, in order that it might at once strike the eyes of his African compatriots on their arrival in Rome. He built 2 other edifices which he called Septizonium, one on the Esquiline near the Baths of Titus, and the other on the Via Appia, which he intended as the burial place of his family, and where his son Geta was actually interred. The remaining ruins on this division of the hill, supposed to be those of a theater, a library, and have not yet been historically identified. They probably belong to the Palace of Domitian, Imp. AD 196, who added largely to the buildings on the Palatine. The magnificence of his palace is extolled in the inflated verses of Statius, who describes the imperial dwelling as exciting the jealousy of the abode of Jupiter as losing itself amongst the stars by its height, and rising above the clouds into the full splendor of the sunshine. Such was the extravagance displayed by Domitian in these buildings, that Plutarch compares him to Midas, who wished everything to be made of gold. This was the scene of many of the tyrannical vagaries of Domitian. Having once made a great feast for the citizens, he proposed, says Dion, to follow it up with an entertainment to a select number of the highest nobility. He fitted up an apartment all in black. The ceiling was black, the walls were black, the pavement was black, and upon it were ranged rows of bare stone seats, black also. The guests were introduced at night without their attendants, and each might see at the head of his couch a column placed, like a tombstone, on which his own name was graven, with the cresset lamp above it, such as is suspended in the tombs. Presently there entered a troop of naked boys, blackened, who danced around with horrid movements, and then stood still before them, offering them the fragments of food which are commonly presented to the dead. The guests were paralyzed with terror, expecting at every moment to be put to death, and the more, as the others maintained a deep silence, as though they were dead themselves, and Domitian spake of things pertaining to the state of the departed only. But this funeral feast was not destined to end tragically. Caesar happened to be in a sportive mood, and when he had sufficiently enjoyed his jest, and had sent his visitors home expecting worse to follow, he bade each to be presented with the silver cup and platter on which his dismal supper had been served, and with the slave, now neatly washed and apparelled, who had waited upon him. Such, said the populace, was the way in which it pleased the emperor to solemnize the funereal banquet of the victims of his defeats in Dacia and of his persecutions in the city. Marival, ch. Elzai. It was in this palace that the murder of Domitian took place. Of the 3 great deities, the august assessors in the capital, Minerva was regarded by Domitian as his special patroness. Her image stood by his bedside. His customary oath was by her divinity. But now a dream apprised him that the guardian of his person was disarmed by the guardian of the empire, and that Jupiter had forbidden his daughter to protect her favorite any longer. Scared by these horrors, he lost all self-control and petulantly cried, and the cry was itself a portent. Now strike Jove whom he will. From supernatural terrors, he reverted again and again to earthly fears and suspicions. Henceforward, the tyrant allowed none to be admitted to his presence without being previously searched, and he caused the ends of the corridor in which he took exercise to be lined with polished marble, to reflect the image of anyone behind him. At the same time, he inquired anxiously into the horoscope of every chief whom he might fear as a possible rival or successor. The victim of superstition had long since, it was said, ascertained too surely the year, the day, the hour which should prove fatal to him. He had learnt, too, that he was to die by the sword. The omens were now closing about the victim, and his terrors became more importunate and overwhelming. "Something," he exclaimed, "is about to happen which men shall talk of all the world over." Drawing a drop of blood from a pimple on his forehead, "May this be all?" he added. His attendants, to reassure him, declared that the hour had passed. Embracing the flattering tale with alacrity, and rushing at once to the extreme of confidence, he announced that the danger was over, and that he would bathe and dress for the evening repast. But the danger was just then ripening within the walls of the palace. The mysteries there enacted few, indeed, could penetrate, and the account of Domitian's fall has been colored by invention and fancy. The story that a child, whom he suffered to attend in his private chamber, found by chance the tablets which he had placed under his pillow, and that the empress, on inspecting them, and finding herself, with his most familiar servants, designated for execution, contrived a plot for his assassination, is one so often repeated as to cause great suspicion. But neither can we accept the version of Philostratus, who would have us believe that the murder of Domitian was the deed of a single traitor, a freedman of Clemens, named Stephanus, who, indignant at his patron's death, and urged to fury by the sentence on his patron's wife, Domitilla, rushed alone into the tyrant's chamber, diverted his attention with a frivolous pretext, and smote him with the sword he bore concealed in his sleeve. It is more likely that the design, however it originated, was common to several of the household, and that means were taken among them to disarm the victim and baffle his cries for assistance. Stephanus, who is said to have excelled in personal strength, may have been employed to deal the blow, for not more, perhaps, than one attendant would be admitted at once into the presence. Struck in the groin, but not mortally, Domitian snatched at his own weapon, but found the sword removed from its scabbard. He then clutched the assassin's dagger, cutting his own fingers to the bone, then desperately thrust the bloody talons into the eyes of his assailant and beat his head with a golden goblet, shrieking all the time for help. Thereupon in rushed Parthenius, Maximus, and others, and dispatched him as he lay writhing on the pavement. Marival, ch. Elzai. Trajan stripped the palace of his predecessors of all its ornaments to adorn the temple of Jupiter Capitolinus, but it was restored by Commodus, after a fire which occurred in his reign, and enriched by Heliogabalus and almost every succeeding emperor, till the time of Theodoric. "Brickwork I found thee, and marble I left thee," their emperor vaunted. "Marble I thought thee, and brickwork I find thee," the tourist may answer. A. H. Clough. Chapter 7. The Celian. S. Gregorio S. Giovanni e Paolo Arch of Dalle Belle S. Tomas, Informis Villa Madesta. Maria della Nevicella S. Stefano, Rotondo I. Santi Quattro Incoronati S. Clement. The Celian Hill extends from St. John Lateran to the Vigna of the Porta Capena, and from the Fountain of Egeria to the Convent of S. Gregorio. It is now entirely uninhabited, except by monks of the Camaldolese, Passionist, and Redemptorist orders, and by the Augustinian nuns of the Incoronati. In the earliest times, the name of this hill was Mons Querquitilanus, the Hill of Oaks, and it was clothed with forest, part of which long remained as the sacred wood of the Camni. It first received its name of Celius from Celius Vibina, an Etruscan Lucumo of Ardea, who is said to have come to the assistance of Romulus in his war against the Sabine king Tatius, and to have afterwards established himself here. In the reign of Tullus Hostilius, the Celian assumed some importance, as that king fixed his residence here and transported hither the Latin population of Alba. As the Celian had a less prominent share in the history of Rome than any of the other hills, it preserves scarcely any historical monuments of pagan times. All those which existed under the Republic were destroyed by a great fire which ravaged this hill in the reign of Tiberius, except the Temple of the Nymphs, which once stood in the grove of the Camni, and which had been already burnt by Clodius, in order to destroy the records of his falsehoods and debts which it contained. Some small remains in the garden of the Passionist convent are attributed to the temple which Agrippina raised to her husband the Emperor Claudius, and in S. Stefano Rotondo, some antiquaries recognize the Mausoleum of Nero. There are no remains of the palace of the Emperor Tetricus, who lived here, between the two sacred groves, in a magnificent captivity under Aurelian, whom he received here at a banquet, at which he exhibited an allegorical picture representing his reception of the Empire of Gaul and his subsequent resignation of it for the simple insignia of a Roman senator. To the Christian visitor, however, the Celian will always prove of the deepest interest and the slight thread of connection which runs between all its principal objects, as well as their nearness to one another, brings them pleasantly within the limits of a single day's excursion. Many of those who are not mere passing visitors at Rome will probably find that their chief pleasure lies not amid the well-known sights of the great basilicas and palaces, but in quiet walks through the silent lanes and amid the decaying buildings of these more distant hills. The recollection of Rome will come back, after many years, in images of long delicious strolls, in musing loneliness, through the deserted ways of the ancient city, of climbing among its hills, over ruins, to reach some vantage ground for mapping out the subjacent territory, and looking beyond on the glorious chains of greater and lesser mountains, clad in their imperial hues of gold and purple. And then, perhaps, of solemn entrance into the cool solitude of an open basilica, where your thought now rests, as your body then did after the silent evening prayer, and brings forward from many well-remembered nooks every local inscription, every lovely monument of art, the characteristic feature of each, or the great names with which it is associated. The Liberian speaks to you of Bethlehem and its treasured mysteries, the Caesarion of Calvary and its touching relics. Baronius gives you his injunctions on Christian architecture inscribed, as a legacy, in his title of Fasciola. Saint Dominic lives in the fresh paintings of a faithful disciple, on the walls of the opposite church of Saint Xystus. There stands the chair, and there hangs the hat of Saint Charles, as if he had just left his own church, from which he calls himself in his signature, to letters, the Cardinal of Saint Praxedes. Near it, in a sister church, is fresh the memory of Saint Justin Martyr, addressing his apologies for Christianity to heathen emperor and senate, and of Pudens and his British spouse. And, far beyond the city gates, the cheerful Philip is seen kneeling at S. Sebastiano, waiting for the door to the Platonia to be opened for him, that he may watch the night through in the martyr's dormitory. Weissmann's Life of Leo Roman 12. For myself, I must say that I know nothing to compare with a pilgrimage among the antique churches scattered over the Esquiline, the Celian, and the Aventine hills. They stand apart, each in its solitude, amid gardens and vineyards and heaps of nameless ruins, here a group of cypresses, there a lofty pine or solitary palm. The tutelary saint, perhaps some Sant Achilleo or Santa Bibiana, whom we never heard of before, an altar rich in precious marbles, columns of porphyry, the old frescoes dropping from the walls, the everlasting colossal mosaics looking down so solemn, so dim, so spectral. These grow upon us, until at each succeeding visit they themselves, and the associations by which they are surrounded, become a part of our daily life, and may be said to hallow that daily life when considered in a right spirit. True, what is most sacred, what is most poetical, is often desecrated to the fancy by the intrusion of those prosaic realities which easily strike prosaic minds, by disgust at the foolish fabrications which those who recite them do not believe, by lying inscriptions, by tawdry pictures, by tasteless and even profane restorations, by much that saddens, much that offends, much that disappoints. But then so much remains. So much to awaken, to elevate, to touch the heart, so much that will not pass away from the memory, so much that makes a part of our afterlife. Mrs. Jameson. We may pass under the Arch of Constantine, or through the pleasant sunny walks known as the Parco di San Gregorio, planted by the French during their first occupation of Rome, but which may almost be regarded as a remnant of the sacred grove of the Camni, which once occupied this site. The further gate of the Parco opens on a small triangular piazza, whence a broad flight of steps lead up to the church of S. Gregorio, to the English pilgrim one of the most interesting spots in Rome. For it was at the head of these steps that St. Augustine took his last farewell of Gregory the Great, and kneeling on this greensward below, the first missionaries of England received the parting blessing of the great pontiff as he stood on the height in the gateway. As we enter the portico, built 1633 by Card, Scipio Borghese, we see on either side two world-famous inscriptions. On the right, et sta hosps et lege, hic allum fuit m Gregori domus ips in monasterium convertit, ubi monastizen professus est, et du abbas prefuit. Menaci primum Benedictini mox gris itinerra Dane Benedictini itrum post varios casos quam jamdu esset commendatum, et pone desertum, anno mdlxi cameljulenses inducti, quiet industria suet op plurium r. E cardinalium quorum hic monumenta extant, favent etiam clement, P.M. Templum et adjacents eads in hanc quam cernis formam restituerunt. On the left, ex hoc monasterio prodirunt s. Gregorius, M. Fundator et parens S. Eleutherius, A.B. Hilarion, A.B. S. Augustinus Angler Apostle S. Laurentius, Cantuar Archiep S. Melodus Londinen, Ep. Mox Archiep, Cantuar S. Justus, Ep. Refensis S. Paulinus, Ep. Eborec S. Maximianus, Syracusan Ep. SS Antonius Mariulus et Joannes Menaci St. Petrus, A.B. Cantuar Marinianus, Archiep, Raven Probus Zenodaci, Jerusalemit. Curator, A.S. Gregori, elect Sabinus Calipotit, Ep. Gregorius, Diac card S. Eustache Hic, Etiam, Diu Vixit, M. Gregori Mater, S. Silvia Hoc, Maxime Colenda, Quad Tantum Pietatis Sapientiae, Et Doctrini Lumen Peperurit. Set vil incomparable renfirm pudicites plus, attrayence et plus deans d'eternel mémoire. Le sanctuaire occupe l'angle occidental du Mont Celius. Il est égale distance du Grand Cirque, des thermes de Caracalla, et du Colisée, tout proche de l'église des saints martyrs Jean et Paul. Le berceau du christianisme de l'Angleterre touché ainsi, au sol trempé par le sang de tant de milliers de martyrs. En face s'élève le Mont Palatin, berceau de Rome païenne, encore couvert des vastes débris du palais des Césars. Où est donc l'angle digne de son nom qui, en portant son regard du Palatin au Colisée, pour être contempler sans émotion, si coin de terre du luisant Venus la foi, le nom création et la Bible dont il est si fier. Voilà les enfants esclaves de 16, ayou étant recueillis et sauvés. Sur ces pierres s'agenouillant sucquiant fate sa patrie création. Sous ces voûtes a été concu par uname saint, confiadia beni pardia, excepté et accompli par de humbles et gaineru creations, le grand dessein. Par ces degrés sont descendus les 40 moines qui ont porté à l'Angleterre la parole de Dieu, la lumière de l'Evangile, la succession apostolique et la règle de Saint Benoît. Montelembert, Moines d'Occident. Hard by was the house of Sta. Sylvia, mother of Saint Gregory, of which the ruins still remain, opposite to the church of S. Giovanni e Paolo, and in the little garden which still exists, we may believe that he played as a child under his mother's care. Close to his mother's home, he founded the monastery of St. Andrew, where he dwelt for many years as a monk, employed in writing homilies and in the enjoyment of visionary conversation with the Virgin, whom he believed to answer him in person from her picture before which he knelt. To this monastery he presented his own portrait, with those of his father and mother, which were probably in existence 300 years after his death, and this portrait of himself probably furnished that peculiar type of physiognomy which we trace in all the best representations of him. During the life of penance and poverty which was led here by St. Gregory, he sold all his goods for the benefit of the poor, retaining nothing but a silver basin given him by his mother. One day a poor shipwrecked sailor came several times to beg in the cell where he was writing, and as he had no money, he gave him instead this one remaining treasure. A long time after, St. Gregory saw the same shipwrecked sailor reappear in the form of his guardian angel, who told him that God had henceforth destined him to rule his church and become the successor of St. Peter, whose charity he had imitated. Un moine, AD 590, va monter pour la première fois sur la chaire apostolique. Si moine, le plus illustre de tous, ce qui ont compté parmi les souverains pontifes, y réunira d'un éclat quoiqu'un de ses prédécesseurs, en a égalé, et qui regalera comme une sanction suprême, sur l'institut dont il est issu. Grégoire, le seul parmi les hommes avec le pape Léon Ir qui ait recu à la fois, du consentement universal, le double surname de Saint et de Grand, sira l'éternel honneur de l'ordre bénédictin, comme de la papauté. Par son génie, mais tout par le charme et l'ascendant de sa vertu il organisera le domaine temporal des papes, il développera et régularisera leur souveraineté spirituelle, il fondera leur paternel suprematie sur les royautés naissantes et les nations nouvelles qui vont devenir les grands pupils de l'avenir, et s'appeler la France, l'Espagne et l'Angleterre. A vrai dire, c'est lui qui inaugure le Moyen Âge, la société moderne et la civilisation chrétienne. Montelembert. The Church of St. Gregory is approached by a cloistered court filled with monuments. On the left is that of Sir Edward Carne, one of the commissioners to obtain the opinion of foreign universities respecting the divorce of Henry Roman VIII. From Catherine of Aragon, ambassador to Charles V, and afterwards to the court of Rome. He was recalled when the embassy was suppressed by Elizabeth, but was kept at Rome by Paul Roman IV, who had conceived a great affection for him, and he died here in 1561. Another monument of an exile for the Catholic faith is that of Robert Pecham, who died 1567, inscribed. Roberto Pecham Anglo, Equitorato, Philippi et Marii Anglii et Hispan regibus allum a conciliis gener religini verdut preclaro, qui cum patrium suum affide catholica deficientum et spicere sine summo dollar non possit, relictis omnibus qui in hac vita carissima est solent, involuntarium proftus exilium, post sex annis pauperibus Christi heredibus testamento institutis, sanctisime e vita migravit. The church, rebuilt in 1734 under Francesco Ferrari, has 16 ancient granite columns and a fine opus Alexandrinum pavement. Among its monuments, we may observe that of Cardinal Zurla, a learned writer on geographical subjects, who was abbot of the adjoining convent. It was a curious characteristic of the laxity of morals in the time of Julius Roman II. 1503-13, that her friends did not hesitate to bury the famous Aspasia of that age in this church, and to inscribe upon her tomb, Imperia courtesana Romana, qui digna tanto nomen, rari inter homines formi specimen dedit. Vixit annos Roman 26, dies Roman 12, obiit 1511, die 15 Augusti, but this monument has now been removed. At the end of the right aisle is a picture by Badalacci commemorating a miracle on this spot, when, at the moment of elevation, the host is said to have bled in the hands of Saint Gregory to convince an unbeliever of the truth of transubstantiation. It will be observed that in this and in most other representations of Saint Gregory, a dove is perched upon his shoulder and whispering into his ear. This is commemorative of the impression that every word and act of the saint was directly inspired by the Holy Ghost, a belief first engendered by the happy promptitude of Peter, his archdeacon, who invented the story to save the beloved library of his master, which was about to be destroyed after his death by the people, in a pitiful spirit of revenge, because they fancied that a famine which was decimating them had been brought about by the extravagance of Gregory. An altar beneath this picture is decorated with marble reliefs, representing the same miracle and also the story of the soul of the Emperor Trajan being freed from purgatory by the intercession of Gregory. Chapter Roman 4. A low door near this leads into the monastic cell of Saint Gregory, containing his marble chair, and the spot where his bed lay, inscribed. Noct dic vigil longo, hic defessu, labor Gregorius modica membra quiet levat. Here also an immense collection of minute relics of saints are exposed to the veneration of the credulous. On the opposite side of the church is the Salviati Chapel, the burial place of that noble family, modernized in 1690 by Carlo Maderno. Over the altar is a copy of Annibale Carracci's picture of Saint Gregory, which once existed here, but is now in England. On the right is the picture of the Madonna, which spoke to Saint Gregory, and which is said to have become suddenly impressed upon the wall after a vision in which she appeared to him. On the left is a beautiful marble ciborium. Hence a sacristan will admit the visitor into the garden of Sta Silvia, whence there is a grand view over the opposite Palatine. To stand here on the summit of the flight of steps which leads to the portal and look across to the ruined palace of the Caesars makes the mind giddy with the rush of thoughts. There, before us, the Palatine hill pagan Rome in the dust. Here, the little cell, a few feet square, where slept in sackcloth the man who gave the last blow to the power of the Caesars, and first set his foot as sovereign on the cradle and capital of their greatness. Mrs. Jameson. Here are 3 chapels, restored by the historian Cardinal Baronius in the 16th century. The first of Sta Silvia contains a fresco of the Almighty with a choir of angels by Guido, and beneath it a beautiful statue of the venerable saint, especially invoked against convulsions, by Niccolò Corderi, one of the best statues of saints in Rome. The second chapel of St. Andrew contains the 2 famous rival frescoes of Guido and Domnicino. Guido has represented Saint Andrew kneeling, in reverent thankfulness, at first sight of the cross, on which he was to suffer. Domnicino a more painful subject the flagellation of the saint. Of these paintings, Annibale Carracci observed that Guido's was the painting of the master, but Domnicino's the painting of the scholar who knew more than the master. The beautiful group of figures in the corner, where a terrified child is hiding its face in its mother's dress, is introduced in several other pictures of Domnicino. It is a well-known anecdote that a poor old woman stood for a long time before the story of Domnicino, pointing it out bit by bit, and explaining it to a child who was with her, and that she then turned to the story told by Guido, admired the landscape, and went away. It is added that when Annibale Carracci heard of this, it seemed to him in itself a sufficient reason for giving the preference to the former work. It is also said that when Domnicino was painting one of the executioners, he worked himself up into a fury with threatening words and gestures, and that Annibale, surprising him in this condition, embraced him, saying, "Domnico, today you have taught me a lesson, which is that a painter, like an orator, must first feel himself that which he would represent to others." Lanzi, v. 82. In historical pictures, Domnicino is often cold and studied, especially in the principal subject, while on the other hand, the subordinate persons have much grace and a noble character of beauty. Thus, in the Scourging of St. Andrew, a group of women thrust back by the executioners is of the highest beauty. Guido's fresco is of high merit. St. Andrew, on his way to execution, sees the cross before him in the distance and falls upon his knees in adoration. The executioners and spectators regard him with astonishment. Kugler. The third chapel of Sta. Barbara contains a grand statue of St. Gregory by Niccolò Corderi, where the whispering dove is again represented, and the table at which he daily fed 12 poor pilgrims after washing their feet. The Roman breviary tells how on one occasion an angel appeared at the feast as the 13th guest. This story, the sending forth of St. Augustine and other events of St. Gregory's life, are represented in rude frescoes upon the walls by Viviani. The adjoining convent, modern, is of vast size and is now occupied by Camaldolese monks, though in the time of St. Gregory it belonged to the Benedictines. In its situation, it is beautiful and quiet, and must have been so even in the time of St. Gregory, who often regretted the seclusion which he was compelled to quit. Un jour, plus accablé que jamais par lepoids des affaires séculières, il essayait retirer dans un lieu secret pour s'y livrer dans un long silence à sa tristesse, et y fut rejoint par le diacre Pierre, son élève, son ami d'enfance et le compagnon de ses chères études. Vous y est-il donc arrivé quelque chagrin nouveau, lui dit le jeune homme, pour que vous soyez ainsi plus triste à l'ordinaire. Mon chagrin, lui répondit le pontife, est celui de tous mes jours, taugers via par el usage, et taugers nouveau par sa croissance quotidienne. Ma pauvre âme s'y rappelle si qu'elle était autrefois, dans notre monastère, quand elle planait sur tout ce qui passe, sur tout ce qui change, quand elle n'y songeait qu'au quand elle franchissait par la contemplation le cloître de si corps qui elle ensera, quand elle aimait d'avance la mort comme elle entrait de la vie. Et maintenant il lui faut, à cause de ma charge pastorale, supporter les mille affaires des hommes du cycle, et si suler dans cette pausière. Et quand, après asserter ainsi répandu au dehors, elle vut retrouvre sa retraite intérieure, elle ni revient quamandri. J'y médite sur tout si que j'y souffre et sur tout si que j'ai perdu. Mi voici, battu par l'océan et tout brisé par la tempête, quand j'y pense à ma vie d'autrefois, il me semble regarder en arrière vers le rivage. Et si quil voyait de plus triste, c'est qu'ainsi balaté par l'orage, j'y puis à peine entrevoir la porte que j'ai quitté. Monte Lambert, Moins d'Occident. Pope Gregory Roman XVI was for some years abbot of this convent, to which he was afterwards a generous benefactor, regretting always, like his great predecessor, the peace of his monastic life. His last words to his cardinals who were imploring him, for political purposes to conceal his danger, were singularly expressive of this per Dio lasciate me, voglio morire de frate, non de sovrano. The last great ceremony enacted at S. Gregorio was when Cardinal Weissman consecrated the mitred abbot of English Cistercians Dr. Manning, preaching at the same time on the prospects of English Catholicism. Ascending the steep paved lane between S. Gregorio and the Parco, the picturesque church on the left with the arcaded apse and tall campanile, c. AD 1206, inlaid with colored tiles and marbles, is that of SS. Giovanni e Paolo, two officers in the household of the Christian Princess Constantia, daughter of the Emperor Constantine, in whose time they occupied a position of great influence and trust. When Julian the Apostate came to the throne, he attempted to persuade them to sacrifice to idols, but they refused, saying, "Our lives are at the disposal of the emperor, but our souls and our faith belong to our God." Then Julian, fearing to bring them to public martyrdom, lest their popularity should cause a rebellion, and the example of their well-known fortitude be an encouragement to others, sent off soldiers to behead them privately in their own house. Hence the inscription on the spot, Locus Martyri SS, Joannis et Pauli in Oedibus Propriis. The church was built by Pamachus, the friend of Saint Jerome, on the site of the House of the Saints. It is entered by a portico adorned with 8 ancient granite columns, interesting as having been erected by the English Pope Nicholas Breakspere, AD 1158. The interior, in the basilica form, has 16 ancient columns and a beautiful opus Alexandrinum pavement. In the center of the floor is a stone, railed off, upon which it is said that the saints were beheaded. Their bodies are contained in a porphyry urn under the high altar. In early times, these were the only bodies of saints preserved within the walls of Rome, the rest being in the catacombs. In the Sacramentary of St. Leo, in the preface of SS. John and Paul, it is said, "Of thy merciful providence thou hast vouchsafed to crown not only the circuit of the city with the glorious passions of the martyrs, but also to hide in the very heart of the city itself the victorious limbs of St. John and St. Paul." Above the tribune are frescoes by Pomerancio. A splendid chapel on the right was built 1868. 2 of its alabaster pillars were the gift of Pius Roman IX. Beneath the altar on the left of the tribune is preserved the embalmed body of Saint Paul of the Cross, who died 1776, founder of the Order of Passionists, who inhabit the adjoining convent. The aged face bears a beautiful expression of repose. The body is dressed in the robe which clothed it when living. Male visitors are admitted through the convent to its large and beautiful garden, which overhangs the steep side of the Caelian towards the Colosseum, of which there is a fine view between its ancient cypresses. Here, on a site near the monastery, are some remains believed to be those of the temple built by Agrippina, c. AD 57, daughter of Germanicus, to the honor of her deified husband and uncle, Claudius, after she had sent him to Olympus by feeding him with poisonous mushrooms. This temple was pulled down by Nero, who wished to efface the memory of his predecessor, on the pretext that it interfered with his golden house, but was rebuilt under Vespasian. In this garden also is the entrance to the vast substructions known as the vivarium, whence the wild beasts who devoured the early Christian martyrs were frightened by burning tow down a subterranean passage into the arena. The famous church of SS. Giovanni e Paolo at Venice was founded by emigrants from this convent. The memory of these saints was so much honored up to the time of Pope Gregory the Great that the eve of their festival was an obligatory fast. Their fete, June 26, is still kept with great solemnities on the Caelian, when the railing round their place of execution is wreathed and laden with flowers. When the station is held at their church, the apse is illuminated. Continuing to follow the lane up the Caelian, we reach the richly tinted brick arch of Dolabella, erected, AD 10, by the consuls P. Cornelius Dolabella and Caius Julius Silanus. Nero, building his aqueduct to the palace of the Caesars, made use of this, which already existed, and included it in his line of arches. Above the arch is a hermitage, revered as that where S. Giovanni di Matha lived, and where he died in 1213. Before he came to reside here, he had been miraculously brought from Tunis, whither he had gone on a mission, to Ostia, in a boat without helm or sail, in which he knelt without ceasing before the crucifix throughout the whole of his voyage. Passing beneath the gateway, we emerge upon the picturesque irregular piazza of the Navicella, the central point of the Caelian, which is surrounded by a most interesting group of buildings, and which contains an isolated fragment of the aqueduct of Nero, dear to artists from its color. Behind this, under the trees, is the little marble Navicella, which is supposed to have been originally a votive offering of a sailor to Jupiter Redux, whose temple stood near this, but which was adapted by Leo X as a Christian emblem of the church the boat of St. Peter. The allegory of a ship is peculiarly dwelt upon by the ancient fathers. A ship entering the port was a favorite heathen emblem of the close of life. But the Christian idea and its elevation from individual to universal or Catholic humanity is derived directly from the Bible. See, for instance, I Peter Roman 3:20-21. Without doubt, says St. Augustine, the ark is the figure of the city of God pilgrimizing in this world, in other words, of the Church, which is saved by the wood on which hung the mediator between God and man, the man Christ Jesus. The same interpretation was recognized in the Latin Church in the days of Tertullian and St. Cyprian, and see, the bark of St. Peter is similarly represented on a Greek gem, found in the catacombs, as sailing on a fish, probably Leviathan or Satan, while doves, emblematical of the faithful, perch on the mast and stern to Apostles' Row. A third lifts up his hands in prayer, and our Savior, approaching the vessel, supports Peter by the hand when about to sink. But the allegory of the ship is carried out to its fullest extent in the 57th chapter of the second book of the Apostolical Constitutions, supposed to have been compiled in the name of the Apostles in the 4th century. Lord Lindsay's Christian Art, I. 18. On the right is first the gateway of the deserted convent of Redemptorists, called S. Tommaso in Formis, which was founded by S. Giovanni de Matha, who, when celebrating his first Mass at Paris, beheld in a vision an angel robed in white, with a red and blue cross upon his breast, and his hands resting in benediction upon the heads of two captives, a white and a black man. The Bishop of Paris sent him to Rome to seek explanation from Innocent Roman III, who was celebrated as an interpreter of dreams, his foundation of the Franciscan order having resulted from one which befell him. S. Giovanni was accompanied to the Pope by another hermit, Felix de Valois. They found that Innocent had himself seen the same vision of the angel between the two captives while celebrating Mass at the Lateran, and he interpreted it as inculcating the duty of charity towards Christian slaves, for which purpose he founded the Trinitarians, since called Redemptorists. The story of the double vision is commemorated in a mosaic, erected above the door A.D. 1260, and bearing the name of the artist, Jacobus Cosmati. The next gate beyond the church is that of the Villa Mattei, the garden of the Redemptorists. The villa is now the property of Baron Richard Hoffmann. Visitors are generally admitted upon writing down their names at the gate. These grounds are well worth visiting, quite the ideal of a deserted Roman garden, a wealth of large Roman daisies, roses, and periwinkle spreading, at will amid remains of ancient statues and columns. A grand little avenue of ilexes leads to a terrace whence there is a most beautiful view towards the aqueducts and the Alban Hills, with a noble sarcophagus and a quantity of fine aloes and prickly pears in the foreground. There is an obelisk, of which only the top is Egyptian. It is said that there is a man's hand underneath. When the obelisk was lowered, it fell suddenly, and one of the workmen had not time to take his hand away. In the grounds annexed to the lower part of the villa is the Fountain of Egeria, p. 375. Almost standing in the garden of the villa and occupying the site of the House of Sta. Syriaca is the Church of Sta, Maria in Dominica or della Navicella. If no one is here, the hermit at S. Stefano Rotondo will unlock it. The portico is due to Raphael, his design is at Windsor. The damp interior, rebuilt by Leo X from designs of Raphael, is solemn and striking. It is in the basilica form, the nave separated from the aisles by 18 columns of granite and one, smaller, near the tribune of porphyry. The frieze, in chiaroscuro, was painted by Giulio Romano and Pirino del Vaga. Beneath the confessional are the bones of Sta, Balbina, whose fortress-like church stands on the Pseudo-Aventine. In the tribune are curious mosaics, in which the figure of Pope Paschal I is introduced, the square nimbus round his head being an evidence of its portrait character, i.e., that it was done during his lifetime. Within the tribune are mosaics of the Virgin and Child seated on a throne, with angels ranged in regular rows on each side, and, at her feet, with unspeakable stiffness of limb, the kneeling figure of Pope Paschal I upon the walls of the tribune is the Savior with a nimbus, surrounded with 2 angels and the 12 apostles, and further below, on a much larger scale, 2 prophets, who appear to point towards him. The most remarkable thing here is the rich foliage decoration. Besides the wreaths of flowers, otherwise not a rare feature, which are growing out of 2 vessels on the edge of the dome, The floor beneath the figures is also decorated with flowers, a graceful species of ornament seldom aimed at in the moroseness of Byzantine art. From this point, the decline into utter barbarism is rapid. Kugler. The Olivetan monks inhabited the church and cloisters of Sta. Maria in Domnica, commonly called in Navicella, from the rudely sculptured marble monument that stands on the grass before its portal, a remnant of bygone days, to which neither history nor tradition has given a name, but which has itself given one to the picturesque old church which stands on the brow of the Celian Hill. Lady Georgiana Fullerton. A tradition of the church narrates that Saint Lorenzo, deacon and martyr, daily distributed alms to the poor in front of this church, then the house of Sta. Cyriaca, with whom he had taken refuge. Opposite is the round church of S. Stefano Rotondo, dedicated by Saint Simplicius in 467. It appears to have been built on the site of an ancient circular building, and to have belonged to the great victual market Macelum magnum erected by Nero in this quarter. It is seldom used for service, except on St. Stephen's Day, December 26, but visitors are admitted through a little cloister, in which stands a well of beautiful proportions, of temp. Leo X attributed to Michelangelo. The interior is exceedingly curious architecturally. It is 133 feet in diameter, with a double circle of granite columns, 36 in the outer and 20 in the inner series, enclosing two tall Corinthian columns, with two pilasters supporting a cross wall. In the center is a kind of temple in which are relics of Saint Stephen. His body is said to be at S. Lorenzo. In the entrance of the church is an ancient marble seat, from which Saint Gregory is said to have read his fourth homily. The walls are lined with frescoes by Pomerancio and Tempesta. They begin with the crucifixion, but as the holy innocents really suffered before our Savior, one of them is represented lying on each side of the cross. Next comes the stoning of Saint Stephen, and the frescoes continue to portray every phase of human agony in the most revolting detail, but are interesting as showing a historical series of what the Roman Catholic Church considers as the best authenticated martyrdoms, viz. Saint Peter crucified, Saint Paul beheaded, Saint Vital buried alive, Saint Thecla tossed by a bull, under Nero Saint Gervase beaten to death, SS, Protasius, Processus, and Martinianus beheaded, Saint Faustus and others clothed in skins of beasts and torn to pieces by dogs. Saint John boiled in oil which he survived at the Porta Latina. Saint Cletus Pope beheaded, under Domitian Saint Denis beheaded and carrying his head. Saint Domitilla roasted alive. SS, Nereus and Achilles beheaded. Saint Ignatius, Bishop of Antioch, eaten by lions in the Colosseum. Under Trajan, Saint Clement Pope tied to an anchor and thrown into the sea. Saint Simon, Bishop of Jerusalem, crucified. Saint Eustachio, his wife Theophista, and his children, Agapita and Theophista, burnt in a brazen bull before the Colosseum. Under Hadrian, Saint Alexander, Pope beheaded. Saint Sinforosa, drowned, and her 7 sons martyred in various ways. Saint Pius, Pope beheaded. Saint Felicitas and her 7 sons martyred in under Antoninus Pius various ways, and Marcus, Saint Justus, beheaded. Aurelius, Saint Margaret, stretched on a rack and torn to pieces with iron forks. Saint Blandina, tossed by a bull in a net. Under Antoninus, Saint Italus, roasted on red-hot chair, and Verus, Saint Pothicus, and others burnt alive. SS, Perpetua and Felicitas, torn to pieces by lions under Septimius, in the Colosseum. Severus and SS. Victor and Zephyrinus, Leonida and Basil, Caracalla beheaded. Saint Alexandrina, covered with boiling pitch. Saint Calixtus, Pope, thrown into a well with a stone round his neck. Saint Calipodius, dragged through Rome by wild horses and thrown into the Tiber. Under Alexander, Saint Martina, torn with iron forks. Severus, Saint Cecilia, who, failing to be suffocated with hot water, was stabbed in the throat. Saint Urban the Pope, Tibertius, Valerianus, and Maximus beheaded. Saint Pontianus, Pope, beheaded in Sardinia. Saint Agatha, her breasts cut off. SS, Fabian and Cornelius, popes, and Saint Cyprian of Carthage beheaded. Saint Tryphon burnt. SS, Abdon and Senon torn by lions. Saint Apollonia burnt after all her teeth were pulled under Valerianus out, and Gallienus, Saint Stephen Pope, burnt in his episcopal chair. Saint Cointha torn to pieces. Saint Sixtus Pope killed with the sword. Saint Venantius thrown from a wall. Saint Lawrence the Deacon, roasted on a gridiron. Saint Hippolytus, torn by wild horses. SS. Rufina and Semula, drowned in the Tiber. SS. Proteus and Hyacinthus, beheaded. 300 Christians, burnt in a furnace. Saint Tertullian, burnt with hot irons. Saint Nemesius, beheaded. Saint Sempronius, Olympius, and Theodulus, burnt under Claudius. Saint Marius, hung with a huge weight tied to his Roman feet. Saint Martha and her children, martyred in different ways. SS. Cyprian and Justinian, boiled. Saint Valentine, killed with the sword. Saint Agapitus, aged 15, hung head downwards over a pan of burning charcoal. Inscribed above are these words from Wisdom: Properavit ut under Aurelian egisrit alum, a seductionibus et iniquitatibus and numerianus gentis sui. Saint Christina, transfixed through the heart. Saint Columba, burnt. SS. Chrysanthus and Daria, buried alive. Saint Agnes, bound to a stake, afterwards beheaded. Saint Caius, Pope, beheaded. Saint Amarantha, stoned to death. Nearly the whole population of Nicomedia martyred in different ways. Saint Erasmus, laid in a coffin into which boiling lead was poured. Saint Blaise, bound to a column and torn to pieces. Saint Barbara, burnt with hot irons. Saint Eustrathius and his companions, martyred in under Diocletian different ways, and Maximianus, Saint Vincent, burnt on a gridiron. SS. Primus and Felicianus, torn by lions. Saint Anastasia, thrown from a rock. SS. Quattro Incoronati, martyred in various ways. SS. Peter and Marcellinus, beheaded. Saint Boniface, placed in a dungeon full of boiling pitch. Saint Lucia, shut up in a well full of serpents. Saint Euphemia, run through with a sword. SS. Vitus, Modestus, and Crescentius, boiled alive. Saint Sebastian, shot with arrows, which he survived. SS. Cosmo and Damian, Pantaleon, Saturninus. Susanna, Gornius, Adrian, and others, in different ways. Saint Catherine of Alexandria and others, broken, on the wheel, under Maxentius. SS. Faustina and Porphyrius, burnt with a company of soldiers. Saint Marcellus, Pope, died worn out by persecution. Saint Simon and 1,600 citizens cut into fragments. Under Maximinus, Saint Peter, Bishop of Alexandria, and 40 soldiers, and Licinius, left to die, up to their waists in a frozen lake. SS. John and Paul, beheaded. Saint Artemius, crushed between two stones. Under Julian the Saint Pygmenius, drowned in the Tiber, apostate. Saint Bibiana, flogged to death, and thrown for food to dogs in the Forum. The last picture represents the reunion of eminent martyrs, in which the Roman Church includes English sufferers under Elizabeth, and above is inscribed this verse from Isaiah Roman 25. Laudabit populus fortis, civitas gentium robustarum. Odysseus du tableau de la crucifixion si trouve cette inscription. Roy gloria des martyrs, est il dans sa vie pour racheter le péché, il verra une postérité sans fin. Et quelle postérité? Homs, femmes, vias, junes homs, junes fils, and fants. Cometus occurrent, cometus savant mourir. Une creation a Rome. Les païens avient divinissé la vie, les creations divinisserent la mort. Madame de Staël. S. Stefano Rotondo exhibits, in a series of pictures all round the church, the martyrdoms of the Christians in the so-called persecutions, with a general picture of the most eminent martyrs since the triumph of Christianity. No doubt many of the particular stories thus painted will bear no critical examination. It is likely enough, too, that Gibbon has truly accused the general statements of exaggeration. But this is a thankless labor, such as Lingard and others have undertaken with regard to the St. Bartholomew Massacre and the Irish Massacre of 1642. Divide the sum total of reported martyrs by 20 by 50, if you will, but after all you have a number of persons of all ages and sexes suffering cruel torments and death for conscience' sake and for Christ's, and by their sufferings manifestly, with God's blessing, ensuring the triumph of Christ's gospel. Neither do I think that we consider the excellence of this martyr spirit half enough. I do not think pleasure is a sin. The Stoics of old and the ascetic Christians since, who have said so, see the answers of that excellent man, Pope Gregory the Great, to Augustine's questions, as given at length by Bede, have, in saying so, outstepped the simplicity and wisdom of Christian truth. But though pleasure is not a sin, yet surely the contemplation of suffering for Christ's sake is a thing most needful to us in our days, from whom, in our daily life, suffering seems so far removed. And, as God's grace enabled rich and delicate persons, women, and even children, to endure all extremities of pain and reproach in times past. So there is the same grace no less mighty now. And if we do not close ourselves against it, it might in us be no less glorified in a time of trial. And that such times of trial will come, my children, in your times, if not in mine, I do believe fully, both from the teaching of man's wisdom and of God's. And therefore pictures of martyrdom are, I think, very wholesome, not to be sneered at, nor yet to be looked on as a mere excitement, but as a sober reminder to us of what Satan can do to hurt, and what God's grace can enable the weakest of his people to bear. Neither should we forget those who, by their sufferings, were more than conquerors, not for themselves only, but for us, in securing to us the safe and triumphant existence of Christ's blessed faith, in securing to us the possibility, nay, the actual enjoyment, had it not been for the Antichrist of the priesthood of Christ's holy and glorious letter 1 F1 1 Kappa Kappa Lambda Sigma Iota Alpha, the congregation and commonwealth of Christ's people. Arnold's Letters. En croit que l'Église de Saint-Étienne Laurent est bâtie sur l'emplacement du Macelum Augusti. Est-il en est ainsi, les supplices des martyrs, hidussement représentées sur les murs de cette Église, rappellant si quel a remplacé. Ampere, Emp. I. The first chapel on the left, dedicated to SS. Primus and Felicianus, contains some delicate small mosaics. The mosaics of the small altar of S. Stefano Rotondo are of AD 649. A brilliantly decorated cross is represented between two standing figures of Saint Primus and Saint Felicianus. On the upper end of the cross, very tastefully introduced, appears a small head of Christ with a nimbus, over which the hand of the Father is extended in benediction. Kugler. In the next chapel is a very beautiful tomb of Bernardino Capella, canon of St. Peter's, who died 1524. In a small house, which formerly stood among the gardens in this neighborhood, Pelstrina lived and wrote. Sous le regnet de Paul Roman IV. Pelstrina facet party de la chapelle papale, mais il fut obligé de la quitter, parce qu'il était marié. Il s'y retira alors dans une chaumière per du milieu des vins du Mont Celius, et là, seul, inconnu au monde, il s'y livra durant de longs jours, à cette extase de la pensée qui agrandit, au-delà de toute mesure, la puissance créatrice de l'homme. Le désir d'espires du concile lui ayant été manifesté, il prit aussitôt une plume, écrivit en terre de son cahier, mon Dieu éclaires-moi, et s'y mit à l'œuvre avec un saint enthusiasme. Ses premiers efforts n'y répondirent pas à l'idylle que son génie essayait former. Mais peu à peu ses pensées s'éclaircirent, et les flots de piété qui inondiant son âme, s'y répondirent en mélodies touchantes. Chaque parole du texte retentisait clairement, allait chercher toutes les consciences, et les exaltate dans une émotion commune. La messe du pape Marcel trancha la question, et pi Roman IV s'écria après l'avoir entendu, quil avait cru assister aux concerts des anges. Gurnery, Rome Creation, Roman II, 195. Following the lane of S. Stefano, Rotondo skirted by broken fragments of Nero's aqueduct almost to its debouchement near St. J. Lateran. And then turning to the left, we reach the quaint fortress-like church and convent of the Santi Quattro Incoronati, crowned by a stumpy campanile of 1112. The full title of this church is I Santi Quattro Pittori Incoronati e I Cinque Scultori Martiri, the names which the church attributes to the painters being Severus, Severianus, Carpophorus, and Vidorinus, and those of the sculptors Claudius, Nicostratus, Sinforianus, Castorius, and Simplicius, who all suffered for refusing to carve and paint idols for Diocletian. Their festa is kept on Nov. 8. This church was founded on the site of a temple of Diana by Honorius I, A.D. 622, rebuilt by Leo Roman IV. A.D. 850, and again rebuilt in its present form by Paschal Roman II, who consecrated it afresh in A.D. 1111. It is approached through a double court, in which are many ancient columns, perhaps remains of the temple. Some antiquaries suppose that the church itself was once of larger size, and that the pillars which now form its atrium were once included in the nave. The interior is arranged on the English plan with a triforium and a clerestory, the triforium being occupied by the nuns of the adjoining convent. The aisles are groined, but the nave has a wooden ceiling. Behind the tribune is a vaulted passage, partly subterranean. The tribune contains a marble throne and is adorned with frescoes by Giovanni di San Giovanni. In the right aisle are preserved some of the verses of Pope Damasus. Another inscription tells of the restoration of the church in the 15th century and describes the state of desolation into which it had fallen. Hic quicumque vidis veteri prostrata ruina abruta verberis, eteris, dumisque jaspint. Opening out of the court in front of the church is the little chapel of S. Silvestro, built by Innocent Roman II, in 1140. It contains a series of very curious frescoes. Showing the influence of Byzantine upon Roman art is the little chapel of S. Silvestro, detailing the history of the conversion of Constantine with a naivete which, with the exception of a certain dignity in some of the figures, constitutes their sole attraction. They are indeed little better than Chinese paintings. The last of the series, representing Constantine leading Pope Sylvester's horse by the bridle, walking beside him in his long flowing robe, with a chata held over his head by an attendant, has quite an Asiatic character. Lord Lindsay's Christian Art. Here, as in so many instances, legend is the genuine reflex, not of the external, but the moral part of history. In this series of curious wall paintings, we see Constantine dismissing, consoled and laden with gifts, the mothers whose children were to be slaughtered to provide a bath of blood, the remedy prescribed but which he humanely rejected for his leprosy, his punishment for persecuting the church while he yet lingered in the darkness of paganism. We see the vision of Saint Peter and Saint Paul, who appear to him in his dreams, and prescribe the infallible cure for both physical and moral disease through the waters of baptism. We see the mounted emissaries, sent by the emperor to seek Saint Sylvester, finding that pontiff concealed in a cavern on Mount Soracte. We see that saint before the emperor, exhibiting to him the authentic portraits of the two apostles, said to be still preserved at St. Peter's, pictures in which Constantine at once recognizes the forms seen in his vision, assuming them to be gods entitled to his worship. We see the imperial baptism, with a background of fantastic architecture, the rite administered both by immersion, the neophyte standing in an ample font, and effusion. We see the Pope on a throne, before which the emperor is kneeling, to offer him a tiara. No doubt the artist intended thus to imply the immediate bestowal of temporal sovereignty, very generally believed the act of Constantine in the first flush of his gratitude and neophyte zeal, upon the papacy. Lastly, we see the pontiff riding into Rome in triumph, Constantine himself leading his horse, and other mitred bishops following on horseback. Another picture evidently by the same hand quaintly represents the finding of the true cross by St. Helena, and the miracle by which it was distinguished from the crosses of the two thieves a subject here introduced, because a portion of that revered relic was among treasures deposited in this chapel, as an old inscription, on one side, records. The largest composition on these walls, which completes the series, represents the Savior enthroned amidst angels and apostles. This chapel is now only used for the devotions of a guild of marble cutters, and open for Mass on but one Sunday the Lastin every month. Hemans' Medieval Christian Art. In the fresco of the Crucifixion in this chapel, an angel is represented taking off the crown of thorns and putting on a real crown, an incident nowhere else introduced in art. The castellated convent of the Santi Quattro was built by Paschal Roman II, at the same time as the church, and was used as a papal palace while the Lateran was in ruins, hence its defensive aspect, suited to the troublous times of the anti-popes. It is now inhabited by Augustinian nuns. At the foot of the Caelian beneath the Incoronati, and in the street leading from the Colosseum to the Lateran, is the Church of S. Clement, to which recent discoveries have given an extraordinary interest. The upper church, in spite of modernizations under Clement in the last century, retains more of the details belonging to primitive ecclesiastical architecture than any other building in Rome. It was consecrated in memory of Clement, the fellow laborer of St. Paul, and the third bishop of Rome, upon the site of his family house. It was already important in the time of Gregory the Great, who here read his 33rd and 38th homilies. It was altered by Adrian I in A.D. 772 and by John Roman VIII in A.D. 800, and again restored in A.D. 1099 by Paschal Roman II, who had been cardinal of the church and who was elected to the papacy within its walls. The greater part of the existing building is thus either of the 9th or the 12th century. At the west end, a porch supported by two columns and attributed to the 8th century, leads into the quadriporticus, from which is the entrance to the nave, separated from its aisles by 16 columns evidently plundered from pagan buildings. Raised above the nave and protected by a low marble wall is the cancellum, preserving its ancient pavement, ambones, altar, and episcopal throne. In S. Clement, built on the site of his paternal mansion, and restored at the beginning of the 12th century, an example is still to be seen in perfect preservation of the primitive church. Everything remains in statu quo: the court, the portico, the cancellum, the ambones, paschal candlestick, crypt, and ciborium virgin and intact. The wooden roof has unfortunately disappeared, and a small chapel, dedicated to St. Catherine, has been added, yet even this is atoned for by the lovely frescoes of Masaccio. I most especially recommend this relic of early Christianity to your affectionate and tender admiration. Yet the beauty of S. Clement is internal only, outwardly it is little more than a barn. Lord Lindsay. On the left of the side entrance is the Chapel of the Passion, clothed with frescoes of Masaccio, which, though restored, are very beautiful. Over the altar is the Crucifixion. On the side walls the stories of St. Clement and St. Catherine. The celebrated series relating to St. Catherine is still most striking in the grace and refinement of its principal figures. 1. St. Catherine, cousin of the Emperor Constantine, refuses to worship idols. 2. She converts the Empress of Maximin. She is seen through a window seated inside a prison, and the Empress is seated outside the prison, opposite to her, in a graceful, listening attitude. 3. The Empress is beheaded, and her soul is carried to heaven by an angel. 4. Catherine disputes with the pagan philosophers. She is standing in the midst of a hall, the forefinger of one hand laid on the other, as in the act of demonstrating. She is represented fair and girlish, dressed with great simplicity in a tunic and girdle, no crown, nor any other attribute. The sages are ranged on each side, some lost in thought, others in astonishment. The tyrant Maximin is seen behind, as if watching the conference, while through an open window we behold the fire kindled for the converted philosophers and the scene of their execution. 5. Catherine is delivered from the wheels, which are broken by an angel. 6. She is beheaded. In the background, 3 angels lay her in a sarcophagus on the summit of Mount Sinai. See Jameson's Sacred Art, p. 491. Masaccio, says Vasari, whose enthusiasm for art would not allow him to rest contentedly at Florence, resolved to go to Rome, that he might learn there to surpass every other painter. It was during this journey, which in fact added much to his renown, that he painted, in the church of San Clement the chapel, which now so usually disappoints the expectations of the traveler, on account of the successive restorations by which his work has been disfigured. The heavy brush which has passed over each compartment has spared neither the delicacy of the outline, the roundness of the forms, nor the play of light and shade. In a word, nothing which constitutes the peculiar merit of Masaccio. Rio, Poetry of Christian Art. At the end of the right aisle is the beautiful tomb of Cardinal Ravarella, Ob 1476. A statue of Saint John the Baptist is by Simone, brother of Donatello. Beneath the altar repose the relics of Saint Clement, Saint Ignatius of Antioch martyred in the Colosseum, Saint Cyril, and Saint Servulus. The fathers are in dust, yet live to God, so says the truth, as if the motionless clay still held the seeds of life beneath the sod, smoldering and struggling till the judgment day. And hence we learn with reverence to esteem of these frail houses, though the grave confines, sophist may urge his cunning tests, and deem that they are earth, but they are heavenly shrines. J. H. Newman, 1833. Saint Grégoire raconte que de son temps en voyait dans le vestibule de l'église, Saint Clément un pauvre paralytique. Priant et mendiant, sans que jamais une plainte sortit de sa bouche, malgré les vives douleurs qu'il endurait. Chaque fidèle lui donnait, et le paralytique distribuait à son tour, aux malheureux qu'il avait reçu de la compassion publique. Lorsqu'il mourait, son corps fut placé prise de celui de Saint Clément, pape, et de Saint Ignace d'Antioche, et son nom fut inscrit au martyrologue, en le venir dans l'église sous le nom de Saint Servulus. Une création à Rome. The mosaics in the tribune are well worth examination. There are few Christian mosaics in which mystic meaning and poetic imagination are more felicitous than in those on the apse of S. Clement, where the crucifix and a wide-spreading vine tree, allusive to his words, who said, "I am the true vine," spring from the same stem, 12 doves, emblems of the apostles, being on the cross with the divine sufferer, the mother and Saint John beside it, the usual hand stretched out in glory above with a crown. The 4 doctors of the church, also other small figures, men and birds, introduced amidst the mazy vine foliage, and at the basement, the 4 mystic rivers, with stags and peacocks drinking at their streams. The figure of Saint Dominic is a modern addition. It seems evident, from characteristics of style, that the other mosaics here, above the apsidal arch and at the spandrels, are more ancient, perhaps by about a century. These latter representing the Savior and benediction, the 4 evangelic emblems, Saint Peter and Saint Clement, Saint Paul and Saint Lawrence seated. The 2 apostles designated by their names, with the Greek hagios in Latin letters. The later artwork was ordered, see the Latin inscription below in 1299, by a cardinal titular of S. Clement, nephew to Boniface Roman VIII. The same who also bestowed the beautiful Gothic tabernacle for the holy oils, with a relief representing the donor presented by Saint Dominic to the Virgin and child set against the wall near the tribune, an admirable, though but an accessorial, object of medieval art. Hemans medieval art. From the sacristy, a staircase leads to the lower church, occasionally illuminated for the public, first discovered in 1857. Here, there are several pillars of the rarest marbles in perfect preservation, and a very curious series of frescoes of the 8th and 9th centuries, parts of which are still clear and almost uninjured. These include the Crucifixion, with the Virgin and Saint John standing by the cross, the earliest example in Rome of this well-known subject. The Ascension, sometimes called by Romanists in preparation for their dogma of 1870, the Assumption of the Virgin, because the figure of the Virgin is elevated above the other apostles, though she is evidently intent on watching the retreating figure of her divine Son. In this fresco, the figure of a pope is introduced, with the square nimbus, showing that it was painted in his lifetime, and the inscription, Sanctissimus Dominus, Leo Papa Romanus, probably Leo Roman III, or Leo Roman IV. The Marys at the Sepulchre, the descent into Hades, the marriage of Cana, the funeral of Saint Cyril with Pope Nicholas I, 858-67, walking in the procession, and, the most interesting of all probably of somewhat later date, the story of S. Clement and that of S. Alexis, whose adventures are described in the account of his church on the Aventine. An altar of Mithras was discovered during the excavations here. Beneath this crypt is still a third structure, discovered 1867, probably the very house of Saint Clement, decorated with rich stucco ornament, sometimes supposed to be the cavern near S. Clement, to which the Emperor Otho Roman III, who died at the age of 22, retired in AD 999 with his confessor, and where he spent 14 days in penitential retirement. According to the Acts of the Martyrs, the prefect Mamertinus ordered the arrest of Pope Clement and intended to put him to death, but was deterred by a tumult of the people, who cried with one voice, "What evil has he done, or rather what good has he not done?" Clement was then condemned to exile in the Chersonese, and Mamertinus, touched by his submission and courage, dismissed him with the words, "May the God you worship bring you relief in the place of your banishment." In his exile, Clement received into the church more than 200 Christians who had been waiting for baptism, and miraculously discovered water for their support in a barren rock, to which he was directed by a lamb, in whose form he recognized the guidance of the Son of God. The enthusiasm which these marvels excited led Trajan to send executioners, by whom he was tied to an anchor and thrown into the sea. But his disciples, kneeling on the shore, prayed that his relics might be given up to them, when the waves retired and disclosed a marble chapel, built by unearthly hands over the tomb of the saint. From the Chersonese, the remains of Saint Clement were brought back to Rome by Saint Cyril, the apostle of the Slavonians, who, dying here himself, was buried by his side. Chapter 8. The Aventine. Jewish burial ground sta. Sabina s Alessio the Priorato sta, Prisca the Vigna de Jesudi s Sabista, Balbina. The Aventine, which is perhaps the highest, and now from its coronet of convents the most picturesque of all the Roman hills, is of irregular form and is divided into 2 parts by a valley. One side, the higher, is crowned by the churches of Sta. Sabina, S. Alessio, and the Priorato, which together form the capital of the Aventine. The other, known as the Pseudo-Aventine, is marked by the churches of S. Saba and Sta Balbina. Virgil and Ovid allude repeatedly to the thick woods which once clothed the Aventine. Dionysius speaks of the laurels or bays, an indigenous tree of ancient Rome, which grew there in abundance. Only one side of the hill, that towards the Tiber, now shows any of the natural cliff, but it was once remarkable for its rocks, and the Pseudo-Aventine obtained the name of Saxum from a huge solitary mass of stone which surmounted it. Est moles nativa, loco res nomina fecit appellant Saxum, pars bona mentis e est. The upper portion of the hill is of volcanic formation, and it is supposed that the legend of Cacus vomiting forth flames from his cave on the side of the Aventine had its origin in noxious sulfuric vapors emitted by the soil, as is still the case at the Solfatara on the way to Tivoli. The demigod Faunus, who had an oracle at the Solfatara, had also an oracle on this hill. Some derive the name of Aventine from Aventinus Silvius, king of Alba, who was buried here, others from Avens, a Sabine river, while others say that the name simply means the Hill of Birds, and connect it with the story of the foundation of the city. For when it became necessary to decide whether Romulus or Remus was to rule over the newly built Rome, Romulus seated himself upon the Palatine to watch the auspices, but Remus upon the rock of the Pseudo-Aventine. Here Remus saw only 6 vultures, while Romulus saw 12, but each interpreted the augury in his own favor, and Remus leapt across the boundary of the Palatine, whether in derision or war, and was slain by his brother or by Celer, one of his followers. He was brought back and buried upon the Aventine, and the stone whence he had watched the vultures was thenceforth called the Sacred Rock. Ancient tradition places the tomb of Remus on the Pseudo-Aventine, but in the Middle Ages, the tomb of Caius Cestus was believed even by Petrarca be the monument of Remus. Some authorities consider that when Remus was watching the vultures on the Pseudo-Aventine, that part of the hill was already occupied by a pelasgic fortress called Remoria, but at this time and for long afterwards, the higher part of the Aventine was held by the Sabines. Here, the Sabine king Numa dedicated an altar to Jupiter Alicius, and the Sabine god Consus had also an altar here. Hither Numa came to visit the forest gods Faunus and Picus at their sacred fountain. Lucas Aventino suberat Niger illicis umbra, quo passes viso dicer, numen inest. In medio gramen, muscoque adoperta virenti manabat saxo vena perennis equi, into fear soli Faunus picusque bibebant. By mingling wine and honey with the waters of their spring, Numa snared the gods, and compelled them to tell him how he might learn from Jupiter the knowledge of his will, and to reveal to him a charm against thunder and lightning. The Sabine king Tatius, the rival of Romulus, was buried on the Aventine in a great grove of laurels, and at his tomb, then called Armalustrum, it was the custom, every year in the month of October, to hold a feast for the purification of arms, accompanied by martial dances. A horse was at the same time sacrificed to Janus, the Sabine war god. Ancus Martius surrounded the Aventine by a wall, and settled there many thousands of the inhabitants of Latin towns which he had subdued. This was the origin of the plebs, who were soon to become such formidable opponents of the first colonists of the Palatine, who took rank as patricians, and who at first found in them an important counterpoise to the power of the original Sabine inhabitants, against whom the little Latin colony of Romulus had hitherto been standing alone. The Aventine continued always to be the especial property and sanctuary of the plebs, the patricians avoiding it in the first instance. It is supposed, from an impression that the hill was of evil omen, owing to the story of Remus. In BC 416, the tribune Icilius proposed and carried a law by which all the public lands of the Aventine were officially conferred upon the plebs, who forthwith began to cover its heights with houses, in which each family of the people had a right in one flore custom, which still prevails at Rome. At this time, also, the Aventine was included for the first time within the pomoerium, or religious boundary of the city. Owing to its being the hill of the people, the commons henceforth held their comitia and elected their tribunes here. And here, after the murder of Virginia, to whom the tribune Icilius had been betrothed, the army assembled against Appius Claudius. Very little remains of the numerous temples which once adorned the hill, but their sites are tolerably well ascertained. We still ascend the Aventine by the ancient Clivus Publicius, originally paved by two brothers Publici, who were aediles at the same time, and had embezzled a public sum of money, which they were compelled to expend thus. Part locent clivum, qui tun erat ardua rups, udel nunc iter est publicium vocant. At the foot of this road was the Temple of Luna, or Jana, in which Tatius had also erected an altar to Janus or the sun. Luna regit menses, hugis quoque tempora mensis, finit Aventino luna colenda jugo. It was up this road that Caius Gracchus, a few hours before his death, fled to take refuge in a small temple of Diana, which stood somewhere near the present site of Alessio, where, kneeling before the statue of the goddess, he implored that the people who had betrayed him might never be free. Close by, singularly enough, rose the Temple of Liberty, which his grandfather Sempronius Gracchus had built. Adjoining this temple was a hall where the archives of the censors were kept, and where they transacted business. This was rebuilt by Asinius Pollio, who added to it the first public library established in Rome. Nec me, qui doctis paderunt prima libellis atria, libertas tanger passa sua est. In the same group stood the famous sanctuary of Juno Regina, vowed by Camillus during the siege of Veii, and to which the Juno of the captured city was removed after she had given a verbal consent when asked whether she wished to go to Rome and inhabit a new temple, much as the modern Queen of Heaven is apt to do in modern times at Rome. The temples of Liberty and Juno were both rebuilt under Augustus. Some imagine that they were under a common roof. If they were distinct buildings, nothing of the former remains, some beautiful columns built into the church of Sta. Sabina are all that remain of the temple of Juno, though Livy thought that her reign here would be eternal. In Aventinum, aeternam sedum suum. Also belonging to this group was a temple of Minerva. Sol abbata Geminis, et cancri signa rubiscunt, coepit Aventina palace in Ars Coli. Here the dramatist Livius Andronicus, who lived upon the Aventine, was honored after his death by a company of scribes and actors. Another poet who lived upon the Aventine was Aeneas, who is described as inhabiting a humble dwelling and being attended by a single female slave. The poet Gallus also lived here. Todes Galla, jubes tibi me servere debis, et per Aventinum tur quater ire tuum. On the other side of the Aventine, above the Circus Maximus, which was originally covered with myrtilla shrub now almost extinct at Rome on the site now occupied by Sta. Prisca was a more important temple of Diana, sometimes called by the Sabine name of Mertiabuilt in imitation of the temple of Diana at Ephesus. Propertius writes, Philis Aventini quidem est vicina Diani. And Martial, quic vidit propius magna surdum in Asiaci, laudet Aventini vicinus sura Diani. Here, till the time of Dionysius, was preserved the pillar of brass, on which was engraved the law of Icilius. Near this were the groves of Semilla, the retreat of the infamous association discovered and terribly punished at the time of the Greek wars. And in the time of the empire the gardens of Servilia, where she received the devotion of Julius Caesar, and in which her son Brutus is said to have conspired his murder, and to have been interrogated by his wife Portia as to the mystery, which he refused to reveal to her, fearing her weakness under torture, until, by the concealment of a terrible wound which she had given to herself, she had proved to him that the daughter of Cato could suffer and be silent. The Aventine continued to be inhabited and even populous until the 6th century, from which period its prosperity began to decline. In the 11th century, it was occupied by the camp of Henry Roman IV, of Germany, when he came in war against Gregory Roman VII. In the 13th century, Honorius Roman III made a final effort to re-establish its popularity, but with each succeeding generation, it has become partly owing to the ravages of malaria more and more deserted, till now its sole inhabitants are monks, and the few ague-stricken contadini who look after the monastic vineyards. In wandering along its desolate lanes, hemmed in by hedges of elder, or by walls covered with parasitical plants, it is difficult to realize the time when it was so thickly populated. And except in the quantities of colored marbles with which its fields and vineyards are strewn, there is nothing to remind one of the 16 ediculi, 64 baths, 25 granaries, 88 fountains, 130 of the larger houses called domus, and 2487 of the poorer houses called insulae, which occupied this site. The present interest of the hill is almost wholly ecclesiastical and centers around the story of Saint Dominic and the legends of the saints and martyrs connected with its different churches. The best approach to the Aventine is behind the Church of Sta, Maria in Cosmedin, where the Via Sta. Sabina, once the Clivis Publicius, available for carriages, turns up the hill. A lane on the left leads to the Jewish burial ground, used as a place of sepulture for the ghetto for many centuries. A curious instance of the cupidity attributed to the Jewish race may be seen in the fact that they have, for a remuneration of 4 beaki, habitually given leave to their neighbors to discharge the contents of a rubbish cart into their cemetery, a permission of which the Romans have so abundantly availed themselves that the level of the soil has been raised by many yards, and whole sets of older monuments have been completely swallowed up, and new ones erected over their heads. After we turn the corner at the hilltop, with its fine view over the Palatine, and cross the trench of fortification formed during the fear of a Garibaldian invasion in 1867, we skirt what appears to be part of a city wall. This is in fact the wall of the Honorian city, built by Pope Honorius Roman III, of the great family of Savelli, whose idea was to render the Aventine once more the populous and favorite portion of the city, and who began great works for this purpose. Before his arrangements were completed, Saint Dominic arrived in Rome and was appointed master of the papal household and abbot of the convent of Sta. Sabina, where his ministrations and popularity soon formed such an attraction that the Pope wisely abandoned his design of founding a new city which should commemorate himself and left the field to Saint Dominic, to whom he made over the land on this side of the hill. Henceforward the convent of Sta. Sabina and its surroundings have become, more than any other spot, connected with the history of the Dominican order there. All the great saints of the order have received their first inspiration, have resided, or are buried. Their Saint Dominic himself received in a beatific vision the institution of the Rosary. There he was ordered to plant the famous orange tree, which, being then unknown in Rome, he brought from his native Spain as the only present which it was suitable for the gratitude of a poor monk to offer to his patron Honorius, who was himself one of the great botanists of his time, an orange tree which still lives, and which is firmly believed by the monks to flourish or fail with the fortunes of the order, so that it has lately been greatly the worse for the suppression of the convents in northern Italy. Though the residence of Pierre Lacordaire within the convent proved exceedingly beneficial to it, and his visit even caused a new succor to sprout. The Church of Sta. Sabina was built on the site of the house of the Saintin, which she suffered martyrdom under the Emperor Hadrian in AD 423 by Peter, a priest of Illyria, rich for the poor and poor for himself, pauperibus locuples, sibi pauper, as we read by the Mosaic inscription inside the principal entrance. Saint Gregory the Great read 2 of his homilies here. The church was rebuilt in 824 and restored and reconsecrated by Gregory Roman IX in 1238. Much of its interest, ancient pavements, mosaics, and sea was destroyed in 1587 by Sixtus V, who took the credit of discovering the relics of the martyrs who are buried beneath the altar. On the west is a covered corridor containing several ancient inscriptions. It is supported on one side by ancient spiral columns of Pavonazzetto, on the other these have been plundered and replaced by granite. Hence, through a window, ladies are allowed to gaze upon the celebrated orange tree, 665 years old, which they cannot approach. A rude figure of Saint Dominic is sculptured upon the low wall which surrounds it. The west door, of the 12th century, in a richly sculptured frame, is cited by Kugler as an instance of the extinction of the Byzantine influence upon art. Its panels are covered with carvings from the Old and New Testament, referred by Mamachi to the 7th, by Agincourt to the 13th century. Some of the subjects have been destroyed. Among those which remain are the Annunciation, the angels appearing to the shepherds, the angel and Zachariah in the temple, the Magi, Moses turning the rods into serpents, the ascent of Elijah, Christ before Pilate, the denial of Peter, and the Ascension. Within the entrance are the only remains of the magnificent mosaic, erected in 431 under Celestini, which entirely covered the west wall till the time of Sixtus V, consisting of an inscription in large letters, with a female figure on either side, that on the left bearing the name Ecclesia cum circumcision, that on the right, Ecclesia ex gentibus. Among the parts destroyed were the four beasts typical of the evangelists, and St. Peter and St. Paul. The church was thus gorgeously decorated, because in the time of the Savelli popes, it was what the Sistine is now, the Chiesa Apostolica. The nave is lined by 24 Corinthian columns of white marble, relics of the temple of Juno Regina, which once stood here. Above is an inlaid frieze of Pietrajura of AD 431, which once extended up to the windows, but was destroyed by Sixtus V, who at the same time built up the windows which till then existed over each pier. In the middle of the pavement near the altar is a very curious mosaic figure over the grave of Muñoz de Zamora, a general of the Dominican order, who died in 1300. Nearer the west door are interesting incised slabs representing a German bishop and a lady, benefactors of this church, and on the left, a slab with arms in mosaic to a lady of the Savelli family. In the left aisle is another monument of 1312, commemorating a warrior of the Imperial House of Germany. The high altar covers the remains of Sabina and Seraphia, Alexander the Pope, Eventius and Theodulus, all martyrs. In the chapel beneath Saint Dominic is said to have flagellated himself 3 times nightly. Per se uno colpo solo non abastava per mortificar la carne. At the end of the right aisle is the Chapel of the Rosary, where a beautiful picture of Sassoferrato, called La Madonna del Rosario, commemorates the vision of Saint Dominic on that spot, in which he received the rosary from the hands of the Virgin. Saint Catherine of Siena kneels with Saint Dominic before the throne of the Madonna, the lily at her feet. The infant Savior is turned towards her, and with one hand he crowns her with thorns, with the other he presents the rosary. This is the masterpiece of the painter, with all his usual elegance, without his usual insipidity. Jameson's monastic orders. Few Roman Catholic practices have excited more animadversion than the vain repetition of the worship of the rosary. The Père Lacordaire, a Dominican, defended it, saying, Le rationaliste saurit and voyant passer de longues files de gens, qui redescent une même parole. Celui qui est éclairé d'une meilleure lumière comprend que l'amour en aquan mot, et quen le descent taugers, il n'y le répète jamais. Grouped around this chapel are 3 beautiful tombs: a cardinal, a bishop, and a priest of the end of the 15th century. That of the cardinal, which is of the well-known Roman type of the time, is inscribed Ut moriens viverit, vixit est morituris. The others are incised slabs. At the other end of this aisle is a marble slab, on which Saint Dominic is said to have been wont to lie prostrate in prayer. One day while he was lying thus, the devil in his rage is said to have hurled a huge stone, a round black marble Pietra di Paragon, at him, which missed the saint, who left the attack entirely unnoticed. The devil was frantic with disappointment, and the stone, remaining as a relic, is preserved on a low pillar in the nave. A small Gothic ciborium, richly inlaid with mosaic, remains on the left of the tribune. Opening from the left aisle is a chapel built by Illic of Tuscany, very rich in precious marbles. The frame of the panel on the left is said to be unique. It was in this church, in 1218, that Saint Hyacinth, struck by the preaching of Saint Dominic, and by the recollection of the barbarism, heathenism, and ignorance which prevailed in many parts of his native land of Silesia, offered himself as its missionary, and took the vows of the Dominican order, together with his cousin Saint Cecles. Hither fled to the monastic life Saint Thomas Aquinas, pursued to the very door of the convent by the tears and outcries of his mother, who vainly implored him to return to her. One evening, a pilgrim, worn out with travel and fatigue, arrived at the door of this convent mounted upon a wretched mule, and implored admittance. The prior in mockery asked, "What are you come for, my father? Are you come to see if the College of Cardinals is disposed to elect you as Pope?" "I come to Rome," replied the pilgrim Michel Gisleri, "because the interests of the Church require it, and I shall leave as soon as my task is accomplished. Meanwhile I implore you to give me a brief hospitality and a little hay for my mule." 16 years afterwards Gisleri mounted the papal throne as Pius V, and proved, during a troubled reign, the most rigid follower and eager defender of the institutions of Saint Dominic. One day as Ghislaine was about to kiss his crucifix in the eagerness of prayer, the image of Christ, says the legend, retired of its own accord from his touch, for it had been poisoned by an enemy, and a kiss would have been death. This crucifix is now preserved as a precious relic in the convent, where the cells both of St. Dominic and of St. Pius V are preserved, though, like most historical chambers of Roman saints, their interest is lessened by their having been beautified and changed into chapels. In the cell of St. Dominic is a portrait by Bazzani, founded on the records of his personal appearance. The lily lies by his side, the glory hovers over his head. He is, as the chronicler describes him, of amazing beauty. In this cell, he is said frequently to have passed the night in prayer with his rival St. Francis of Assisi. The refectory is connected with another story of St. Dominic. It happened that when he was residing with 40 of his friars in the convent of Sta Sabina at Rome, the brothers who had been sent to beg for provisions had returned with a very small quantity of bread, and they knew not what they should do, for night was at hand, and they had not eaten all day. Then St. Dominic ordered that they should seat themselves in the refectory, and taking his place at the head of the table, he pronounced the usual blessing. And behold, 2 beautiful youths clad in white and shining garments appeared amongst them. One carried a basket of bread, and the other a pitcher of wine, which they distributed to the brethren. Then they disappeared, and no one knew how they had come in, nor how they had gone out. And the brethren sat in amazement. But St. Dominic stretched forth his hand, and said calmly, "My children, eat what God hath sent you." And it was truly celestial food, such as they had never tasted before nor since. Jameson's Monastic Orders, p. 369. Other saints who sojourned for a time in this convent were Saint Norbert, founder of the Premonstratensians, ob. 1134, and Saint Raymond de Penaforte, ob. 1275, who left his labors in Barcelona for a time in 1230 to act as chaplain to Gregory Roman IX. In 1287, a conclave was held at Sta Sabina for the election of a successor to Pope Martin Roman IV, but was broken up by the malaria, 6 cardinals dying at once within the convent, and all the rest taking flight except Cardinal Savelli, who would not desert his paternal home, and survived by keeping large fires constantly burning in his chamber. 10 months afterwards, his perseverance was rewarded by his own election to the throne as Honorius Roman IV. In the garden of the convent are some small remains of the palace of the Savelli Pope, Honorius Roman III. Here, on the declivity of the Aventine, many important excavations were made in 1856-57 by the French prior Besson, a person of great intelligence, and he was rewarded by the discovery of an ancient Roman houset's chambers paved with black and white mosaic, and some fine fragments of the wall of Servius Tullius, formed of gigantic blocks of peperino. In the chambers, which were found decorated in stucco with remnants of painting in figures and arabesque ornaments, one little group represented a sacrifice before the statue of a god in an edicula. Some rudely scratched Latin lines on the surface led to the inference that this chamber, after becoming subterranean and otherwise uninhabitable, had served for a prison. One unfortunate inmate having inscribed curses against those who caused his loss of liberty, and another, more devout, left record of his vows to sacrifice to Bacchus in case of recovering that blessing. Since the death of Prior Besson, the works have been abandoned, and the remains already discovered have been for the most part earthed up again. A nymphaeum, a well, and several subterranean passages are still visible on the hillside. Just beyond Sta Sabina is the Hieronymite church and convent of S. Alessio, the only monastery of Hieronymites in Italy where meat was allowed to be eaten in consideration of the malaria. The first church erected here was built in AD 305 in honor of Saint Boniface, martyr by Aglae, a noble Roman lady whose servant and lover he had been. It was reconsecrated in AD 401 by Innocent I in honor of Saint Alexis, whose paternal mansion was on this site. This saint, young and beautiful, took a vow of virginity, and being forced by his parents into marriage, fled on the same evening from his home and was given up as lost. Worn out and utterly changed, he returned many years afterwards to be near those who were dear to him, and remained, unrecognized, as a poor beggar, under the stairs which led to his father's house. 17 years passed away, when a mysterious voice suddenly echoed through the Roman churches, crying, "Seek ye out the man of God, that he may pray for Rome." The crowd was stricken with amazement when the same voice continued, "Seek in the house of Euphemion." Then Pope, Emperor, and senators rushed together to the Aventine, where they found the despised beggar dying beneath the doorstep, with his countenance beaming with celestial light, a crucifix in one hand and a sealed paper in the other. Vainly the people strove to draw the paper from the fingers which were closing in the gripe of death. But when innocent I bade the dying man in God's name to give it up, they opened, and the Pope read aloud to the astonished multitude the secret of Alexis. And his father Euphemion and his widowed bride regained in death the son and the husband they had lost. S. Alessio is entered through a courtyard. The courtyards in front of S. Alessio Sta, Sicilia, S. Gregorio, and other churches are like the vestibula of the ancient Roman houses, on the site of which they were probably built. This style of building, says Tacitus, was generally introduced by Nero. Beyond opened the prothyra, or inner entrance, with the celli for the porter and dog, both chained on either side. In the portico of the church is a statue of Benedict Roman XIII. Pietro Orsini, 1724. The west door has a rich border of mosaic. The church has been so much modernized as to retain no appearance of antiquity. The fine Opus Alexandrinum pavement is preserved. In the floor is the incised Gothic monument of Lupi di Almedo, general of the Hieronymites, Ob 1433. Left of the entrance is a shrine of S. Alessio, with his figure sleeping under the staircase part of the actual wooden stairs being enclosed in a glass case over his head. Not far from this is the ancient well of his father's house. In a chapel which opens out of a passage leading to the sacristy is the fine tomb of Cardinal Guido di Balneo. Of the time of Leo X he is represented sitting, with one hand resting on the ground. The delicate execution of his lace in marble is much admired. The mosaic roof of this chapel was burst open by a cannonball during the French bombardment of 1849, but the figure was uninjured. The baldacchino, well known from Macpherson's photographs, is remarkable for its perfect proportions. Behind, in the tribune, are the inlaid mosaic pillars of a Gothic tabernacle. No one should omit to descend into the crypt of S. Alessio, which is an early church, supported on stunted pillars and containing a marble episcopal chair, green with age. Here the Pope used to meet the early conclaves of the church in times of persecution. The pillar under the altar is shown as that to which Saint Sebastian was bound when he was shot with the arrows. The cloister of the convent, from which ladies are excluded, blooms with orange and lemon trees. There are only 6 Hieronymites brethren here now. The convent was at one time purchased by the ex-king Ferdinand of Spain, who intended turning it into a villa for himself. A short distance beyond S. Alessio is a sort of little square, adorned with trophied memorials of the Knights of Malta and occupying the site of the Laurel Grove Armilustrum, which contained the tomb of Tatius. Here is the entrance of the Priorato garden, where is the famous view of St. Peter's through the keyhole, admired by crowds of people on Ash Wednesday, when the Stazione is held at the neighboring churches. Entering the garden, which can always be visited, we find ourselves in a beautiful avenue of old bay trees framing the distant St. Peter's. A terrace overhanging the Tiber has an enchanting view over the river and town. In the garden is an old pepper tree, and in a little court a picturesque palm tree and well. From hence we can enter the church, sometimes called S. Basilio, sometimes Sta. Maria Aventina, an ancient building modernized by Cardinal Rezzonico in 1765 from the very indifferent designs of Piranesi. It contains an interesting collection of tombs, most of them belonging to the Knights of Malta. That of Bishop Spinelli is an ancient marble sarcophagus with a relief of Minerva and the Muses. A richly sculptured ancient altar contains relics of saints found beneath the pavement of the church. The Priorato garden, so beautiful and attractive in itself, has an additional interest as that in which the famous Hildebrand, Gregory Roman VII, 1073 AD, was brought up as a boy, under the care of his uncle, who was abbot of the adjoining monastery. A massive cornice in these grounds is one of the few architectural fragments of ancient Rome existing on the Aventine. It may perhaps have belonged to the smaller temple of Diana in which Caius Gracchus took refuge, and in escaping from which, down the steep hillside, he sprained his ankle, and so was taken by his pursuers. Some buried houses were discovered, and some precious vases brought to light, when Urban Roman VIII. built the stately buttress walls which now support the hillside beyond the Priorato. The cliff below these convents is the supposed site of the cave of the giant Cacus, described by Virgil. Et specis et cassae detecta apparut in gens regia, et umbrisi penitus padora caverni, non secus, ac qua penitus Roman six terra dehissens infernas resurret seeds, et rigna recludet pallida, dis in visa. Superque amain barathrum cernator, trepident emisso lumine manes. Aeneas librominate. Hercules brought the oxen of Geryon to pasture in the valley between the Aventine and Palatine. Cacus, issuing from his cave while their owner was asleep, carried off 4 of the bulls, dragging them up the steep side of the hill by their tails, that Hercules might be deceived by their footprints being reversed. Then he concealed them in his cavern and barred the entrance with a rock. Hercules sought the stolen oxen everywhere, and when he could not find them, he was going away with the remainder. But as he drove them along the valley near the Tiber, one of his oxen lowed, and when the stolen oxen in the cave heard that, they answered. And Hercules, after rushing 3 times round the Aventine boiling with fury, shattered the stone which guarded the entrance of the cave with a mass of rock, and, though the giant vomited forth smoke and flames against him, he strangled him in his arms. Thus runs the legend, which is explained by Ampere. Cacus habite un cavern de elle ventin, Montagny and tout temps malfamé, Montagny ancientement hérissé de rochers et couvert de forerts, dont la forêt novia, longtemps elmerm unrepair de bandits. Etate une dépendance et fut un reste qui subsista dans les temps historiques. Si cacus etate, sans doubt un brigand célébre. Dangereux pour les paters du voisinne, dont il valait, les troupeaux quand ils alliant pater, dans les prés citoyens au bord du Tiber et boire à l'eau du fleuve. Les hauts fates de cacus lui aviant donné cette célébrité qui, parmi les paysans romains, essatic encore à ses perils, et surtout le stratagème employé par lui probablement, plus d'une fois pour dérouter les bouviers des environs, en éminent les animaux quil dérobate, à manière de cacher la direction de leurs pas. La caverne du bandit avait été découverte et forcée par quelque pater courageux, qui y avait pénétré vailement, malgré la terreur que si souterrain et formidable inspirate. Y avait surpris le voleur et elle avait étranglé. Tel était, G. Croix, le récit primitif où il en était plus question de Hercule que de Vulcain, et dans lequel cacus en était pas mis à mort par un demi-dia, mais par un certain recarinus, pater vigoreux et de grand tail. A ces récits de burgers, qui alliant taugers exaggerant les horreurs de l'enter de cacus, et la résistance des suspérés de celui-ci, vinrent si merler peu des circumstances merveilleuses. Hist. Rom. I 170. We must retrace our steps, as far as the summit of the hill towards the Palatine, and then turn to the right in order to reach the ugly, obscure-looking church of Sta. Prisca, founded by Pope Eutychianus in A.D. 280, but entirely modernized by Cardinal Giustiniani from designs of Carlo Lombardi, who encased its fine granite columns in miserable stucco pilasters. Over the high altar is a picture by Passignano of the baptism of the saint, which is said to have taken place in the ancient crypt beneath the church, where an inverted Corinthian capital, a relic of the temple of Diana which once occupied this site, is shown as the font in which Sta. Prisca was baptized by St. Peter. Opening from the right aisle is a kind of terraced loggia with a peculiar and beautiful view. In the adjoining vineyard are 3 arches of an aqueduct. According to the old tradition, this church stands on the site of the house of Aquila and Priscilla, where St. Peter lodged when at Rome, and who are the same mentioned by St. Paul as tent-makers, and here is shown the font, from which, according to the same tradition, St. Peter baptized the first Roman converts to Christianity. The altarpiece represents the baptism of Sta. Prisca, whose remains being afterwards placed in the church, it has since borne her name. According to the legend, she was a Roman virgin of illustrious birth, who, at the age of 13, was exposed in the amphitheater. A fierce lion was let loose upon her, but her youth and innocence disarmed the fury of the savage beast, which, instead of tearing her to pieces, humbly licked her feet, to the great consolation of Christians and the confusion of idolaters. Being led back to prison, she was there beheaded. Sometimes she is represented with a lion, sometimes with an eagle, because it is related that an eagle watched by her body till it was laid in the grave, For thus, says the story, was virgin innocence honored by kingly bird as well as by kingly beast. Mrs. Jameson. Opposite the door of this church is the entrance of the Vigna dei Gesudi, a wild and beautiful vineyard occupying the greater part of this deserted hill and extending as far as the Porta S. Paolo and the Pyramid of Caius Cestius. Several farmhouses are scattered amongst the vines and fruit trees. There are beautiful views towards the Alban Mountains and to the Pseudo-Aventine with its fortress-like convents. The ground is littered with fragments of marbles and alabaster, which lie unheeded among the vegetables, relics of unknown edifices which once existed here. Just where the path in the vineyard descends a slight declivity towards S. Paolo are the finest existing remains of the walls of Servius Tullius, formed of large quadrilateral blocks of tufa, laid alternately long and crossways, as in the Etruscan buildings. The spot is beautiful and overgrown by a luxuriance of wild mignonette and other flowers in the late spring. Descending to the valley beneath Sta. Prisca, and crossing the lane which leads from the Via Appia to the Porta S. Paolo, we reach, on the side of the Pseudo-Aventine, the church of S. Saba, which is supposed to mark the site of the Porta Randisculana of the walls of Servius Tullius. Its position is very striking, and its portico, built in AD 1200, is picturesque and curious. This church is of unknown origin, but is known to have existed in the time of Saint Gregory the Great, and to have been one of the 14 privileged abbacies of Rome. Its patron saint was Saint Sabas, an abbot of Cappadocia, who died at Jerusalem in AD 532. The record of the artist Jacobus de Cosmati dated the 3rd year of Innocent Roman III. 1205, on the lintel of the mosaic inlaid doorway, justifies us in classing this church among monuments of the 13th century. From its origin a Greek monastery, it was assigned by Lucius Roman II, in 1141, to the Benedictines of the Cluny rule. An epigraph near the sacristy mentions a rebuilding either of the cloisters or church in 1325 by an abbot Joannes, and in 1465 the roof was renewed in woodwork by a cardinal, the nephew of Pius II. In 1512, the Cistercians of Clairvaux were located here by Julius Roman II. And some years later these buildings were given to the Germanic-Hungarian College. Amidst gardens and vineyards, approached by a solitary lane between hedgerows, this now deserted sanctuary has a certain affecting character in its forlornness. Save on Thursdays, when the German students are brought hither by their Jesuit professors to enliven the solitude by their sports and converse, we might never succeed in finding entrance to this quiet retreat of the monks of old. Within the arched porch, through which we pass into an outer court, we read an inscription telling that here stood the house and oratory, called Cella Nova of Sta. Sylvia, mother of Saint Gregory the Great, whence the pious matron used daily to send a porridge of legumes to her son, while he inhabited his monastery on the Clivus Scori, or northern ascent of the Celian. Within that court formerly stood the cloistral buildings, of which little now remains. The facade is remarkable for its atrium in 2 stories, the upper with a pillared arcade, probably of the 15th century, the lower formerly supported by 6 porphyry columns removed by Pius Roman VI, to adorn the Vatican Library, where they still stand. The porphyry statuettes of 2 emperors embracing, supposed either an emblem of the conquered between the East and West, or the intended portraits of the co-reigning Constantine Roman II. And Constans a curious example of sculpture in its deep decline, and probably imported by Greek monks from Constantinople project from 2 of those ancient columns. Hemans medieval art. The interior of St. Saba is in the basilica form. It retains some fragments of inlaid pavements, some handsome inlaid marble panels on either side of the high altar, and an ancient sarcophagus. The tribune has rude paintings of the 14th century the Savior between St. Andrew and St. Sabas the Abbot, and below the crucifixion, the Madonna and the 12 apostles. Beneath the tribune is a cryptand over its altar, a beautifully ornamented disc with a Greek cross in the center. Behind St. Sabas is another delightful vineyard, but it is difficult to gain admittance. Here Flaminius Vaca describes the discovery of a mysterious chamber without door or window, whose pavement was of agate and cornelian, and whose walls were plated with gilt copper, but of this nothing remains. To reach the remaining church of the Aventine, we have to turn to the Via Appia and then follow the lane which leads up the hillside from the Baths of Caracalla to the Church of Sta. Balbina, whose picturesque red brick tower forms so conspicuous a feature, as seen against the long soft lines of the flat Campagna in so many Roman views. It was erected in memory of Sta. Balbina, a virgin martyr buried in Sta. Maria in Domnica, who suffered under Hadrian, AD 132. It contains the remains of an altar erected by Cardinal Barbo in the old Basilica of St. Peter's, a splendid ancient throne of marble inlaid with mosaics, and a fine tomb of Stefano Sordi, supporting a recumbent figure and adorned with mosaics by one of the Cosmati. Adjoining this church, Monsignor de Merode established a house of correction for youthful offenders, to avert the moral result of exposing them to communication with other prisoners. Chapter 9. The Via Appia. The Porta Capena Baths of Caracollavigna Guidi SS. Nerio ed Achilleo SS. Sisto e Dominico s Cesaro, s Giovanni in Olio s. Giovanni in Porta Latina, Columbarium of the Freedmen of Octavia, tomb of the Scipios, Columbarium of the Vigna Codini, arch of Drusus Porta, s Sebastiano, tombs of Geta and Priscilla, church of Domine Quo Vadis, Vigna Marantia, catacombs of S. Calixtus, of S. Protextatus, of the Jews, and SS. Nerio ed Achilleo, temple of Bacchus, i.e. S. Urbano Grotto of Egeria, temple of Divus Ridiculus, basilica and catacombs of S. Sebastiano Circus, of Maxentius, temple of Romulus, son of Maxentius, tomb of Cecilia Metella, castle of the Kitani, tombs of the Via Appia Sta. Maria Nuoveroma Vecchia Casile Rotondo Tordicels, and c. The Via Appia, called Regina Viarum by Statius, was begun BC 312 by the censor Appius Claudius the Blind, the most illustrious of the great Sabine and patrician race, of whom he was the most remarkable representative. It was paved throughout, and during the first part of its course served as a kind of patrician cemetery, being bordered by a magnificent avenue of family tombs. It began at the Porta Capena, itself crossed by the Claudian aqueduct, which was due to the same great benefactor. Substitit ad vetters arcus matidam Capenam, and was carried by Claudius across the Pontine marshes as far as Capua, but afterwards extended to Brundusium. The site of the Porta Capena, so important as marking the commencement of the Appian Way, was long a disputed subject. The Roman antiquaries maintained that it was outside the present walls, basing their opinion on the statement of St. Gregory that the river Almo was in that regio, and considering the Almo identical with a small stream which is crossed in the hollow about half a mile beyond the Porta S. Sebastiano, and which passes through the Val Caffarel and falls into the Tiber near S. Paolo. This stream, however, which rises at the foot of the Alban hills below the lake, divides into two parts about 6 miles from Rome, and its smaller division, after flowing close to the Porta San Giovanni, recedes again into the country, enters Rome near the Porta Metronia, a little behind the church of S. Sisto, and passing through the Circus Maximus, falls into the Tiber at the Pulchrum Litis, below the Temple of Vesta. Close to the point where this, the smaller branch of the Almo, crosses the Via San Sebastiano, Mr. J. H. Parker, in 1868-69, discovered some remains on the original line of walls, which he has identified, beyond doubt, as those of the Porta Capena, whose position had been already proved by Ampere and other authorities. Close to the Porta Capena stood a large group of historical buildings, of which no trace remains. On the right of the gate was the Temple of Mars. Lux idem Mardi festa est, quem prospicit extra appositum tecti Porta Capena via. Ovid Fast, Roman 6, 191. It is probably an allusion to this temple that Propertius says, Armac quam celero porti votiva capni, subscribem, salvo grata pula viro. Prop Roman 4, Eligs 3. Martial alludes to a little temple of Hercules near this. Capena grandi porta qua pluit gutta, frigic matris almo qua lavet ferrum, hortirum qua viert sacer campus, et qua pusili fervit Hercules fanum. Mart Roman 3, Ep. 47. Near the gate also stood the tomb of the murdered sister of the Horatii, with the temples of honor and virtue, vowed by Marcellus and dedicated by his son, and a fountain dedicated to Mercury. Est aqua Mercuriae porti vicina capni, si juvet expertis credier, numen habet, Huc venit instinctus tunicas mercator, et urna pura suffida, quam feret, horret aquam, iuda fit hinc loris. Lauro spargunter ob iuda omnia, qui dominos sunt habitura novos. Ovid Fast, v. 673. It was at the Porta Capena that the survivor of the Horatii met his sister. Horatius went home at the head of the army, bearing his triple spoils. But as they were drawing near to the Capenian gate, his sister came out to meet him. Now she had been betrothed in marriage to one of the Curiatii, and his cloak, which she had wrought with her own hands, was borne on the shoulders of her brother. And she knew it, and cried aloud, and wept for him she had loved. At the sight of her tears, Horatius was so wrath that he drew his sword, and stabbed his sister to the heart. And he said, "So perish the Roman maiden who shall weep for her country's enemy." Arnold's Hist. Of Rome, I-16. Among the many other historical scenes with which the Porta Capena is connected, we may remember that it was here that Cicero was received in triumph by the Senate and people of Rome, upon his return from banishment BC 57. Two roads lead to the Via S. Sebastiano, one the Via S. Gregorio, which comes from the Colosseum beneath the Arch of Constantine. The other, the street which comes from the Ghetto, through the Circus Maximus, between the Palatine and Aventine. The first gate on the left, after the junction of these roads, is that of the vineyard of the monks of S. Gregorio, in which the site of the Porta Capena was found. The remains discovered have been reburied, owing to the indifference or jealousy of the government. But the vineyard is worth entering on account of the picturesque view it possesses of the palace of the Caesars. On the right, a lane leads up the Pseudo-Aventine to the Church of Sta, Balbina, described chapter Roman 8. On the left, where the Via Appia crosses the brook of the Almo, now called Marana, the Via di San Sisto Vecchio leads to the back of the Celian behind S. Stefano Rotondo. Here, in the hollow, in the grounds of the Villa Maddei, under some picturesque farm buildings, is a spring which modern archaeology has determined to be the true fountain of Egeria, where Numa Pompilius is described as having his mysterious meetings with the nymph Egeria. The locality of this fountain was verified when that of the Porta Capena was ascertained, as it was certain that it was in the immediate neighborhood of that gate, from a passage in the 3D satire of Juvenal, which describes that when he was waiting at the Porta Capena with Umbricius while the wagon was loading for his departure to Cumae, they rambled into the valley of Egeria, and Umbricius said, after speaking of his motives for leaving Rome, "I could add other reasons to these. But my beasts summon me to move on, and the sun is setting. I must be going, for the muleteer has long been summoning me by the cracking of his whip." To this valley, the oppressed race of the Jews was confined by Domitian, their furniture consisting of a basket and a wisp of hay. Nunc sacrifontes nemis et delubra locanter Judies, quorum coffinus phonunc supelex. Juvenal Sat. Roman 3, 13. On the right are the baths of Caracalla, the largest mass of ruins in Rome except the Colosseum, consisting for the most part of huge shapeless walls of red and orange-colored brickwork, framing vast strips of blue sky and tufted with shrubs and flowers. These baths, which could accommodate 1,600 bathers at once, were begun in AD 212 by Caracalla, continued by Heliogabalus, and finished under Alexander Severus. They covered a space of 2,625,000 square yards a size, which made Ammianus Marcellinus say that the Roman baths were like provinces and they were supplied with water by the Antonine aqueduct, which was brought hither for that especial purpose from the Claudian over the Arch of Drusus. Antiquaries have amused themselves by identifying different chambers, to which, with considerable uncertainty, the names of Calidarium, Laconicum, Tepidarium, Frigidarium, and C have been affixed. The habits of luxury and inertion, which were introduced with the magnificent baths of the emperors, were among the principal causes of the decline and fall of Rome. Thousands of the Roman youth frittered away their hours in these magnificent halls, which were provided with everything which could gratify the senses. Poets were wont to recite their verses to those who were reclining in the baths. In medio qui scripta foro recitant, sunt multi, quic levantes, suave locus voci resonat conclusus. Horis sat I4. These thermae of Caracalla, which were 1 mile in circumference, and open at stated hours for the indiscriminate service of the senators and the people, contained above 1,600 seats of marble. The walls of the lofty apartments were covered with curious mosaics that imitated the art of the pencil in elegance of design and in the variety of their colors. The Egyptian granite was beautifully encrusted with the precious green marble of Numidia. The perpetual stream of hot water was poured into the capacious basins through so many wide mouths of bright and massy silver. And the meanest Roman could purchase, with a small copper coin, the daily enjoyment of a scene of pomp and luxury which might excite the envy of the kings of Asia. From these stately palaces issued forth a swarm of dirty and ragged plebeians, without shoes and without mantle, who loitered away whole days in the street or forum to hear news and to hold disputes, who dissipated, in extravagant gaming, the miserable pittance of their wives and children, and spent the hours of the night in the indulgence of gross and vulgar sensuality. Gibbon. In the first great hall was found, in 1824, the immense mosaic pavement of the pugilists, now in the Lateran Museum. Endless works of art have been discovered here from time to time, among them the best of the Farnese collection of statues, the Bull, the Hercules, and the Flora, which were dug up in 1534, when Paul Roman III carried off all the still remaining marble decorations of the baths to use for the Farnese Palace. The last of the pillars to be removed from hence is that which supports the statue of Justice in the Piazza Sta Trinità at Florence. A winding stair leads to the top of the walls, which are worth ascending, as well for the idea which you there receive of the vast size of the ruins, as for the lovely views of the Campagna, which are obtained between the bushes of lentiscus and phillyrea with which they are fringed. It was seated on these walls that Shelley wrote his Prometheus Unbound. This poem was chiefly written upon the mountainous ruins of the Baths of Caracalla, among the flowery glades and thickets of odoriferous blossoming trees, which are extended in ever-winding labyrinths upon its immense platforms and dizzy arches suspended in the air. The bright blue sky of Rome, and the effect of the vigorous awakening spring in that divinest climate, and the new life with which it drenches the spirits even to intoxication, were the inspiration of the drama. Preface to the Prometheus. Maintenant les murales sont nus, sauf quelques fragments de chapitox oubliés par la destruction. Mais elles conservent sequessules des mains de gayant, porient leur odeur, leur masse écrasante, la grandeur de leurs aspects, la sublimité de leurs ruins. On n'y regret rien quand on contemple ces énormes et pittoresques débris, baignés à midi par une ardente lumière aussi remplissant d'ombres à la tombée de la nuit, assailant, à une immense hauteur vers un ciel éblouissant, aussi dressant, mornes et mélancoliques, sous un ciel grisâtre, ou bien, lorsque, montant sur la plateforme inégale, crevassée, couverte d'arbustes et tapissée de gazon, en voit, comme du haut d'une colline. D'un côté si déroule la campagne romaine, et le merveilleux horizon de montagnes, qui la termine, de l'autre apparaître, ainsi qu'une montagne de plus, le dôme de Saint-Pierre, la seule des œuvres de homme qui ait quelque chose de la grandeur des œuvres de Dieu. Ampere, Emp. Roman 2. 286. The name of the lane which leads to the baths, via all Antoniana, recalls the fact that, with a vanity which seems like mockery, Caracalla dared to bear the name of Antoninus, which was always dear to the Roman people. Passing under the wall of the government garden for raising shrubs for the public walks, a door on the left of the Via Appia, with a sculptured marble frieze above it, is that of Guidi, the antiquity vendor, who has a small museum here of splendid fragments of marble and alabaster for sale. Opposite is the Vigna of Signor Guidi, who has unearthed a splendid mosaic pavement of tritons riding on dolphins, and who has here also a collection of antique fragments to be disposed of. On the right is SS. Nerio ed Achilleo, a most interesting little church. The tradition runs that Saint Peter, going to execution, let drop here one of the bandages of his wounds, and that the spot was marked by the early Christians with an oratory, which bore the name of Fasciola. Nereus and Achilles, eunuchs in the service of Clemens Flavius and Flavia Domitilla, members of the imperial family exiled to Pontia under Diocletian, having suffered martyrdom at Terracina, their bodies were transported here in 524 by John I, when the oratory was enlarged into a church, which was restored under Leo Roman III, in 795. The church was rebuilt in the 16th century by Cardinal Baronius, who took his title from hence. In his work, he desired that the ancient basilica character should be carefully carried out, and all the ancient ornaments of the church were preserved and re-erected. His anxiety that his successors should not meddle with or injure these objects of antiquity is shown by the inscription on a marble slab in the tribune. Presbyter card. Successor quisquis furis rogoti per gloriam Dei, et per merita horum martyrum, nihil demito, nihil minuito nec mutato, restitutam antiquidatum paeser vado. Sic Deus martyrum suorum praesibus semper adjuvit. The chancel is raised and surrounded by an inlaid marble screen. Instead of ambones, there are two plain marble reading desks for the epistle and gospel. The altar is inlaid and has transeni, or a marble grating, through which the tomb of the saints Nereus and Achilles may be seen, and through which the faithful might pass their handkerchiefs to touch it. Behind, in the semicircular choir, is an ancient episcopal throne, supported by lions and ending in a Gothic gable. Upon it part of the 28th homily of Saint Gregory was engraved by Baronius, under the impression that it was delivered thence, though it was really first read in the catacomb, whence the bodies of the saints were not yet removed. All these decorations are of the restoration under Leo Roman III, in the 8th century. Of the same period are the mosaics on the arch of the tribune, partly painted over in later times, representing, in the center, the Transfiguration, the earliest instance of the subject being treated in art, with the Annunciation on one side and the Madonna and Child attended by angels on the other. It is worth while remarking that when the relics of Flavia Domitilla, who was niece of Vespasian, and of Nereus and Achilles were brought hither from the catacomb on the Via Ardeatina, which bears the name of the latter, they were first escorted in triumph to the Capitol and made to pass under the imperial arches which bore as inscriptions, the Senate and the Roman people to sta. Flavia Domitilla, for having brought more honor to Rome by her death than her illustrious relations by their works. To sta. Flavia Domitilla, and to the saints Nereus and Achilles, the excellent citizens who gained peace for the Christian Republic at the price of their blood. Opposite, on the left, is a courtyard leading to the church of S. Sisto, with its celebrated convent, long deserted on account of malaria. It was here that Saint Dominic first resided in Rome and collected 100 monks under his rule before he was removed to Sta. Sabina by Honorius Roman III. After he went to the Aventine, it was decided to utilize this convent by collecting here the various Dominican nuns who had been living hitherto under very lax discipline and allowed to leave their convents and reside in their own families. The nuns of Sta. Maria in Trastevere resisted the order and only consented to remove on condition of bringing with them a Madonna picture attributed to St. Luke, hoping that the Trasteverini would refuse to part with their most cherished treasure. Saint Dominic obviated the difficulty by going to fetch the picture himself at night, attended by 2 cardinals and a barefooted torch-bearing multitude. On Ash Wednesday, 1218, the abbess and some of her nuns went to take possession of their new monastery, and being in the chapter house with Saint Dominic and Cardinal Stefano di Fossa Nuova, suddenly there came in one tearing his hair and making great outcries, for the young Lord Napoleon Orsini, nephew of the cardinal, had been thrown from his horse and killed on the spot. The cardinal fell speechless into the arms of Dominic, and the women and others who were present were filled with grief and horror. They brought the body of the youth into the chapter house and laid it before the altar, and Dominic, having prayed, turned to it, saying, O adolescens Napolio, in nomen Domini nostri Jesu Christi tibi dico surge. And thereupon he arose sound and whole to the unspeakable wonder of all present. Jameson's Monastic Orders. After being convinced by this miracle of the divine mission of Saint Dominic, 40 nuns settled at S. Sisto, promising never more to cross its threshold. There is very little remaining of the ancient S. Sisto, except the campanile, which is of 1500. But the vaulted chapter house, now dedicated to Saint Dominic, is well worth visiting. It has recently been covered with frescoes by the Padre Besson, himself a Dominican monk, who received his commission from Father Mullally, prior of S. Clement, the Irish Dominican convent, to which S. Sisto is now annexed. The 3 principal frescoes represent 3 miracles of Saint Dominic in each case of raising from the dead. One represents the resuscitation of a mason of the new monastery, who had fallen from a scaffold. Another, that of a child in a wild and beautiful Italian landscape. The third, the restoration of Napoleon Orsini on the spot, the mesmeric upspringing of the lifeless youth being most powerfully represented. The whole chapel is highly picturesque and effective in color. Of two inscriptions, one commemorates the raising of Orsini, the other, a prophecy of Saint Dominic, as to the evil end of two monks who deserted their convent. Just beyond S. Sisto, where the Via della Ferratella branches off on the left to the Lateran, stands a small ediculum, or shrine of the Lares, with brick niches for statues. Further, on the right, standing back from a kind of piazza, adorned with an ancient granite column, is the church of S. Cicero, which already existed in the time of Saint Gregory the Great, but was modernized under Clement Roman VII. 1523-34. Its interior retains many of its ancient features. The pulpit is one of the most exquisite specimens of church decoration in Rome and is covered with the most delicate sculpture, interspersed with mosaic. The emblems of the evangelists are introduced in the carving of the panels. The high altar is richly encrusted with mosaics, probably by the Cosmati family. Tiny owls form part of the decorations of the capitals of its pillars. Beneath is a confession, where two angels are drawing curtains over the tomb of the saint. The chancel has an inlaid marble screen. In the tribune is an ancient episcopal throne, once richly ornamented with mosaics. In this church, Saint Sergius was elected to the papal throne in 687, and here also an abbot of SS. Vincenz ed Anastasio was elected in 1145 as Eugenius Roman III, and was immediately afterwards forced by the opposing Senate to fly to Monticelli and then to the Abbey of Farfa, where his consecration took place. Part of the palace of the titular cardinal of S. Cicero remains in the adjoining garden, with an interesting loggia of c. 1200. In this neighborhood was the Piscina Publica, which gave a name to the 12th region of the city. It was used for learning to swim, but all trace of it had disappeared before the time of Festus, whose date is uncertain, but who lived before the end of the 4th century. In Thermas Fugio, sonas ad aurum piscinam pedo, non licet nader. Martial Roman III, Ep. 44. Here a lane turns on the left, towards the ancient Porta Latina, through which the Via Latina led to Capua, now closed. In front of the gate is a little chapel of the 16th century called S. Giovanni in olio, decorated with indifferent frescoes, on the spot where St. John is said to have been thrown into a cauldron of boiling oil under Domitian, from which he came forth as from a refreshing bath. It is the suffering in the burning oil which gave St. John the palm of a martyr, with which he is often represented in art. The festival of St. John Antiport, Lat. May 6, is preserved in the English church calendar. On the left is the Church of S. Giovanni, a Porta Latina, built in 1190 by Celestine Roman III. In spite of many modernizations, the last by Cardinal Rasponi in 1685, this building retains externally more of its ancient character than most Roman churches, in its fine campanile and the old brick walls of the nave and apse, decorated with terracotta friezes. The portico is entered by a narrow arch resting on two granite columns. The entrance door and the altar have the peculiar mosaic ribbon decoration of the Cosmati, of 1190. The frescoes are all modern. In the tribune are the Deluge and the Baptism of Christ, the type and antitype. Of the 10 columns, 8 are simple and of granite, 2 are fluted and of Porta Santa, showing that they were not made for the church, but removed from some pagan building, probably from the temple of Ceres and Proserpine. Near the entrance is a very picturesque marble well, like those so common at Venice and Padua, decorated with an intricate pattern of rich carving. In the opposite vineyard, behind the chapel of the Olio, very picturesquely situated under the Aurelian wall, is the columbarium of the freedmen of Octavia. A columbarium was a tomb containing a number of cinerary urns in niches like pigeonholes, whence the name. Many columbaria were held in common by a great number of persons, and the niches could be obtained by purchase or inheritance. In other cases, the heads of the great houses possessed whole columbaria for their families and their slaves. In the present instance, the columbarium is more than usually decorated, and though much smaller, it is far more worth seeing than the columbaria which it is the custom to visit immediately upon the Appian Way. One of the Sippi, above the staircase, is beautifully decorated with shells and mosaic. Below is a chamber, whose vault is delicately painted with vines and little bacchae gathering in the vintage. Round the walls are arranged the urns, some of them in the form of temples and very beautifully designed, others merely pots sunk into the wall, with conical lids, like pipkins let into a kitchen range. A beautiful vase of lapis lazuli found here has been transferred to the Vatican. Proceeding along the Via Appia, on the left by a tall cypress, number 13, is the entrance to the tomb of the Scipios, a small catacomb in the tufa rock, discovered in 1780, from which the famous sarcophagus of L. Scipio Barbetus and a bust of the poet Aeneas were removed to the Vatican by Pius Roman VII. The Scipios' tomb contains no ashes now, the very sepulchres lie tenantless of their heroic dwellers. Child Herald. The contadino at the neighboring farmhouse provides lights, with which one can visit a labyrinth of steep narrow passages, some of which still retain inscribed sepulchral slabs. Among the Scipios whose tombs have been discovered here were Lucius Scipio Barbetus and his son, the conqueror of Corsica, Alla Cornelia wife of Cnea Scipio Hispanis, a son of Scipio Africanus, Lucius Cornelius son of Scipio Asiaticus, Cornelius Scipio Hispanis and his son Lucius Cornelius. At the further end of these passages, and now, like them, subterranean, may be seen the pediment and arched entrance of the tomb towards the Via Latina. It is uncertain whether Scipio Africanus was buried at Liternum or in the family tomb. In the time of Livy, monuments to him were extant in both places. There is a beautiful view towards Rome from the vineyard above the tomb. A little further on, left number 14, is the entrance of the Vigna Codini, a private garden with an extortionate custode, containing 3 interesting columbaria. 2 of these are large square vaults, supported by a central pillar, which, as well as the walls, is perforated by niches for urns. The third has 3 vaulted passages. We now reach the Arch of Drusus. On its summit are the remains of the aqueduct by which Caracalla carried water to his baths. The arch once supported an equestrian statue of Drusus, 2 trophies, and a seated female figure representing Germany. The Arch of Drusus was decreed by the Senate in honor of the second son of the Empress Livia, by her first husband, Tiberius Nero. He was father of Germanicus and the Emperor Claudius, and brother of Tiberius. He died during a campaign on the Rhine, BC 9, and was brought back to be buried by his stepfather Augustus in his own mausoleum. His virtues are attested in a poem ascribed to Pedo Albanovenus. This arch, marmorium arcum cum tropio appia via, suet, is, with the exception of the Pantheon, the most perfect existing monument of Augustan architecture. It is heavy, plain, and narrow, with all the dignified but stern simplicity which belongs to the character of its age. Marvel. It is hard for one who loves the very stones of Rome to pass over all the thoughts which arise in his mind, as he thinks of the great apostle treading the rude and massive pavement of the Appian Way, and passing under that Arch of Drusus, at the Porta S. Sebastiano toiling up the Capitoline Hill, past the tabularium of the Capitol, dwelling in his hired house in the Via Lata or elsewhere, imprisoned in those painted caves in the Praetorian camp, and at last pouring out his blood for Christ at the Tree Fontaine, on the road to Ostia. Dean Alford's study of the New Testament, p. The Porta San Sebastiano has 2 fine semicircular towers of the Aurelian wall, resting on a basement of marble blocks, probably plundered from the tombs on the Via Appia. Under the arch is a Gothic inscription relating to the repulse of some unknown invaders. It was here that the Senate and people of Rome received in state the last triumphant procession which has entered the city by the Via Appia, that of Marcantonio Colonna, after the victory of Lepanto in 1571. As in the processions of the old Roman generals, the children of the conquered prince were forced to adorn the triumph of the victor, who rode into Rome attended by all the Roman nobles, in abito di grand formalita, preceded by the standard of the fleet. From the gate, the Clivus Martis, crossed by the railway to Civita Vecchia, descends into the valley of the Almo, where antiquaries formerly placed the Porta Caepna. On the hillside stood a temple of Mars, vowed in the Gallic War, and dedicated by T. Quinctius the Duumvir Sacris Faciundis, in BC 387. No remains exist of this temple. It was approached from the Via Caepna by a portico, which must have rivaled in length the celebrated portico at Bologna, extending to the Church of the Madonna di S. Luca. Near this, a temple was erected to Tempestas in BC 260 by L. Cornelius Scipio to commemorate the narrow escape of his fleet from shipwreck off the coast of Sardinia. Near this, also, the poet Terence owned a small estate of 20 acres, presented to him by his friend Scipio Aemilianus. After crossing the brook, we pass between two conspicuous tombs. That on the left is the tomb of Geta, son of Septimius Severus, the murdered brother of Caracalla. That on the right is the tomb of Priscilla, wife of Abiscantius, a favorite freedman of Domitian. S. locus, anti-urbum, qua primum nascitur in gens Appia, quac Italo gemitus almon Cybele ponet, et ideos jam non reminiscitur amnes. Hic T. Sidonio velitam molitor ostro eximius conjux, nec enim fumantia busta clamormc rogi potuit perfera. Beto compasut, Priscilla, Toro. Statius lib, v. Silv, I 222. Just beyond this, the Via Ardeatina branches off on the right, passing, after about 2 miles, the picturesque Vigna Marantia, a pleasant spot with fine old pines and cypresses. Where the roads divide is the Church of Domine Quo Vadis, containing a copy of the celebrated footprint said to have been left here by our Savior, the original being removed to S. Sebastiano. After the burning of Rome, Nero threw upon the Christians the accusation of having fired the city. This was the origin of the first persecution, in which many perished by terrible and hitherto unheard-of deaths. The Christian converts besought Peter not to expose his life. As he fled along the Appian Way, about 2 miles from the gates, he was met by a vision of our Savior traveling towards the city. Struck with amazement, he exclaimed, "Lord, whither goest thou?" To which the Savior, looking upon him with a mild sadness, replied, "I go to Rome to be crucified a second time," and vanished. Peter, taking this as a sign that he was to submit himself to the sufferings prepared for him, immediately turned back to the city. Michelangelo's famous statue, now in the Church of Sta. Maria Sopra Minerva, is supposed to represent Christ as he appeared to St. Peter on this occasion. A cast or copy of it is in the little church of Domine Quo Vadis. It is surprising that this most beautiful, picturesque, and, to my fancy, sublime legend has been so seldom treated, and never, as it seems to me, in a manner worthy of its capabilities and high significance. It is seldom that a story can be told by 2 figures, and these 2 figures placed in such grand and dramatic contrast, Christ in his serene majesty and radiant with all the joy of beatitude, yet with an expression of gentle reproach, the apostle at his feet arrested in his flight, amazed, and yet filled with a trembling joy, and for the background the wide Campagna or towering walls of imperial Rome. Mrs. Jameson. Beyond the church is a second bivium, or crossways, where a lane on the left leads up the Val Caffarel. Here, feeling an uncertainty which was the crossing where our Savior appeared to St. Peter, the English cardinal pole erected a second tiny chapel of Domine Quo Vadis, which remains to this day. On the left is the columbarium of the freedmen of Augustus and Livia, divided into 3 chambers, but despoiled of its adornments. Other columbaria near this are assigned to the Volusae and the Caeciliae. Over the wall on the left of the Via Appia now hangs in profusion the rare yellow-berried ivy. Many curious plants are to be found on these old Roman walls. Their commonest parasite, the pellitory Herba parietina, calls to mind the nickname given to the Emperor Trajan in derision of his passion for inscribing his name upon the walls of Roman buildings which he had merely restored, as if he were their founder, a passion in which the popes have since largely participated. We now reach, on the right, the entrance of the catacombs of St. Calixtus. The catacombs, except those at S. Sebastiano, can only be visited in company of a guide. For most of the catacombs, it is necessary to obtain a permesso at the office of the cardinal vicar, 70 Via della Scrofa, before 12 a.m., upon which a day, generally Sunday, is fixed, which must be adhered to. The catacombs of St. Calixtus are sometimes superficially shown without a special permesso. It may be well for the visitor to provide himself with tapers serini. All descriptions of dangers attending a visit to the catacombs, if accompanied by a guide and provided with serini, are quite imaginary. Neither does the visitor ever suffer from cold. The temperature of the catacombs is mild and warm, the vaults are almost always dry, and the air pure. The Roman catacombs, a name consecrated by long usage, but having no etymological meaning, and not a very determinate geographical one, are a vast labyrinth of galleries excavated in the bowels of the earth in the hills around the eternal city. Not in the hills on which the city itself was built, but in those beyond the walls. Their extent is enormous, not as to the amount of superficial soil which they underlie, for they rarely, if ever, pass beyond the third milestone from the city, but in the actual length of their galleries. For these are often excavated on various levels, or peony, 3, 4, or even 5 one above the other. And they cross and recross one another, sometimes at short intervals on each of these levels. So that, on the whole, there are certainly not less than 350 miles of them. That is to say, if stretched out in one continuous line, they would extend the whole length of Italy itself. The galleries are from 2 to 4 feet in width, and vary in height according to the nature of the rock in which they are dug. The walls on both sides are pierced with horizontal niches, like shelves in a bookcase or berths in a steamer, and every niche once contained one or more dead bodies. At various intervals, this succession of shelves is interrupted for a moment. That room may be made for a doorway opening into a small chamber. And the walls of these chambers are generally pierced with graves in the same way as the galleries. These vast excavations once formed the ancient Christian cemeteries of Rome. They were begun in apostolic times and continued to be used as burial places of the faithful till the capture of the city by Alaric in the year 410. In the 3rd century, the Roman Church numbered 25 or 26 of them, corresponding to the number of her titles or parishes within the city. And besides these, there are about 20 others of smaller dimensions, isolated monuments of special martyrs, or belonging to this or that private family. Originally, they all belonged to private families or individuals, the villas or gardens in which they were dug being the property of wealthy citizens who had embraced the faith of Christ, and devoted of their substance to his service. Hence, their most ancient titles were taken merely from the names of their lawful owners, many of which still survive. Lucina, for example, who lived in the days of the apostles, and others of the same family or at least of the same name, who lived at various periods in the next 2 centuries. Priscilla, also a contemporary of the apostles. Flavia Domitilla, niece of Vespasian Comedilla, whose property lay on the Via Ascensis. Syriaca on the Via Tiburtina. Praetextatus on the Via Appia. Ponciano on the Via Portunsis. And the Giordani, Maximus, and Thraso, all on the Via Salaria Nova. These names are still attached to the various catacombs because they were originally begun upon the land of those who bore them. Other catacombs are known by the names of those who presided over their formation, as that of Saint Calixtus on the Via Appia, or Saint Mark on the Via Ardeatina, or of the principal martyrs who were buried in them, as SS. Hermes, Basila, Proteus, and Hyacinthus on the Via Salaria Vetus. Or, lastly, by some peculiarity of their position, as ad catacumbas on the Via Appia and ad duas Loros on the Via Labicana. It has always been agreed among men of learning who have had an opportunity of examining these excavations that they were used exclusively by the Christians as places of burial and of holding religious assemblies. Modern research has now placed it beyond a doubt that they were also originally designed for this purpose and for no other. That they were not deserted sandpits, arenarii, or quarries adapted to Christian uses, but a development with important modifications of a form of sepulchre not altogether unknown even among the heathen families of Rome, and in common use among the Jews both in Rome and elsewhere. At first, the work of making the catacombs was done openly, without let or hindrance, by the Christians. The entrances to them were public on the high road or on the hillside, and the galleries and chambers were freely decorated with paintings of a sacred character. But early in the 3rd century, it became necessary to withdraw them as much as possible from the public eye. New and often difficult entrances were now effected in the recesses of deserted arenarii, and even the liberty of Christian art was cramped and fettered, lest what was holy should fall under the profane gaze of the unbaptized. Each of these burial places was called in ancient times either hypogeum, i.e. generically, a subterranean place, or coimaterium, a sleeping place, a new name of Christian origin which the pagans could only repeat, probably without understanding. Sometimes also martyrium, or confessio, its Latin equivalent, to signify that it was the burial place of martyrs or confessors of the faith. An ordinary grave was called locus or loculus if it contained a single body, or bisamum, trisamum, or quadrasamum if it contained 2, 3, or 4. The graves were dug by fossors, and burial in them was called depositio. The galleries do not seem to have had any specific name, but the chambers were called cubicula. In most of these chambers, and sometimes also in the galleries themselves, one or more tombs are to be seen of a more elaborate kind. A long oblong chasse, like a sarcophagus, either hollowed out in the rock or built up of masonry, and closed by a heavy slab of marble lying horizontally on the top. The niche over tombs of this kind was of the same length as the grave, and generally vaulted in a semicircular form, whence they were called arcosolia. Sometimes, however, the niche retained the rectangular form, in which case there was no special name for it, but for distinction's sake we may be allowed to call it a table tomb. Those of the arcosolia, which were also the tomb of martyrs, were used on the anniversaries of their deaths, natalitia, or birthdays, as altars whereon the holy mysteries were celebrated. Hence, while some of the cubicula were only family vaults, others were chapels or places of public assembly. It is probable that the holy mysteries were celebrated also in the private vaults, on the anniversaries of the deaths of their occupants, and each one was sufficiently large in itself for use on these private occasions. But in order that as many as possible might assist at the public celebrations, 2, 3, or even 4 of the cubicula were often made close together, all receiving light and air through one shaft or air hole, luminaire, pierced through the superincumbent soil up to the open air. In this way, as many as 100 persons might be collected in some parts of the catacombs to assist at the same act of public worship, whilst a still larger number might have been dispersed in the cubicula of neighboring galleries, and received there the bread of life brought to them by the assistant priests and deacons. Indications of this arrangement are not only to be found in ancient ecclesiastical writings. They may still be seen in the very walls of the catacombs themselves: episcopal chairs, chairs for the presiding deacon or deaconess, and benches for the faithful, having formed part of the original design when the chambers were hewn out of the living rock, and still remaining where they were first made. Roma Sotterranea, Northcote, and Brownlow. To our classic associations, Rome was still, under Trajan and the Antonines, the city of the Caesars, the metropolis of pagan idolatry. In the pages of her poets and historians we still linger among the triumphs of the Capitol, the shows of the Colosseum. Or if we read of a Christian being dragged before the tribunal or exposed to the beasts, we think of him as one of a scattered community, few in number, spiritless in action, and politically insignificant. But all this while there was living beneath the visible and invisible Roma population unheeded, unreckoned thought of vaguely spoken of, and with the familiarity and indifference that men feel who live on a volcano at a population strong-hearted, of quick impulses, nerved alike to suffer or to die, and in number, resolution, and physical force sufficient to have hurled their oppressors from the throne of the world, had they not deemed it their duty to kiss the rod, to love their enemies, to bless those that cursed them, and to submit for their Redeemer's sake to the powers that be. Here, in these dens and caves of the earth, they lived. Here they died a spectacle in their lifetime to men and angels, and in their death a triumph to mankind, a triumph of which the echoes still float around the walls of Rome and over the desolate Campagna, while those that once thrilled the Capitol are silenced, and the walls that returned them have long since crumbled into dust. Lord Lindsay, S. Christian Art. The name catacombs is modern, having originally been only applied to S. Sebastiano ad catacumbas. The early Christians called their burial places by the Greek name coimateria, sleeping places. Almost all the catacombs are between the first and third milestones from the Aurelian Wall, to which point the city extended before the wall itself was built. This was in obedience to the Roman law which forbade burial within the precincts of the city. The fact that the Christians were always anxious not to burn their dead, but to bury them in these rock-hewn sepulchres, was probably owing to the remembrance that our Lord was himself laid in a new tomb hewn out of the rock. And perhaps also for this reason the bodies were wrapped in fine linen cloths and buried with precious spices, of which remains have been found in the tombs. The catacomb, which is known as St. Calixtus, is composed of a number of catacombs, once distinct but now joined together. Such were those of Sta, Lucina, of Anatolia, daughter of the consul Aemilianus, and of Sta, Sotris, a virgin of the family to which Saint Ambrose belonged in a later generation, and who was buried in Coimiterio Suo, AD 304. The passages of these catacombs were gradually united with those which originally belonged to the cemetery of Calixtus. The high mass of ruin which meets our eyes on first entering the vineyard of Saint Calixtus is a remnant of the tomb of the Caeciliae, of which family a number of epitaphs have been found. Beyond this is another ruin, supposed by Marangoni to have been the basilica which Saint Damasus provided for his own burial and that of his mother and sister, which Padre Marchi believed to be the church of Saint Mark and Saint Marcellinus, but which de Rossi identifies with the Cella Memoriae, sometimes called of Saint Sistis, sometimes of Saint Cecilia, because built immediately over the graves of those martyrs by Saint Fabian in the 3rd century. Descending into the catacomb by an ancient staircase restored, we reach, passing a sepulchral cubiculum on the right, the chapel of the popes, a place of burial and of worship of the 3rd or 4th century, as it was restored after its discovery in 1854, but still retaining remains of the marble slabs with which it was faced by Sixtus Roman III. In the 5th century, and of marble columns, and C with which it was adorned by Saint Leo Roman III. 795–816. The walls are lined with graves of the earliest popes, many of them martyrs viz. Saint Zephyrinus, 202–211, Saint Pontianus, who died in banishment in Sardinia, 231–236, Saint Antiros, martyred under Maximian in the 2nd month of his pontificate, 236, Saint Fabian, martyred under Decius, 236–250, Saint Lucius, martyred under Valerian, 253–255, Saint Stephen I, martyred in his episcopal chair under Valerian, 255–257, Saint Sixtus Roman II, martyred in the catacombs of Saint Protextatus, 257–260, Saint Dionysius, 260–271, Saint Eutychianus, martyr, 275–283, and Saint Caius, 284–296. Of these, the gravestones of Antiros, Fabian, Lucius, and Eutychianus have been discovered with inscriptions in Greek, which is acknowledged to have been the earliest language of the Church in which Saint Paul and Saint James wrote, and in which the proceedings of the first 12 councils were carried on. Though no inscriptions have been found relating to the other popes mentioned, they are known to have been buried here from the earliest authorities. Over the site of the altar is one of the beautifully cut inscriptions of Pope Saint Damasus, 366–384, whose labor of love it was to rediscover the tombs which had been blocked up for concealment under Diocletian, to remove the earth, widen the passages, adorn the sepulchral chambers with marble, and support the friable tufa walls with arches of brick and stone. Hic congesta jacet queris si turba piorum corpora sanctorum, retinent veneranda sepulchra sublimes animas rapuit sibi regia celi. Hic comites zeist deportant qui ex hostrapia, hic numerus prosrum servet qui altaria Christi, hic positus longa vixit qui in pace sacerdos, hic confessors sancti quos Grecia missit, hic juvens, purique, senes, castique nepotes, quis mage virginium placuit retiner puterum. Hic fader Damasus volui, me candera membra sed sinners, timui sanctos vexer piorum. Here, if you would know, lie heaped together a number of the holy. These honored sepulchres enclose the bodies of the saints, their lofty souls the palace of heaven has received. Here lie the companions of Xystus, who bear away the trophies from the enemy. Here a tribe of the elders which guards the altars of Christ. Here is buried the priest who lived long in peace. Here the holy confessors who came from Greece. Here lie youths and boys, old men and their chaste descendants, who kept their virginity undefiled. Here I, Damasus, wished to have laid my limbs, but feared to disturb the holy ashes of the saints. From this chapel we enter the cubiculum of Sta, Cecilia, where the body of the saint was buried by her friend Urban after her martyrdom in her own house in the Trastevere, see chapter Romans 17. AD 224, and where it was discovered in 820 by Pope Paschal I, to whom its resting place had been revealed in a dream. Fresh and perfect as when it was first laid in the tomb, and clad in rich garments mixed with gold, with linen cloths stained with blood rolled up at her feet, lying in a cypress coffin. Close to the entrance of the cubiculum, upon the wall, is a painting of Cecilia, a woman richly attired and adorned with bracelets and necklaces. Near it is a niche for the lamp which burnt before the shrine, at the back of which is a large head of our Savior, of the Byzantine type, and with rays of glory behind it in the form of a Greek cross. Side by side with this, but on the flat surface of the wall, is a figure of Saint Urban, the friend of Cecilia, who laid her body here in full pontifical robes, with his name inscribed. Higher on the wall are figures of 3 saints, executed apparently in the 4th, or perhaps even the 5th century Polycamus, an unknown martyr with a palm branch, Sebastianus, and Quirinus, a bishop, Quirinus bishop of Siccia buried at St. Sebastian. In the pavement is a gravestone of Septimus Praetextatus Caecilianus, a servant of God who lived worthy for 33 years, considered important as suggesting a connection between the family of Cecilia and that of Saint Praetextatus, in whose catacomb on the other side of the Appian way her husband and brother-in-law were buried, and where her friend Saint Urban was concealed. These 2 chapels are the only ones which it is necessary to dwell upon here in detail. The rest of the catacomb is shown in varying order and explained in different ways. 3 points are of historic interest. 1. The roof-shaped tomb of Pope St. Melchiades, who lived long in peace and died AD 313. 2. The cubiculum of Pope St. Eusebius, in the middle of which is placed an inscription, pagan on one side, on the other a restoration of the 5th century of one of the beautiful inscriptions of Pope Damasus, which is thus translated. Heraclius forbade the lapsed to grieve for their sins. Eusebius taught those unhappy ones to weep for their crimes. The people were rent into parties, and with increasing fury began sedition, slaughter, fighting, discord, and strife. Straightway both the Pope and the heretic were banished by the cruelty of the tyrant, although the Pope was preserving the bonds of peace inviolate. He bore his exile with joy, looking to the Lord as his judge, and on the shore of Sicily gave up the world and his life. At the top and bottom of the tablet is the following title: Damasus Episcopus Fecit, Eusebio Episcopo et Martyri. And on either side, a single file of letters, which hands down to us the name of the sculptor who executed the Damascene inscriptions. Furius Dionysius Philocalus scripsit, Damasis papi cultor ac amitat. 3. Near the exit, properly in the catacomb of Sta. Lucina, connected with that of Calixtus by a labyrinth of galleries, is the tomb of Pope St. Cornelius, 251, 252, the only Roman bishop down to the time of St. Sylvester, 314, who bore the name of any noble Roman family, and whose epitaph, perhaps in consequence, is in Latin, while those of the other popes are in Greek. The tomb has no chapel of its own, but is a mere grave in a gallery, with a rectangular instead of a circular space above, as in the cubicula. Near the tomb are fragments of one of the commemorative inscriptions of St. Damasus, which has been ingeniously restored by de Rossi thus: Aspis descensu extructo tenebrisque fugatis Corneli monumenta vitis, tumulum sacratum hoc opus igrodi Damasi prestentia fecit, esset ut excessus melior, populusque paradum auxilium sancti, et valias si fundir puro cord prex, Damasus melior consurger possit, quem non lucis amor, tenuit mage cura laboris. Behold, a way down has been constructed and the darkness dispelled. You see the monuments of Cornelius and his sacred tomb. This work the zeal of Damasus has accomplished, sick as he is, in order that the approach might be better and the aid of the saint might be made convenient for the people. And that, if you will pour forth your prayers from a pure heart, Damasus may rise up better in health, though it has not been love of life but care for work that has kept him here below. St. Cornelius was banished under Gallus to Centum Selinau Civita Vecchia, and was brought back thence to Rome for martyrdom sept 14, A.D. 252. On the same day of the month, in 258, died his friend and correspondent St. Cyprian, Archbishop of Carthage, who is consequently commemorated by the Church on the same day with St. Cornelius. Therefore also, on the right of the grave, are 2 figures of bishops with inscriptions declaring them to be St. Cornelius and St. Cyprian. Each holds the book of the Gospels in his hands and is clothed in pontifical robes, including the pallium, which had not yet been confined as a mark of distinction to metropolitans. Beneath the picture stands a pillar which held one of the vases of oil which were always kept burning before the shrines of the martyr. Beyond the tomb, at the end of the gallery, is another painting of two bishops, Saint Sistus Roman II, martyred in the catacomb of Protextatus, and Saint Optatus, who was buried near him. In going round this catacomb, and in most of the others, the visitor will be shown a number of rude paintings, which will be explained to him in various ways, according to the tendencies of his guide. The paintings may be considered to consist of three classes: symbolical, allegorical and biblical, and liturgical. There is little variety of subject, the same are introduced over and over again. The symbols most frequently introduced on and over the graves are the anchor, expressive of hope, Heb Romans 6:19. The dove, symbolical of the Christian soul released from its earthly tabernacle, PS, LV 6. The sheep, symbolical of the soul still wandering amid the pastures and deserts of earthly life, PS, C6, 176, Isaiah Lei, John X 14, Roman 21, 15, 16, 17. The phoenix, the palm bird, emblematical of eternity and the resurrection. The fish typical of our Savior from the word Yoda Chi Theta Upsilon Sigma, formed by the initial letters of the titles of our Lord Yoda Eta Sigma Omicron, letter 1F51 Sigma, Chi Rho Iota Sigma Tau, letter 1F41 Sigma Theta Epsilon Omicron, letter 1F51 Upsilon, letter 1F31, letter 1F41 Sigma Sigma Omega Tau, letter 1F21 Rho Jesus Christ, the Son of God, the Savior. The ship representing the church militant, sometimes seen carried on the back of the fish. Bread, represented with fish, sometimes carried in a basket on its back, sometimes with it on a table in allusion to the multiplication of the loaves and fishes. A female figure praying, an orante in allusion to the church. A vine also in allusion to the church, PS LXXX 8, Isaiah V1. An olive branch as a sign of peace. A palm branch as a sign of victory and martyrdom, Reverend Romans 7, 9. Allegorical and biblical representations. Of these, the Good Shepherd requires an especial notice from the importance which is given to it and its frequent introduction in catacomb art, both in sculpture and painting. By far the most interesting of the early Christian paintings is that of our Savior as the Good Shepherd, which is almost invariably painted on the central space of the dome or cupola, subjects of minor interest being disposed around it in compartments, precisely in the style, as regards both the arrangement and execution, of the heathen catacombs. He is represented as a youth in a shepherd's frock and sandals, carrying the lost sheep on his shoulders or leaning on his staff, the symbol, according to St. Augustine, of the Christian hierarchy, while the sheep feed around or look up at him. Sometimes he is represented seated in the midst of the flock, playing on a shepherd's pipe in a few instances. In the oldest catacombs, he is introduced in the character of Orpheus, surrounded by wild beasts, enwrapped by the melody of his lyre, Orpheus being then supposed to have been a prophet or precursor of the Messiah. The background usually exhibits a landscape or meadow, sometimes planted with olive trees, doves resting on their branches, symbolical of the peace of the faithful. In others, as in a fresco preserved in the Museum Christianum, the palm of victory is introduced, but such combinations are endless. In one or two instances, the surrounding compartments are filled with personifications of the seasons, apt emblems of human life, whether natural or spiritual. The subject of the Good Shepherd, I am sorry to add, is not of Roman but Greek origin, and was adapted from a statue of Mercury carrying a goat, at Tanagra, mentioned by Pausanias. The Christian composition approximates to its original more nearly in the few instances where our Savior is represented carrying a goat, emblematical of the scapegoat of the wilderness. Singularly enough, though of Greek parentage and recommended to the Byzantines by Constantine, who erected a statue of the Good Shepherd in the Forum of Constantinople, the subject did not become popular among them. They seem, at least, to have tacitly abandoned it to Rome. Lord Lindsay's Christian Art. The Good Shepherd seems to have been quite the favorite subject. We cannot go through any part of the catacombs or turn over any collection of ancient Christian monuments without coming across it again and again. We know from Tertullian that it was often designed upon chalices. We find it ourselves painted in fresco upon the roofs and walls of the sepulchral chambers, rudely scratched upon gravestones, or more carefully sculptured on sarcophagi, traced in gold upon glass, molded on lamps, engraved on rings, and, in a word, represented on every species of Christian monument that has come down to us. Of course, amid such a multitude of examples, there is considerable variety of treatment. We cannot, however, appreciate the suggestion of Kugler that this frequent repetition of the subject is probably to be attributed to the capabilities which it possessed in an artistic point of view. Rather, it was selected because it expressed the whole sum and substance of the Christian dispensation. In the language even of the Old Testament, the action of divine providence upon the world is frequently expressed by images and allegories borrowed from pastoral life. God is the shepherd, and men are his sheep. But in a still more special way, our divine Redeemer offers himself to our regards as the Good Shepherd. He came down from his eternal throne into this wilderness of the world to seek the lost sheep of the whole human race, and having brought them together into one fold on earth, thence to transport them into the ever-verdant pastures of paradise. Roma Saturania. Other biblical subjects are from the Old Testament, those of Noah, Moses, Daniel, and Jonah being the only ones at all common. The fall. Adam and Eve on either side of the tree of knowledge round which the serpent is coiled. Sometimes, instead of this, our Savior, as the representative of the deity, stands between them, condemning them, and offering a lamb to Eve and a sheaf of corn to Adam, to signify the doom of themselves and their posterity to delve, and to spin through all future ages. The offering of Cain and Abel. They present a lamb and sheaf of corn to a seated figure of the Almighty. Noah in the ark, represented as a boxa dove bearing an olive branch, flies towards him, interpreted to express the doctrine that the faithful, having obtained remission of their sins through baptism, have received from the Holy Spirit the gift of divine peace, and are saved in the mystical ark of the Church from the destruction which awaits the world. Acts Roman 2:47. Sacrifice of Isaac. Passage of the Red Sea, Moses receiving the law, Moses striking water from the rock, very common, Moses pointing to the pots of manna, Elijah going up to heaven in the chariot of fire. The three children in the fiery furnace, very common as symbolical of martyrdom. Daniel in the lion's den, generally a naked figure with hands extended and a lion on either side, most common as an encouragement to Christian sufferers. Jonah swallowed up by the whale, represented as a strange kind of seahorse. Jonah disgorged by the whale, Jonah under the gourd, or, according to the Vulgate, under the ivy. Jonah lamenting for the death of the gourd. These four subjects from the story of Jonah are constantly repeated, perhaps as encouragement to the Christians suffering from the wickedness of Rome, the modern Nineveh, which they were to warn and pray for. Subjects from the New Testament are the Nativity, the ox and the ass kneeling, the adoration of the Magi repeatedly placed in juxtaposition with the story of the three children, our Savior turning water into wine, our Savior conversing with the woman of Samaria, our Savior healing the paralytic man who takes up his bed, this is very common, our Savior healing the woman with the issue of blood, our Savior multiplying the loaves and fishes, our Savior healing the daughter of the woman of Canaan, our Savior healing the blind man, the raising of Lazarus, who appears at a door in his grave clothes, while Christ with a wand stands before it. This is the New Testament subject oftenest introduced. It is constantly placed in juxtaposition with a picture of Moses striking the rock. These two subjects may be intended to represent the beginning and end of the Christian course, the fountain of water springing up to life everlasting. God's grace and the gift of faith being typified by the water flowing from the rock, which was Christ, and life everlasting by the victory over death and the second life vouchsafed to Lazarus. Our Savior's triumphal entry into Jerusalem, our Savior giving the keys to Peter very rare, our Savior predicting the denial of Peter, the denial of Peter, our Savior before Pilate, Saint Peter taken to prison. These last six subjects are only represented on tombs. The class of paintings shown as liturgical are less definite than these. In the catacombs of Calixtus, several obscure paintings are shown in cubicula anterior to the middle of the 3rd century, which are said to have reference to the sacrament of baptism. Pictures of the paralytic carrying his bed are identified by some Roman Catholic authorities with the sacrament of penance. Bosio believed that in the catacomb of Sta, Priscilla, he had found paintings which illustrated the sacrament of ordination. Representations undoubtedly exist which illustrate the agape or love feast of the primitive church. On the opposite side of the Via Appia from St. Calixtus, generally entered from the road leading to S. Urbano, is the catacomb of St. Protextatus, interesting as being the known burial place of several martyrs. A large crypt was discovered here in 1857, built with solid masonry and lined with Greek marble. The workmanship points to early date, and specimens of pagan architecture in the same neighborhood enable us to fix the middle of the latter half of the 2nd century, AD 175, as a very probable date for its erection. The Acts of the Saints explain to us why it was built with bricks and not hewn out of the rock viz, because the Christian who made it, Sta. Marmenia, had caused it to be excavated immediately below her own house, and now that we see it, we understand the precise meaning of the words used by the itineraries describing it viz. A large cavern, most firmly built. The vault of the chapel is most elaborately painted, in a style by no means inferior to the best classical productions of the age. It is divided into 4 bands of wreaths, one of roses, another of corn sheaves, a third of vine leaves and grapes, and in all these, birds are introduced visiting their young in nests, and the last or highest, of leaves of laurel or the bay tree. Of course, these severally represent the seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The last is a well-known figure or symbol of death, and probably the laurel, as the token of victory, was intended to represent the new and Christian idea of the everlasting reward of a blessed immortality. Below these bands is another border, more indistinct, in which reapers are gathering in the corn, and at the back of the arch is a rural scene, of which the central figure is the good shepherd carrying a sheep upon his shoulders. This, however, has been destroyed by graves pierced through the wall and the rock behind it, from the eager desire to bury the dead of a later generation as near as possible to the tombs of the martyrs. As de Rossi proceeded to examine these graves in detail, he could hardly believe his eyes when he read around the edge of one of them these words and fragments of words: "My refrigeri Januarius agatopos, felicissim martyrs Januarius, agapetus, felicissimus martyrs, refresh the soul of." The words had been scratched upon the mortar while it was yet fresh, 15 centuries ago, as the prayer of some bereaved relative for the soul of him whom they were burying here. And now they revealed to the antiquarian of the 19th century the secret he was in quest of viz. The place of burial of the saints whose aid is here invoked, for the numerous examples to be seen in other cemeteries warn us in concluding that the bodies of the saints, to whose intercession the soul of the deceased is here recommended, were at the time of his burial lying at no great distance. Roma Sotterranea. The Saint Januarius buried here was the eldest of the 7 sons of Saint Felicitas, martyred July 10, AD 162. Saint Agapitus and Saint Felicissimus were deacons of Pope Sixtus Roman II, who were martyred together with him and Saint Protextatus in this very catacomb, because Sixtus Roman II had set at naught the commands of the Emperor Valerian. A mutilated inscription of Saint Damasus, in the catacomb of Calixtus, near the tomb of Cornelius, thus records the death of this pope. Tempor quo gladius secuit pia viscera matris, hic positus rector caelestia jussa dospem, adveniunt subito. Rapiunt qui forte sedentum, militibus missus, populi tunc calla dedir. Mox sibi cognivit senior quis toller velit pomum sic suum caput prior obtulit ips, impatiens feridas possit ni lidir quemquem. Ostendit Christus reddit qui premia vidi pastoris meritum, numerum gregis ips tutor. At the time when the sword pierced the heart of our mother, Church, I, its ruler, buried here, was teaching the things of heaven. Suddenly they came, they seized me seated as I was, the soldiers being sent in, the people gave their necks to the slaughter. Soon the old man saw who was willing to bear away the palm from himself, and was the first to offer himself and his own head, fearing lest the blow should fall on anyone else. Christ, who awards the rewards of life, recognizes the merit of the pastor. He himself is preserving the number of his flock. An adjoining crypt, considered to date from AD 130, is believed to be the burial place of Saint Quirinus. Above this catacomb are ruins of 2 basilicas, erected in honor of Saint Zeno, and of Tiburtius, Valerian, and Maximus, companions of Sta, Cecilia in martyrdom. In the road leading to S. Urbano is the entrance to the Jewish catacomb. It is entered by a chamber open to the sky, floored with black and white mosaic, which is supposed to have formed part of a pagan dwelling. The following chamber has remains of a well. Hence a low door forms the entrance of a gallery, out of which open 6 cubicula, one of them containing a fine while marble sarcophagus and decorated with a painting of the 7-branched candlestick. A side passage leads to other cubicula, and to an open space which seems to have been an actual arenarium. A winding passage at the end of the larger gallery leads to the graves in the floor divided into different cells for corpses, and called qasim by rabbinical writers. A cubiculum at the end of the catacomb has paintings of figures plenty, with a cornucopia, victory, with a palm leaf, and see the inscriptions found show that this cemetery was exclusively Jewish. They refer to officers of the synagogue, rulers, Alpha Rho Chi Omicron U Tau Epsilon Sigma, and scribes, Gamma Rho Alpha Mu Mu Alpha Tau Epsilon Iota Sigma, and see the inscriptions are in great part in Greek letters, expressing Latin words. Another small Jewish catacomb has been discovered behind the Basilica of Saint Sebastian. Behind the catacomb of Saint Calixtus, on the right of the Via Ardeatina, is the catacomb of SS, Nerio Edicileo. Close to its entrance is the farm of Tor Marantia, where are some ruins believed to be remains of the villa of Flavia Domitilla. This celebrated member of the early Christian church was daughter of the Flavia Domitilla, who was sister of the Emperor Domitian and wife of Titus Flavius Clemens, son of the Titus Flavius Sabinus, who was brother of the Emperor Vespasian. Her 2 sons were Vespasian Jr. and Domitian Jr., who were intended to succeed to the throne, and to whom Quintilian was appointed as tutor by the emperor. Dion Cassius narrates that Domitian put to death several persons, and amongst them Flavius Clemens the consul, although he was his nephew, and although he had Flavia Domitilla for his wife, who was also related to the emperor. They were both accused of atheism, on which charge many others also had been condemned, going after the manners and customs of the Jew, and some of them were put to death, and others had their goods confiscated. But Domitilla was only banished to Pandatoria. This Flavia Domitilla is frequently confused with her niece of the same name, whose banishment is mentioned by Eusebius, when he says, "The teaching of our faith had by this time shown so far and wide, that even pagan historians did not refuse to insert in their narratives some account of the persecution and the martyrdoms that were suffered in it. Some, too, have marked the time accurately, mentioning, amongst many others, in the 15th year of Domitian, AD 97, Flavia Domitilla, the daughter of a sister of Flavius Clemens, one of the Roman consuls of those days, who, for her testimony for Christ, was punished by exile to the island of Pontia. It was this younger Domitilla who was accompanied in her exile by her 2 Christian servants, Nereus and Achilles, whose banishment is spoken of by Saint Jerome as a lifelong martyrdom, whose cell was afterwards visited by Sta. Paula, and who, according to the Acts of SS, Nereus and Achilles was brought back to the mainland to be burnt alive at Terracina because she refused to sacrifice to idols. The relics of Domitilla, with those of her servants, were preserved in the catacomb under the villa which had belonged to her Christian aunt. Receiving as evidence the story of Sta. Domitilla, this catacomb must be looked upon as the oldest Christian cemetery in existence. Its galleries were widened and strengthened by John I, 523-526. A chamber near the entrance is pointed out as the burial place of Sta. Petronilla. The sepulchre of SS. Nereus and Achilles was in all probability in that chapel to which we descend by so magnificent a staircase, and which is illuminated by so fine a luminaire. For that this is the central point of attraction in the cemetery is clear, both from the staircase and the luminaire just mentioned, as also from the greater width of the adjacent galleries and other similar tokens. Here then St. Gregory the Great delivered his 28th homily, which Baronius erroneously supposes to have been delivered in the church of SS. Nerio Edicileo, to which the bodies of the saints were not yet removed, in which he says, "These saints, before whose tomb we are assembled, despised the world and trampled it under their feet, when peace, plenty, riches, and health gave it charms." There is a higher and more ancient piano, in which coins and medals of the first 2 centuries, and inscriptions of great value, have been recently discovered. Some of these inscriptions may still be seen in one of the chambers near the bottom of the staircase. They are both Latin and Greek. Sometimes both languages are mixed, and in one or two instances, Latin words are written in Greek characters. Many of these monuments are of the deepest importance, both in an antiquarian and religious point of view. In archaeology, as showing the practice of private Christians in the first ages to make the subterranean chambers at their own expense, and for their own use, e.g.m. Aurelius Restutus made this subterranean for himself, and those of his family who believed in the Lordware, both the triple names and the limitation introduced at the end, which shows that many of his family were still pagan, are unquestionably proofs of very high antiquity. Northcote's Roman Catacombs, p. 103 and c. Among the most remarkable paintings in this catacomb are Orpheus with his lyre, surrounded by birds and beasts who are charmed with his music, Elijah ascending to heaven in a chariot drawn by 4 horses, and the portrait of our Lord. The head and bust of our Lord form a medallion, occupying the center of the roof in the same cubiculum where Orpheus is represented. This painting, in consequence of the description given of it by Kugler, who misnamed the catacomb St. Calixtus, is often eagerly sought after by strangers visiting the catacombs. It is only just, however, to add that they are generally disappointed. Kugler supposed it to be the oldest portrait of our blessed Savior in existence, but we doubt if there is sufficient authority for such a statement. He describes it in these words: the face is oval, with a straight nose, arched eyebrows, a smooth and rather high forehead, the expression serious and mild. The hair, parted on the forehead, flows in long curls down the shoulders. The beard is not thick, but short and divided, the age between 30 and 40. But this description is too minute and precise, too artistic, for the original, as it is now to be seen. A lively imagination may, perhaps, supply the details described by our author, but the eye certainly fails to distinguish them. Roma Sotterranea, p. 253. Approached by a separate entrance on the slope of the hillside is a sepulchral chamber, which de Rossi considers to have been the burial place of Sta. Domitilla. It is certainly one of the most ancient and remarkable Christian monuments yet discovered. Its position, close to the highway, its front of fine brickwork with a cornice of terracotta with the usual space for an inscription, which has now, alas, perished. The spaciousness of its gallery, with its 4 or 5 separate niches prepared for as many sarcophagi, the fine stucco on the wall, the eminently classical character of its decorations. All these things make it perfectly clear that it was the monument of a Christian family of distinction, excavated at great cost, and without the slightest attempt at concealment. In passing from the vestibule into the catacomb, we recognize the transition from the use of the sarcophagus to that of the common loculus. For the first 2 or 3 graves on either side, though really mere shelves in the wall, are so disguised by painting on the outside as to present to passers, by the complete outward appearance of a sarcophagus. Some few of these graves are marked with the names of the dead, written in black on the largest tiles, and the inscriptions on the other graves are all of the simplest and oldest form. Lastly, the whole of the vaulted roof is covered with the most exquisitely graceful designs, of branches of the vine, with birds and winged genii among them, trailing with all the freedom of nature over the whole walls, not fearing any interruption by graves, nor confined by any of those lines of geometrical symmetry which characterize similar productions in the next century. Traces also of landscapes may be seen here and there, which are of rare occurrence in the catacombs, though they may be seen in the chambers assigned by de Rossi to SS, Nereus and Achilles. The Good Shepherd and Agape, or the Heavenly Feast, a man fishing, and Daniel in the lion's den, are the chief historical or allegorical representations of Christian mysteries which are painted here. Unfortunately, they have been almost destroyed by persons attempting to detach them from the wall. Roma Sotterranea, p. 70. A road to the left now leads to the Via Appia Nuova, passing about a quarter of a mile hence. A turn on the left to the ruin generally known as the Temple of Bacchus, from an altar dedicated to Bacchus which was found there, but considered by modern antiquaries as a temple of Ceres and Proserpine. This building has been comparatively saved from the destruction which has befallen its neighbors by having been consecrated as a church in AD 820 by Pope Paschal I, in honor of his sainted predecessor Urban I, AD 226, whose pontificate was chiefly passed in refuge in the neighboring catacomb of St. Calixtus because, of a belief that he was wont to resort hither. A chapel at a great depth below the church is shown as that in which Saint Urban baptized and celebrated Mass. A curious fresco here represents the Virgin between Saint Urban and Saint John. Around the upper part of the interior are a much-injured series of frescoes, comprising the life of Christ from the Annunciation to the descent into Hades and the life of Saint Cecilia and her husband Valerian, ending in the burial of Cecilia by Pope Urban in the catacombs of Calixtus, and the story of the martyred Urban I in the picture of the crucifixion. The thieves have their names, Calpurnius and Longinus. The frescoes were altered in the 17th century to suit the views of the Roman Church, keys being placed in the hand of Peter and C. Sets of drawings taken before and after the alterations are preserved in the Barberini Library and curiously show the difference. A winding path leads from S. Urbano into the valley. Here, beside the Almo rivulet, is a ruined nymphaeum containing a mutilated statue of a river god, which was called the Grotto of Egeria, till a few years ago, when the discovery of the true site of the Porta Capena fixed that of the grotto within the walls. The fine grove of old ilex trees on the hillside was at the same time pointed out as the sacred grove of Egeria. Egeria, sweet creation of some heart which found no mortal resting place so fair as thine ideal breast, whate'er thou art or werte young aurora of the air, the nympholepsy of some fond despair, or, it might be, a beauty of the earth, who found a more than common votary there too much adoring. Whatsoe'er thy birth, thou wert a beautiful thought, and softly bodied forth. The mosses of thy fountain still are sprinkled with thine Elysian waterdrops. The face of thy cave-guarded spring, with years unwrinkled, reflects the meek-eyed genius of the place, whose green, wild margin now no more erase art's works, nor must the delicate waters sleep, prisoned in marble, bubbling from the base of the cleft statue. With a gentle leap the rill runs o'er, and round, fern, flowers, and ivy creep. Fantastically tangled, the green hills are clothed with early blossoms, through the grass the quick-eyed lizard rustles, and the bills of summer birds sing welcome as ye pass, flowers fresh in hue, and many in their class implore the pausing step, and with their dyes dance in the soft breeze in a fairy mass. The sweetness of the violet's deep blue eyes, kissed by the breath of heaven, seems colored by its skies. Byron, Childe Harold. It is now known that this nymphaeum and the valley in which it stands belonged to the suburban villa called Triopio, of Herod's Atticus, whose romantic story is handed down to us through 2 Greek inscriptions in the possession of the Borghese family, and is further illustrated by the writings of Philostratus and Pausanias. A wealthy Greek named Hipparchus offended his government and lost all his wealth by confiscation, but the family fortunes were redeemed through the discovery by his son Atticus of a vast treasure, concealed in a small piece of ground which remained to them, close to the rock of the Acropolis. Dreading the avarice of his fellow citizens, Atticus sent at once to Nerva, the then emperor, telling him of the discovery and requesting his orders as to what he was to do with the treasure. Nerva replied that he was welcome to keep it and use it as he pleased. Not yet satisfied or feeling sufficiently sure of the protection of the emperor, Atticus again applied to him, saying that the treasure was far too vast for the use of a person in a private station of life, and asking how he was to use it. The emperor again replied that the treasure was his own and due to his own good fortune, and that, what he could not use he might abuse. Atticus then entered securely into possession of his wealth, which he bequeathed to his son Herods, who used his fortune magnificently in his bountiful charities, in the encouragement of literature and art throughout both Greece and Italy, and best appreciated of all by the Greeks, in the splendor of the public games which he gave. Early in the reign of Antoninus Pius, Herod's Atticus removed to Rome, where he was appointed professor of rhetoric to Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus, the 2 adopted sons of the emperor, and where he attained the consulship in AD 143. Soon after his arrival, he fell in love with Annia Regilla, a beautiful and wealthy heiress, and in spite of the violent opposition of her brother, Annius Attilius Braduas, who, belonging to the Julian family and claiming an imaginary descent from Venus and Anchises, looked upon the marriage as a mesalliance, he succeeded in obtaining her hand. Part of the wealth which Annia Regilla brought to her husband was the Val Caffarelli and its nymphaeum. For some years, Herod's Atticus and Annia Regilla enjoyed the perfection of married happiness in this beautiful valley. But shortly before the expected birth of her fifth child, she died very suddenly, leaving her husband almost frantic with grief and refusing every consolation. He was roused, however, from his first anguish by his brother-in-law Annius Braduas, who had never laid aside his resentment at the marriage, and who now accused him of having poisoned his wife. Herods demanded a public trial, and was acquitted. Philostratus records that the intense grief he showed and the depth of the mourning he wore were taken as signs of his innocence. Further to clear himself from imputation, Herodes offered all the jewels of Annia Regilla upon the altar of the Eleusinian deities, Ceres and Proserpine, at the same time calling down the vengeance of the outraged gods if he were guilty of sacrilege. The beloved Regilla was buried in a tomb surrounded by a sepulchral field within the precincts of the villa, dedicated to Minerva and Nemesis, and, as recorded in one of the Greek inscriptions, it was made an act of the highest sacrilege for any but her own descendants to be laid within those sacred limits. A statue was also erected to Regilla in the Triopian temple of Ceres and Proserpine, which is now supposed to be the same with that usually called the Temple of Bacchus. Not only did Herodes hang his house with black in his affliction, but all gaily colored marbles were stripped from the walls and replaced with the dark gray marble known as bardiglio. And his depth of woe made him so conspicuous that a satirical person seeing his cook prepare white beans for dinner wondered that he could dare to do so in a house so entirely black. The inscriptions in which this story is related, one of them containing 39 Greek verses, are engraved on slabs of Pentelic marble, and Philostratus and Pausanias narrate that the quarries of this marble were the property of Herodes, and that in his magnificent buildings he almost exhausted them. The field path from hence leads back to the church of Domine Quo Vadis, passing on the right a beautifully finished tomb of the time of Septimius Severus, known as the Temple of Divus Ridiculus, and formerly described as having been built to commemorate the retreat of Hannibal, who came thus far in his intended attack upon Rome. The temple erected in memory of this event was really on the right of the Via Appia. It was dedicated to Ridiculus, the god of return. The Folly of Cicerone often cites this name as ridiculous. The neighborhood of the Divus Ridiculus, which he however places on the right of the Via Appia, is described by Pliny in connection with a curious story of imperial times. There was a cobbler who had his stall in the Roman Forum, and who possessed a tame raven, which was a great favorite with the young Romans, to whom he would bid good day as he sate perched upon the rostra. At length he became quite a public character, and the indignation was so great when his master killed him with his hammer in a fit of rage at his spoiling some new leather, that they slew the cobbler and decreed a public funeral to the bird, who was carried to the grave on a bier adorned with honorary crowns, preceded by a piper, and supported by 2 Negroes in honor of his color, and buried ad rogum usque, qui constructus dextra via appii ad secundum lapidem in campo ridiculo appellet fuit. Pliny Nat Hist. lib. xc. 60. Returning to the Via Appia, we reach, on the right, the Basilica of S. Sebastiano, rebuilt in 1611 by Flaminio Ponzio for Cardinal Scipio Borghese on the site of a church which had been founded by Constantine, where once existed the house and garden of the matron Lucina, in which she had buried the body of Sebastian, after his second martyrdom under Diocletian. The basilica contains nothing ancient but the 6 granite columns in the portico. The altar covers the relics of the saint, a Gaul, a native of Narbonne, a Christian soldier under Diocletian, and the chapel of Saint Sebastian has a statue of him in his youth, designed by Bernini and executed by Antonio Giorgetti. The almost colossal form lies dead, the head resting on his helmet and armor. It is evidently modeled from nature, and is perhaps the finest thing ever designed by Bernini. It is probably from the association of Eros with his form and story that Saint Sebastian has been regarded from the first ages of Christianity as the protecting saint against plague and pestilence. Apollo was the deity who inflicted plague, and therefore was invoked with prayer and sacrifice against it. And to the honor of Apollo, in this particular character, Saint Sebastian has succeeded. Jameson's Sacred Art, p. 414. The original of the footprint in the Domine Quo Vadis is said to be preserved here. On the left of the entrance is the descent into the catacombs, with the inscription, In hoc sacrosancto loco qui dissiter ad catacumbas, ubi sepulta fuerunt sanctorum martyrum corpora, 174,000 AC 46, summorum pontificium periturque martyrum. In alter in quo corpus divi, Sebastiani Christi athleti jacet, celebrans summus pontifex s. Gregorius Magnus vidit angelum de candidarum nive, sibi in tremendo sacrificio ministrantum AC dicentum, hic est locus sacratissimus in quo est divina promissio et omnium peccatorum remissio, splendor et lux perpetua, sine fine laetitia, quam Christi martyr Sebastianus haber promruit. Prout Severanus Tom. P.O., pagina 450, AC etiam antiquissimi lapidi testenter tabuli. Ideo in hoc in scene privilegiato altari, tam missi cantati quam privati, dum celebrante, animi qui sunt in purgatorio pro quibus sacrificium offerter plenarium indulgentium, et omnium suorum peccatorum remissionem consequenter, prout ob angelo dictum, fuit et summi pontifices confirmarunt. These are the catacombs which are most frequently visited by strangers, because they can always be seen on application to the monks attached to the church, though they are of greatly inferior interest to those of St. Calixtus. Though future excavations may bring to light much that is interesting in this cemetery, the small portion now accessible is, as a specimen of the catacombs, utterly without value. Its only interest consists in its religious associations. Here St. Bridget was wont to kneel, wrapped in contemplation. Here St. Charles Borromeo spent whole nights in prayer. And here the heart of St. Philip Neri was so inflamed with divine love as to cause his very bodily frame to be changed. Northcote's Roman Catacombs. Philip, on thee the glowing ray of heaven came down upon thy prayer, to melt thy heart, and burn away all that of earthly dross was there. And so, on Philip when we gaze, we see the image of his Lord. The saint dissolves amid the blaze which circles round the living word. The meek, the wise, none else is here, dispensing light to men below. His awful accents fill the ear, now keen as fire, now soft as snow. J. H. Newman, 1850. Owing to the desire in the early Christian church of saving the graves of their first confessors and martyrs from desecration, almost all the catacombs were gradually blocked up, and by lapse of time, their very entrances were forgotten. In the 14th century, very few were still open. In the 15th century, none remained except this of Saint Sebastian, which continued to be frequented by pilgrims, and was called in all ancient documents coimitatorium ad catacumbas. At the back of the high altar is an interesting half-subterranean building, attributed to Pope Liberius, 352-355, and afterwards adorned by Pope Damasus, who briefly tells its history in one of his inscriptions, which may still be seen here. Hinc habitas prius sanctos cognoscere debs, nomina quisque petri peritor paulique requiris. Discipulos oriens missit, quod spont fatmer, sanguinis ob meritum Christumque per astra secudi thurios petier sinus et rignapiorum, Roma suos podius merut defendir cives, hic Damasus vestras referret sidera lauds. Here you should know that saints dwelt. Their names, if you ask them, were Peter and Paul. The East sent disciples, which we freely acknowledge. For the merit of their blood they followed Christ to the stars and sought the heavenly home and the kingdom of the blessed. Rome, however, deserved to defend her own citizens. May Damasus record these things for your praise, O new stars. The two apostles, St. Peter and St. Paul, were originally buried, the one at the Vatican, the other on the Ostian Way, at the spot where their respective basilicas now stand. But as soon as the Oriental Christians had heard of their death, they sent some of their brethren to remove their bodies and bring them back to the East, where they considered that they had a right to claim them as their fellow citizens and countrymen. These so far prospered in their mission as to gain a momentary possession of the sacred relics, which they carried off, along the Appian Way, as far as the spot where the church of St. Sebastian was afterwards built. Here they rested for a while, to make all things ready for their journey, or, according to another account, were detained by a thunderstorm of extraordinary violence, which delay, however occasioned, was sufficient to enable the Christians of Rome to overtake them and recover their lost treasure. These Roman Christians then buried the bodies, with the utmost secrecy, in a deep pit, which they dug on the very spot where they were. Soon, indeed, they were restored to their original places of sepulture, as we know from contemporary authorities, and there seems reason to believe the old ecclesiastical tradition to be correct, which states them to have only remained in this temporary abode for a year and 7 months. The body of St. Peter, however, was destined to revisit it a second time, and for a longer period. For when, at the beginning of the 3rd century, Heliogabalus made his circus at the Vatican, Calixtus, who was then pope, removed the relics of the apostle to their former temporary resting place, the pit on the Appian Way. But in AD 257, St. Stephen, the pope, having been discovered in this very cemetery and having suffered martyrdom there, the body of St. Peter was once more removed and restored to its original tomb in the Vatican, Northcote's Roman catacombs. In the passages of this catacomb are misguiding inscriptions placed here in 1409 by William, Archbishop of Bourges, calling upon the faithful to venerate here the tombs of Sta, Cecilia, and of many of the martyred popes who are buried elsewhere. The martyr Saint Cyrinus is known to have been buried here from very early itineraries, but his grave has not been discovered. When I was a boy, being educated at Rome, I used every Sunday, in company with other boys of my own age and tastes, to visit the tombs of the apostles and martyrs, and to go into the crypts excavated there in the bowels of the earth. The walls on either side as you enter are full of the bodies of the dead, and the whole place is so dark that one seems almost to see the fulfillment of those words of the prophet. Let them go down alive into Hades. Here and there a little light admitted from above suffices to give a momentary relief to the horror of the darkness. But as you go forwards and find yourself again immersed in the utter blackness of night, the words of the poet come spontaneously to your mind. The very silence fills the soul with dread. St. Jerome, AD 354, in Ezek, ch. lx. A gaunt Franciscan friar with a wild bright eye was our only guide down into this profound and dreadful place. The narrow ways and openings hither and thither, coupled with the dead and heavy air, soon blotted out in all of us any recollection of the track by which we had come. And I could not help thinking, good heaven, if in a sudden fit of madness he should dash the torches out, or if he should be seized with a fit, what would become of us? On we wandered among martyrs' graves, passing great subterranean vaulted roads, diverging in all directions and choked up with heaps of stones, that thieves and murderers may not take refuge there and form a population under Rome, even worse than that which lies between it and the sun. Graves, 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 graves of men, of women, of little children who ran crying to the persecutors, "We are Christians, we are Christians," that they might be murdered with their parents. Graves with the palm of martyrdom roughly cut into their stone boundaries, and little niches made to hold a vessel of the martyr's blood. Graves of some who lived down here, for years together, ministering to the rest and preaching truth, and hope and comfort from the rude altars that bear witness to their fortitude at this hour. More roomy graves, but far more terrible, where hundreds, being surprised, were hemmed in and walled up. Buried before death, and killed by slow starvation. The triumphs of the faith are not above ground in our splendid churches, said the friar, looking round upon us, as we stopped to rest in one of the low passages, with bones and dust surrounding us on every side. They are here, among the martyrs' graves. He was a gentle, earnest man, and said it from his heart. But when I thought how Christian men have dealt with one another, how, perverting our most merciful religion, they have hunted down and tortured, burnt and beheaded, strangled, slaughtered, and oppressed each other, I pictured to myself an agony surpassing any that this dust had suffered with the breath of life yet lingering in it, and how these great and constant hearts would have been shaken, how they would have quailed and drooped if a foreknowledge of the deeds that professing Christians would commit in the great name for which they died, could have rent them with its own unutterable anguish, on the cruel wheel and bitter cross, and in the fearful fire. Dickens. Countless martyrs, they say, rest in these ancient sepulchres. In these dark depths the ancient church took refuge from persecution. There she laid her martyrs, and there, over their tombs, she chanted hymns of triumph and held communion with him for whom they died. In that church I spend hours. I have no wish to descend into those sacred sepulchres, and pry among the graves. The resurrection trump will open soon enough. I like to think of the holy dead lying undisturbed and quiet there, of their spirits in paradise, of their faith triumphant in the city that massacred them. No doubt they also had their perplexities, and wondered why the wicked triumph, and sighed to God, "How long, O Lord, how long?" Skonberg Cotta family. And when he had opened the fifth seal, I saw under the altar the souls of them that were slain for the word of God, and for the testimony which they held. And they cried with a loud voice, saying, How long, O Lord, holy and true, dost thou not judge and avenge our blood on them that dwell on the earth? And white robes were given unto every one of them, and it was said unto them that they should rest yet for a little season, until their fellow servants also and their brethren that should be killed as they were should be fulfilled. Rev. Romans 6, 9-11. In the valley beneath S. Sebastiano are the ruins of the circus of Maxentius, near those of a villa of that emperor. The circus was 1,482 feet long, 244 feet broad, and was capable of containing 15,000 spectators. Yet it is a miniature compared with the Circus Maximus, though very interesting as retaining in tolerable preservation all the different parts which composed a circus. The circular ruin near it was a temple, dedicated by Maxentius to his son Romulus. Legion Romulus, etant mort, fut placé orang destia, dan ct olympe quia sacrulate. Son Pierre Louis XI temple dont la partie inferior si voit encore, et le cirque Louis Merm fut puterder une dépendance de si temple funebre, car les courses de chars étant un des honneurs qual antiquité rendait aux morts, et sont souvent pour cela représentées sur les tomo. Ampere Emp. Roman 2. 360. These ruins are very picturesque, backed by the peaks of the Sabine Range, which in winter are generally covered with snow. The opposite hill is crowned by the tomb of Cecilia Metella, daughter of Quintus Metellus Creticus and wife of Crassus. It is a round tower, 70 feet in diameter. The bull's heads on the frieze gave it the popular name of Capo di Bove. The marble coating of the basement was carried off by Urban Roman VIII to make the Fountain of Trevi. The battlements were added when the tomb was turned into a fortress by the Caetani in the 13th century. About 2 miles or more from the city gates and right upon the roadside is an immense round pile, sepulchral in its original purpose, like those already mentioned. It is built of great blocks of hewn stone on a vast, square foundation of rough, agglomerated material, such as composes the mass of all the other ruinous tombs. But whatever might be the cause, it is in a far better state of preservation than they. On its broad summit rise the battlements of a medieval fortress, out of the midst of which, so long since had time begun to crumble the supplemental structure, and cover it with soil by means of wayside dust, grow trees, bushes, and thick festoons of ivy. This tomb of a woman has become the dungeon keep of a castle, and all the care that Cecilia Metella's husband could bestow to secure endless peace for her beloved relics only sufficed to make that handful of precious ashes the nucleus of battles, long ages after her death. Hawthorne, Transformation. There is a stern round tower of other days, firm as a fortress, with its fence of stone, such as an army's baffled strength delays, standing with half its battlements alone, and with 2,000 years of ivy grown, the garland of eternity, where wave the green leaves over all by time o'erthrown. What was this tower of strength? Within its cave what treasure lay so locked, so hid? A woman's grave. But who was she, the lady of the dead, tombed in a palace? Was she chaste and fair, worthy a king's or more a Roman's bed? What race of chiefs and heroes did she bear? What daughter of her beauties was the heir? How lived, how loved, how died she? Was she not so honored and conspicuously there, where meaner relics must not dare to rot, placed to commemorate a more than mortal lot? Perchance she died in youth. It may be, bowed with woes far heavier than the ponderous tomb that weighed upon her gentle dust. A cloud might gather o'er her beauty, and a gloom in her dark eye, prophetic of the doom heaven gives its favorite surly death. Yet shed a sunset charm around her, and illume with hectic light the Hesperus of the dead, of her consuming cheek the autumnal leaf-like red. Perchance she died in age surviving all charms, kindred, children with the silver gray on her long tresses, which might yet recall. It may be, still a something of the day when they were braided, and her proud array and lovely form were envied, praised, and eyed by Rome, but whither would conjecture stray? Thus much alone we know Metella died, the wealthiest Roman's wife. Behold his love or pride. Child Herald. Close to the tomb are the ruins of a Gothic church of the Caetani. L'atomo de Cecilia Metella etate devenu un château fort alors aux mains des Caetani, Et auteur du château essai date formé un village avec son église, dont un enracinement retrouvé les restes. Ampere, Voyage Dantesque. It is at Cecilia Mitella's tomb that the beauties of the Via Appia really begin. A very short distance further, we emerge from the walls which have hitherto shut in the road on either side, and enjoy uninterrupted views over the Latin plain, strewn with its ruined castles and villages and the long lines of aqueducts, to the Sabine and Alban mountains. The Via Appia is a magnificent promenade, amongst ruinous tombs, the massive remains of which extend for many miles over the Roman Campagna. The powerful families of ancient Rome loved to build monuments to their dead by the side of the public road, probably to exhibit at once their affection for their relations and their own power and affluence. Most of these monuments are now nothing but heaps of ruins, upon which are placed the statues and sculptures which have been found in the earth or amongst the rubbish. Those inscriptions which have been found on the Via Appia bear witness to the grief of the living for the dead, but never to the hope of reunion. On a great number of sarcophagi or the friezes of tombs may be seen the dead sitting or lying as if they were alive. Some seem to be praying. Many heads have great individuality of character. Sometimes a white marble figure, beautifully draped, projects from these heaps of ruins, but without head or hands. Sometimes a hand is stretched out, or a portion of a figure rises from the tomb. It is a street through monuments of the dead, across an immense churchyard, for the desolate Roman Campagna may be regarded as such. To the left it is scattered with the ruins of colossal aqueducts, which, during the time of the emperors, conveyed lakes and rivers to Rome, and which still, ruinous and destroyed, delight the eye by the beautiful proportions of their arcades. To the right is an immense prairie, without any other limit than that of the ocean, which, however, is not seen from it. The country is desolate, and only here and there are there any huts or trees to be seen. Frederica Bremer. For the space of a mile or two beyond the gate of S. Sebastiano, this ancient and famous road is as desolate and disagreeable as most of the other Roman avenues. It extends over small, uncomfortable paving stones, between brick and plastered walls, which are very solidly constructed, and so high as almost to exclude a view of the surrounding country. The houses are of the most uninviting aspect, neither picturesque nor homelike and social. They have seldom or never a door opening on the wayside, but are accessible only from the rear and frown inhospitably upon the traveler through iron-grated windows. Here and there appears a dreary inn or a wine shop, designated by the withered bush beside the entrance, within which you discover a stone-built and sepulchral interior, where guests refresh themselves with sour bread and goat's milk cheese, washed down with wine of dolorous acerbity. At frequent intervals along the roadside, uprises the ruin of an ancient tomb. As they stand now, these structures are immensely high, and broken mounds of conglomerated brick, stone, pebbles, and earth, all molten by time into a mass as solid and indestructible as if each tomb were composed of a single boulder of granite. When first erected, they were cased externally, no doubt, with slabs of polished marble, artfully wrought, bas-reliefs, and all such suitable adornments, and were rendered majestically beautiful by grand architectural designs. This antique splendor has long since been stolen from the dead to decorate the palaces and churches of the living. Nothing remains to the dishonored sepulchres except their massiveness. Even the pyramids form hardly a stranger spectacle, or a more alien from human sympathies, than the tombs of the Appian Way, with their gigantic height, breadth, and solidity, defying time and the elements, and far too mighty to be demolished by an ordinary earthquake. Here you may see a modern dwelling, and a garden with its vines and olive trees, perched on the lofty dilapidation of a tomb, which forms a precipice of 50 feet in depth on each of the four sides. There is a house on that funeral mound, where generations of children have been born, and successive lives have been spent, undisturbed by the ghost of the stern Roman whose ashes were so preposterously burdened. Other sepulchres wear a crown of grass, shrubbery, and forest trees, which throw out a broad sweep of branches, having had time, twice over, to be 1,000 years of age. On one of them stands a tower, which, though immemorially more modern than the tomb, was itself built by immemorial hands, and is now rifted quite from top to bottom by a vast fissure of decay. The tomb hillock, its foundation, being still as firm as ever, and likely to endure until the last trump shall rend it wide asunder, and summon forth its unknown dead. Yes, its unknown dead. For, except in one or two doubtful instances, these mountainous sepulchral edifices have not availed to keep so much as the bare name of an individual or a family from oblivion. Ambitious of everlasting remembrance as they were, the slumberers might just as well have gone quietly to rest, each in his pigeonhole of a columbarium, or under his little green hillock in a graveyard, without a headstone to mark the spot. It is rather satisfactory than otherwise to think that all these idle pains have turned out so utterly abortive. Hawthorne. Near the fourth milestone is the tomb of Marcus Servilius Quartus, with an inscription, restored by Canova in 1808. A bas-relief of the death of Aedes, killed by Adrastus, a short distance beyond this, has been suggested as part of the tomb of Seneca, who was put to death near the fourth milestone by order of Nero. An inscribed tomb beyond this is that of Sextus Pompeius Justus. Near this, in the Campagna on the left, are some small remains, supposed to be those of a temple of Juno. Beyond this, a number of tombs can be identified, but none of any importance. Such are the tombs of Plinius Eutychius, erected by Plinius Zosimus, a freedman of Pliny the Younger, of Caius Licinius, the Doric tomb of the tax-gatherer Claudius Philippanus, inscribed Tito, Claudio Secundo, Philippiano, Coctori, Flavia Irene. Visori Indulgentissimo, of Rabinius with 3 busts in relief, of Hermodorus, of Elsia Prima, priestess of Isis, of Marcus C. Cerdonus with the bas-relief of an elephant bearing a burning altar. Beyond the fifth milestone, 2 circular mounds with basements of peperino were considered by Canona to be the tombs of the Horatae and Curiatii. On the opposite side of the road is the exceedingly picturesque medieval fortress, known as Torre Mezzostrata, into which are incorporated the remains of the Church of Sta. Maria Nuova, or Della Gloria. Behind this extend a vast assemblage of ruins, which form a splendid foreground to the distant mountain view, and whose size has led to their receiving the popular epithet of Roma Vecchia. Here was the favorite villa of the Emperor Commodus, where he was residing, when the people, excited by a sudden impulse during the games of the circus, rose and poured out of Rome against him as the inhabitants of Paris to Versailles and refused to depart, till, terrified into action by the entreaties of his concubine Marcia, he tossed the head of the unpopular Cleander to them out of the window, and had the brains of that minister's child dashed out against the stones. This villa is proved by the discovery of a number of pipes bearing their names to have been that of the brothers Candianus and Maximus, of the great family of the Quintiliae, which was confiscated by Commodus. El histoire des deux frères est intéressante et romanesque. Candianus et Maximus Quintilius étaient distingués par la science, les talents militaires, la richesse, et surtout par une tendresse mutuelle qui n'y essayait jamais démenti. Servant Taugers ensemble, l'un s'y faisait le lieutenant de l'autre. Bien quatrangers à tout conspiration, leur vertu les fit soupçonner d'erreurs plus favorables à commode. Ils furent prescrits et moururent ensemble, comme ils avaient vécu. L'un d'eux avait un fils nommé Sextus. Au moment de la mort de son père et de son oncle, si fils s'y trouvait en Syrie, pensant bien que la même sorte à l'attendait, il feignait de mourir pour sauver sa vie. Sextus, après avoir bu sang du livre, monta à cheval, si laissa tomber, vomit le sang qu'il avait pris et qui paraît erder son propre sang. On mit dans sabier le corps d'un baillier qui passa pour son cadavre, et il disparaît. Depuis ces temps, il era sons divers déguisements, mais en ce qu'il avait échappé, et on s'y mit à sa recherche. Beaucoup furent toés parce qu'ils lui ressemblant ou parce qu'ils étaient soupçonnés de lui avoir donné asile. Il en est pas bien sûr qu'il ait été atteint, que sa terre s'y trouvait parmi celles qu'on apporta à Rome et qu'on dit erder la sienne. Si qui est certain, c'est qu'après la mort de Commode, un aventurier, tenté par la belle villa et par les grandes richesses des Quintiliae, si donna pour Sextus et réclama son héritage. Il paraît n'y pas avoir manqué d'adresse et avoir connu celui pour lequel il voulait qu'on le prête, car par ses réponses il s'y tira très bien de toutes les inquiétudes. Peut-être essayait-il lié avec Sextus et l'avait-il assassiné en suite. Cependant l'empereur Pertinax, successeur de Commode, l'ayant fait venir, eut l'idée de lui parler grec. Le vrai Sextus connaissait parfaitement cette langue. Le faux sextus, quini savate polygrec, rapendit tout de travers, et sa fraud fut ainsi découvert. Ampere, Emp. Roman 2. On the left of the Via Appia appears a huge monument on a narrow base called the Tomb of the Metelli. Beyond this, after the fifth milestone, are the tombs of Sergius Demetrius, a wine merchant, of Lucius Aureus, of Septimia Gallia, and of one of the Caeciliae in whose sepulchre, according to Eutropius, was buried Pomponius Atticus, the friend of Cicero, whose daughter Vipsania was the first wife of Agrippa, and whose granddaughter Vipsania Agrippina was the first wife of Tiberius. Close to the sixth milestone is the mass of masonry sometimes called Casal Rotondo, or Cotta's tomb, from that name being found there inscribed on a stone, but generally attributed to Messala Corvinus, the poet and friend of Horace, and believed to have been raised to him by his son Valerius Maximus Cotta, mentioned in Ovid. T. autumn in turba non awesome, Cotta, Siler, Pyridum lumen, Presidium Fori. Epist. Roman 16. This tomb was even larger than that of Cecilia Metella, and was turned into a fortress by the Orsini in the 15th century. Beyond this are tombs identified as those of P. Quintius, tribune of the 16th Legion, Marcus Julius, steward of Claudius, Publius Decumius Philomusus, with appropriate bas-reliefs of two mice nibbling a cake, and of Cedricius Flaxianius. Passing on the left the Tor di Cells, erected upon a huge unknown tomb, are the tombs of Titia Eucharis, and of Attilius Evatus, jeweler Margaritarius on the Via Sacra, with the inscription, Hosps recestaspis ubi continenter ossa Heminis boni, misericordies amantis pauperis. Near the eighth milestone are ruins attributed to the temples of Silvanus and of Hercules, of which the latter is mentioned in Martial's epigrams, beyond which were the villas of Bacchus and of Perseus. The last tomb identified is that of Quintus Veranius. Near the ninth milestone is a tomb supposed to be that of Gallienus, Imp. 268, who lived close by in a villa, amid the ruins of which the Discobolus was discovered. From the stream called Ponticello, near the 10th milestone, the road gradually ascends to Albano, passing several large but unnamed tombs. At the Osteria del Fradaci, it joins the Via Appia Nuova. Close to the gate of Albano, it passes on the left the tall tomb attributed to Pompey the Great, in accordance with the statement of Plutarch, and in spite of the epigram of Varro Atticinus, which says, Marmoreo Licinius tumulo jacet, et cado parvo Pompeius nullo, quis putet esse deus. Among the many processions which have passed along this road, perhaps the most remarkable have been that bearing back to Rome the dead body of Sylla, who died at Pozzuoli, in a gilt litter with royal ornaments, trumpets before him and horsemen behind, and the funeral of Augustus, who dying at Nola AD 14, was brought to Bovoli and remained there a month in the sanctuary of the Julian family, after which the knights brought the body in solemn procession to his palace on the Palatine. But throughout a walk along the Appian Way, the one great Christian interest of this world-famous road will, to the Christian visitor, overpower all others. And so we went toward Rome. And from thence, when the brethren heard of us, they came to meet us as far as Appiae Forum and the 3 taverns, whom when Paul saw, he thanked God and took courage. And when we came to Rome, the centurion delivered the prisoners to the captain of the guard, but Paul was suffered to dwell by himself with a soldier that kept him. Acts Roman 28, 14-16. It is not without its manifold uses to remember that, amidst the dim and wavering traditions of later times, one figure at least stands out clear and distinct and undoubted, and this figure is the Apostle Paul. He, whatever we may think concerning any other apostle or apostolic man in connection with Rome, he, beyond a shadow of doubt, appears in the New Testament as her great teacher. No criticism or skepticism of modern times has ever questioned the perfect authenticity of that last chapter of the Acts, which gives the account of his journey, stage by stage, till he set foot within the walls of the city. However much we may be compelled to distrust any particular traditions concerning special localities of his life and death, we cannot doubt for a moment that his eye rested on the same general view of sky and plain and mountain, that his feet trod the pavement of the same Appian road, that his way lay through the same long avenue of ancient tombs on which we now look and wonder, that he entered, and there we have our last authentic glimpse of his progress, through the Arch of Drusus, and then is lost to our view in the Great Babylon of Rome. A. P. Stanley's Sermons. When St. Paul was approaching Rome, all the bases of the mountains were, as indeed they are partially now, clustered round with the villas and gardens of wealthy citizens. The Appian Way climbs and then descends along its southern slope. After passing Lanuvium, it crossed a crater-like valley or immense obstructions, which still remain. Here is Aricia, an easy stage from Rome. The town was above the road, and on the hillside swarms of beggars beset travelers as they passed. On the summit of the next rise, Paul of Tarsus would obtain his first view of Rome. There is no doubt that the prospect was, in many respects, very different from the view which is now obtained from the same spot. It is true that the natural features of the scene are unaltered. The long wall of blue Sabine mountains, with Soracte in the distance, closed in the Campagna, which stretched far across to the sea and round the base of the Alban Hills. But ancient Rome was not, like modern Rome, impressive from its solitude, standing alone, with its one conspicuous cupola, in the midst of a desolate though beautiful waste. St. Paul would see a vast city, covering the Campagna and almost continuously connected by its suburbs with the villas on the hill where he stood, and with the bright towns which clustered on the sides of the mountains opposite. Over all the intermediate space were the houses and gardens, through which aqueducts and roads might be traced in converging lines towards the confused mass of edifices which formed the city of Rome. Here no conspicuous building, elevated above the rest, attracted the eye or the imagination. Ancient Rome had neither cupola nor campanile, still less had it any of those spires which give life to all the capitals of northern Christendom. It was a widespread aggregate of buildings, which, though separated by narrow streets and open spaces, appeared, when seen from near Aricia, blended into one indiscriminate mass. For distance concealed the contrasts which divided the crowded habitations of the poor and the dark haunts of filth and misery from the theaters and colonnades, the baths, the temples, and palaces with gilded roofs, flashing back the sun. The road descended into the plain at Bovoli, 6 miles from Aricia, and thence it proceeded in a straight line, with the sepulchres of illustrious families on either hand. One of these was the burial place of the Julian gens, with which the centurion who had charge of the prisoners was in some way connected. As they proceeded over the old pavement, among gardens and modern houses, and approached nearer the busy metropolis, the conflux issuing forth or entering in various costumes and on various errands, vehicles, horsemen and foot passengers, soldiers and laborers, Romans and foreigners became more crowded and confusing. The houses grew closer. They were already in Rome. It was impossible to define the commencement of the city. Its populous portions extended far beyond the limits marked out by Servius. The ancient wall, with its once sacred pomoerium, was rather an object for antiquarian interest, like the walls of York or Chester, than any protection against the enemies, who were kept far aloof by the legions on the frontier. Yet the Porta Capena is a spot which we can hardly leave without lingering for a moment. Under this arch, which was perpetually dripping with the water of the aqueduct that went over it, had passed all those who, since a remote period of the Republic, had traveled by the Appian Way victorious generals with their legions, returning from foreign service emperors and courtiers, vagrant representatives of every form of heathenism, Greeks and Asiatics, Jews and Christians. From this point entering within the city, Julius and his prisoners moved on, with the Aventine on their left, close round the base of the Celian, and through the hollow ground which lay between this hill and the Palatine. Thence over the low ridge called Velia, where afterwards was built the Arch of Titus, to commemorate the destruction of Jerusalem. And then descending, by the Via Sacra, into that space which was the center of imperial power and imperial magnificence, and associated also with the most glorious recollections of the Republic. The Forum was to Rome what the Acropolis was to Athens, the heart of all the characteristic interest of the place. Here was the Miliarium Aureum, to which the roads of all the provinces converged. All around were the stately buildings, which were raised in the closing years of the Republic and by the earlier emperors. In front was the Capitoline Hill, illustrious long before the invasion of the Gauls. Close on the left, covering that hill, whose name is associated in every modern European language with the notion of imperial splendor, were the vast ranges of the palace, the House of Caesar. Philip, Roman 4. 22. Here were the household troops quartered in a praetorium attached to the palace. And here, unless, indeed, it was in the great Praetorian camp, outside the city wall, Julius gave up his prisoner to Burrus, the Praetorian prefect, whose official duty it was to keep in custody all accused persons who were to be tried before the emperor. Caniber and Hausen.